Chapter 751. As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows at Chu Nan and revealed an ambiguous smile. Her eyes were actually filled with charm. Elvie was of European descent. Although she was only 15 years old this year, from her appearance, she had already developed much better than Chu Zioxi, who was a year older than her. She looked much more mature. The greater difference was that her extremely voluptuous chest completely crushed Chu Zioxi. If the two of them were placed together, the chances of Chu Zioxi being treated as a child were definitely much higher. Now that she had put on such a posture, although she still looked a little young, she was still filled with powerful temptation. Chu Nan involuntarily swallowed and turned around with difficulty. He coughed lightly and said, "Don't joke like this. If your parents or your brother find out, they'll definitely want to beat me to death. Are you afraid?" Elvie chuckled and suddenly leaned over. Her body was almost touching Chu Nan as she exhaled. "Since mom and dad don't object to me coming over, it proves that they actually acknowledge you. I think, even if you really want to do something to me, they won't want to kill you. Is that so?" Chu Nan smiled awkwardly and thought of another problem. That's right, just as Elvie had said, since General Yanatanj and his wife did not stop her from looking for him, it proved that they had indeed acknowledged Chu Nan and were at ease with him. Putting aside his worry for Chu Nan, it was worth it to acknowledge him. Why did he acknowledge it? One had to know that General Yanatanj was the commander-in-chief of the Federation Army in planet Macaw. In this huge star zone that included the 4 inhabited galaxies of the Federation and had a radius of more than 100 light-years, he could be considered one of the top figures. Now that such an important figure recognized Chu Nan and allowed Elvie to date him without worry, other than her own persistence, the most important thing was probably the value Chu Nan had displayed. He, who was originally only an ordinary farmer, had his fate changed greatly in a short year. After contacting several star-grade martial artists in the Federation, his strength had also increased extremely shockingly. He was even close friends with someone like Dong Fong, who had a deep background in the Ceres Security Company and had experienced life and death in the Lepler star system. Such a young man who was inextricably linked to many important figures was undoubtedly a very good investment target. Of course, if not for Elvie liking Chu Nan, it was impossible for General Yanatanj and his wife to push their precious daughter in him. Their current actions were only to push the boat along. "Brother Chu Nan, I know that you Chinese are very reserved, but we Europeans are different. Since I like you, I have to say it loudly and tell you to show it." Elvie continued. At this point, she suddenly paused and tiptoed to Chu Nan's ear before softly continuing, "What do you think about me coming to your room tonight?" Chu Nan was shocked and could not help but tap his feet. He pushed away and looked at Elvie in shock. However, Elvie had a successful mischievous smile. When she saw Chu Nan's reaction, she held her stomach and laughed. "Ha ha, brother Chu Nan, you're too interesting. Are all your Chinese boys as conservative as you?" "No, that's not right. I've known a few Chinese boys in the past. They're not like you. They're even much bolder than our European boys." Chu Nan helplessly shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, a figure flashed in. It was Chu Zioxi, who had just ended her external martial technique cultivation and returned covered in sweat. "Elvie, stop teasing my brother. Apart from me, he has never come into contact with girls since he was young." Chu Zioxi glanced at Elvie and turned to Chu Nan. "Brother, Elvie's brother is here." Chu Nan and Elvie were stunned. "Dunleavy is here? Then just bring him over," Chu Nan said. "No, she didn't come alone. A few other people who look like high-ranking officials came with him. They seem to have something serious to ask you." "Oh." Chu Nan's heart stirred and he asked Elvie, "Do you want to see your brother?" "What's there to see about my brother? Go talk to them about something." "Come, Sister Zioxi, let's talk about your brother. You said that he hasn't come into contact with girls much. Is that true?" "I think he gets along very well with Angie Prairie." Chu Zioxi immediately leaned over sneakily. "Let me tell you." Looking at the two girls' gossipy expressions, Chu Nan could only sigh helplessly. He shook his head and left the experiment shed. After returning to the house on the farm, he indeed discovered that Dunleavy was waiting in the living room with another middle-aged man. Chu Zongping accompanied him. The two sides chatted casually, but it could be seen that Chu Zongping was very restrained. When he saw Chu Nan enter, Chu Zongping immediately stood up. "Come, little Nan, it's for you. Have a good chat. I'll go find your mother and get her to prepare dinner." "There's no need, Uncle Chu." Dunleavy smiled and shook his head. "We're leaving in a while. Moreover, Chu Nan will leave with us later, so you don't have to prepare our dinner." Chu Nan and Chu Zongping looked at Dunleavy in surprise. "What? It's time?" Chu Nan asked Dunleavy, but his gaze landed on the middle-aged man. "Yes, let me introduce you." Dunleavy pointed at the middle-aged man and said, "This is Lieutenant Colonel Clint from the 2nd Department of the Federation Army's Intelligence Department. This is..." There's no need to introduce Chu Nan. I'm afraid everyone in the Federation Army knows him, especially us from the Intelligence Department. Lieutenant Colonel Clint had a square face and looked extremely dignified. However, when he discovered Chu Nan looking at him, he immediately revealed a friendly smile and stood up to reach out to him. "Chu Nan, in the previous incident of the Lepler star system, the fact that you cooperated with a branch fleet of the Ceres Security Company to defeat an entire fleet of cosmic pirates shocked the entire Federation Army. According to the incident report submitted by the Ceres Security Company, we know that you played the most important role in that battle. However, we're all very curious about how you did it. It can be considered luck and strength." Chu Nan really could not explain what he had done at that time, especially since it was very difficult to explain how he had slapped away the energy shield outside those cosmic pirate spaceships. He could only answer vaguely. "Luck is also a part of strength, so in the end, you're still powerful." Lieutenant Colonel Clint still maintained his smile. The military is very concerned about the exact role you played in that battle. If you can tell us the details, it will definitely be extremely helpful to us. Chu Nan looked at Dunleavy and discovered that he was not looking over at all. He pretended to be unconcerned. After thinking for a moment, he could only say, as a citizen of the Federation, if I have the chance to contribute my strength to the military, I'm naturally very willing. Hearing this answer, Lieutenant Colonel Clint immediately laughed heartily. Very good, Chu Nan, it's really the luck of the Federation that you can think like this. After saying that, he opened the personal terminal in his hand and displayed a star map on the virtual screen. Can you tell where this star map is? Chu Nan glanced at it and immediately narrowed his eyes. He sneered, of course. This is the star map of the Lepler star system. That's right. I came to find you on behalf of the Federation's Military Intelligence Department because I hope you can cooperate with us to complete an operation that is about to begin in the Lepler star system. Chu Nan was immediately revitalized. In order to hide the fact that he was still alive, he stayed on the farm for more than 3 months and did not go anywhere. Now, there was finally a chance to leave this place and show off. Chapter 752. Earth. The space station where the capital of the Earth Federation was located was filled with reporters from the various media outlets of the Federation and even from other countries. They squeezed the exit 3 times outside and 3 times inside. All kinds of filming equipment covered almost every angle outside the exit, leaving no blind spots. When the tourists who took the nearest space flight walked out of the space station and saw such a grand scene, they could not help but be shocked. From the looks of it, could it be that the #1 singer in the Milky Way, Risa Kamel, was here? However, in the next moment, their questions were answered, causing them to be even more surprised. A young man who looked to be only about 20 years old walked out of the space station surrounded by a group of serious-looking black-clothed people. Beside him was actually a group of fully armed soldiers with murderous expressions, holding their weapons in their hands, and putting on an unapproachable appearance. It was understandable if this posture was on a political figure, but it was too ridiculous on such a young man. However, soon, some sharp-eyed people recognized this youth. Oh my god, Chu Nan! He's Chu Nan! A cry sounded from the crowd, causing the crowd to be silent for a moment. Then, it immediately caused countless exclamations. It's really Chu Nan! Oh my god, isn't he already dead? Compared to these onlookers, the reporters who had been waiting for a long time reacted much faster. Almost the moment that group of people appeared, all the reporters had already rushed forward and squeezed the exit of the space station. It had to be said that the professionalism of these reporters was really shocking. Even if those soldiers raised the weapons in their hands and faced them with fierce expressions, as if they were going to fire at any moment, they were not afraid at all and still squeezed forward desperately. However, no matter how hard they tried, half a meter away from the group of people, it was as if they had touched an invisible wall. No matter how hard they tried, they could not continue to approach. These reporters finally reacted. If that youth was really Chu Nan who they had waited for a few days, he was a powerful martial artist. If he was unwilling to be interviewed, it was impossible for them to have any chance. Just as all the reporters were feeling a little depressed, the crowd surrounding Chu Nan parted and the youth surrounded in the middle walked out. Earlier, because they were surrounded, everyone could not see if it was Chu Nan inside. Now that he had walked out, they immediately confirmed that this was the Chu Nan who had caused a huge commotion in the Lepler star system and was confirmed to be dead. A few days ago, when there was news that Chu Nan might have returned alive and would arrive on Earth today, everyone was still skeptical. Now that they saw him with their own eyes, everyone was instantly shocked. It's really him. How can he not be dead? This is too ridiculous. Unlike the reaction of the surrounding crowd, after being stunned for a moment, the media reporters' reaction was even crazier than before. However, no matter how hard they pushed, they were still separated by the transparent wall surrounding Chu Nan's body and could not approach. Chu Nan walked out and his gaze swept past the reporters squeezed at the front. He frowned slightly and shouted, "Miss Yang Zaryui, are you there?" Even if the surroundings were extremely noisy, Chu Nan's not-so-loud shout still spread extremely clearly as if it sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned. Yang Zaryui? Who was that? A moment later, a surprised cry sounded in the crowd. I'm here, I'm here. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. The media reporters squeezed in front automatically made way, revealing Yang Zaryui, who was originally squeezed in the crowd. Chu Nan smiled at Yang Zaryui. Miss Yang Zaryui, are you willing to do an exclusive interview for me? All the media reporters were shocked and immediately looked at Yang Zaryui with envy and jealousy. They had waited here for so long, and the earliest of them had been guarding here the day before. Now that Chu Nan had finally arrived, he pointed out that he wanted to accept this interview with Yang Zaryui who had appeared out of nowhere. Damn, this bitch must have slept with Chu Nan. Many reporters watched as Yang Zaryui walked over in surprise and could not help but make a vicious guess. Chu Nan, can you tell me how you survived? A media reporter could not help but ask loudly. The surrounding people immediately fell silent. This was what everyone was most concerned about. In the video announced previously, everyone clearly saw Chu Nan fall into the Stargate. In everyone's opinion, this was no different from death. Apart from Stargrade martial artists, anyone else who fell into the Stargate like this would die. Even Heaven Control martial artists were no exception. Moreover, Chu Nan was at most a void break martial artist. Therefore, now that he had actually returned safely, everyone was extremely shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. Chu Nan glanced at the reporter and smiled. If I say that I have the ability to traverse the alternate space in the Stargate, it will, do you believe me? The reporter could not help but shake his head. With the ability to travel freely in an alternate space with his body, only star-grade martial artists had it. If he believed that Chu Nan had already become a star-grade martial artist, he might as well believe that the sun would rise in another direction tomorrow. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing to say. Chu Nan shrugged and gestured at Yang Zaryui before turning to leave. The black-clothed people and fully armed soldiers who had been following him surrounded him and Yang Zaryui. Their vigilance was much stronger than before. Many of the Federation reporters were unwilling and wanted to follow, but they were blocked by the transparent wall again and could not advance. Moreover, the soldiers surrounding outside all raised the weapons in their hands. The warning was even stronger, but they did not dare to push too hard. Soon, the group left the space station and boarded a small low-altitude shuttle before quickly leaving. Originally, some media reporters planned to continue tracking him, but when they saw the Federation military symbol on the small low-altitude shuttle, they were forced to give up on this thought. However, as they watched the small low-altitude shuttle quickly disappear into the distant sky, the media reporters were not too depressed. Instead, they were all excited. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that Chu Nan, who had been confirmed to be dead, could return alive was already a huge piece of news that could shock everyone. Most importantly, how would Chu Nan's return affect the 10th Lepler star system? What was even more important was why there were Federation soldiers beside Chu Nan. Could it be that his return alive and even falling into the Stargate was deliberately arranged by the Federation army? Even the video that countless people had seen was fake? Thinking of this, all the media reporters seemed to have a raging fire in their hearts. Chapter 753. Looking at Chu Nan, Yang Zaryui sighed in her mind. In the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition less than a year ago, Chu Nan was only an ordinary student in this martial arts academy that was not outstanding in the Federation. If not for the fact that he was called out by the two star-grade martial artists, Mu Yatong and Norman, that it was almost impossible for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, no one would have noticed him. Even if Chu Nan relied on his outstanding performance to stun countless people in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition and obtained a small reputation in the Federation, no one would really take him seriously. In the end, since the two star-grade martial artists had determined that it was almost impossible for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, he was at most a fifth-stage internal breath martial artist. It was impossible for him to attract too much attention from others. However, in the next year, Chu Nan's experience surprised everyone. Not only did he unexpectedly enter Star Cloud Academy, but his results in the entrance examination were also extremely outstanding, suppressing genius martial artists like Feng Mingzi and Angie Prairie who received a lot of attention. After entering Star Cloud Academy, his dispute with the martial arts branch's officials about whether Chu Nan was involved in leaking the Academy's cultivation method also attracted widespread attention. In that dispute, he had once again displayed his extremely powerful talent to everyone. He had almost embarrassed the leadership of the entire martial arts branch alone. However, most people's opinion of Chu Nan was still regretful. It was really a pity that such an outstanding young martial artist was unable to break through the cosmic heaven's gate because his starting foundation was not stable. Therefore, when the incident in the Lepler star system was exposed and the video recording of Chu Nan's body falling into the Stargate was exposed, it immediately caused a huge commotion in the entire Earth Federation. People were shocked that the huge caravan of the Earth Federation had actually encountered cosmic pirates with huge data in the Lepler star system. They were also surprised and happy that the Ceres security company had won the battle with a disparity in strength between the two sides. They were also surprised that a heaven control expert had actually appeared among the enemy. However, in the entire incident, the person who attracted the most attention was Chu Nan. According to the news from all sides, Chu Nan played an extremely important role in this matter. Not only did he participate in some of the matters on planet Lepler, but he also helped the Ceres security company's fleet defeat a large number of enemies. In the end, he even lured away the strongest heaven control expert of the other party alone and attracted most of the enemy's attention, allowing the fleet and the entire caravan to safely retreat. In the entire incident, just that video had already fully displayed his powerful judgment, willpower, courage, and decisiveness. It had completely displayed that his strength had already advanced by leaps and bounds, and he even had the ability to fight the enemy heaven control expert in space. Not only did he use hard facts to prove that the judgment of the two star-grade martial artists, Mu Yatong and Norman, was completely wrong, but he also used his actions to prove his even more precious quality. However, such an outstanding young genius martial artist was dead. After the video was exposed, countless voices appeared in the Earth Federation. They were all feeling pity for Chu Nan's death. Many of them vented the anger brought about by this pity on Star Cloud Academy and felt that Chu Nan had encountered such a thing in the Academy's trial. From the beginning to the end, they did not see any action from Star Cloud Academy. It was clearly Star Cloud Academy's negligence that caused this tragedy. There were even people who boldly targeted supremacy Mu Yatong. They felt that if not for him directly determining that it was impossible for Chu Nan to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, the treatment he received would definitely be very different and he would definitely not end up like this. However, these accusations were meaningless because everyone believed that it was impossible for Chu Nan to survive after entering the Stargate. Therefore, in comparison, more people felt pity for Chu Nan. With Chu Nan's talent, if he could continue to live well, wouldn't there be hope for another Stargrade martial artist to appear in the Federation in the future? If he died now, it would simply be a serious loss to the entire Earth Federation. However, the plot changed again. Chu Nan had completely exceeded everyone's expectations and survived. Yang Zaryui stared at Chu Nan seriously for a while before suddenly asking, "About that, Chu Nan, do you mind if I touch your face?" Seeing Yang Zaryui's surprised expression, Chu Nan laughed. What, do you suspect that I'm someone else in disguise? Yang Zaryui smiled in embarrassment. I just feel that, it's unbelievable. Alright, if touching my face can confirm its authenticity, touch it. Chu Nan smiled and leaned over. Yang Zaryui stretched out her hand and hesitated for a moment before reaching out to touch Chu Nan's face with her finger. Then, she slowly covered it and gently touched his face. About that, have you touched enough? After a while, Chu Nan's voice sounded. Oh, only then did Yang Zaryui realize in shock and hurriedly retracted her hand. She discovered that Chu Nan's face had already turned red and immediately chuckled. I was originally not very sure, but now that I see your face red, I'm certain that you're indeed Chu Nan. You're still so shy like last year. Chu Nan could only touch his nose and smile bitterly. Miss Yang, after being touched by a beauty like you for so long, it's impossible for me not to blush. Yang Zaryui could not help but laugh. However, she quickly stopped smiling and straightened her expression. Alright, let's get back to the topic. Chu Nan, let's first ask the question that everyone is most concerned about you. How did you survive? Logically speaking, you fell into the Stargate and shouldn't have the chance to survive. No, there's actually a very small chance of survival. Chu Nan shook his head. You probably haven't seen an old rumor. Chu Nan told him about the person he had thought of after falling into the Stargate and appearing hundreds of light years away. After hearing this, Yang Zaryui widened her eyes in disbelief. You mean to say that you also encountered that situation in another star system appeared hundreds of light years away? She frowned and shook her head. That's still not right. Although the person you mentioned passed through the Stargate, he only retained his body. In fact, he was still dead. How did you survive? You have to know that you only entered the Stargate alone at that time. Even if you accidentally successfully passed through the Stargate, you were still in space. How could you survive? Who said that I can't survive in space? Chu Nan smiled and asked. How can that be? Unless you're. Yang Zaryui suddenly paused and stood up, knocking the stool she was sitting on to the ground. She looked at Chu Nan in shock. Could it be that you've already broken through to the heaven control realm? This is impossible. Chapter 754. That's indeed impossible. Chu Nan laughed and stood up to help Yang Zaryui's chair up. He gestured for her to sit down again and continued with a smile. No matter how powerful I am, it's impossible for me to break through to the heaven control realm in such a short period of time. Yang Zaryui looked at Chu Nan in confusion. Then how did you survive? Although I didn't break through to the heaven control realm, this doesn't mean that I don't have a way to survive in space, Chu Nan replied. To put it roughly, the cultivation method I cultivate is relatively special, so even if I'm in space, I still have a way to survive. What special cultivation method do you cultivate? Yang Zaryui suddenly shut up. Even if she was not a martial artist, she knew that rashly inquiring about the cultivation method cultivated by martial artists was a huge taboo. Moreover, Chu Nan's cultivation method could actually help him survive in space. It was definitely an extremely powerful and mysterious cultivation method, so how could it be easily leaked? Chu Nan smiled and knew that he did not need to explain further. Yang Zaryui smiled apologetically at Chu Nan and paused for a moment before asking, then, after unintentionally crossing the Stargate and surviving, how did you spend this period of time? Actually, there's nothing to say. I floated in space for an unknown period of time and was attracted by an unknown planet and landed on it. Later on, I went to that planet for a period of time and encountered an exploration team from an unknown country. I left that planet with their help and returned to the civilized world. Chu Nan began to speak frankly and roughly described his experience after crossing the Stargate according to Yang Zaryui's question. He spoke matter-of-factly. Be it the entire process or the details, they were all clear. However, these experiences were all fake. Regarding his encounter after falling into the Stargate, Chu Nan had only roughly told Dongfang and his family. As for encountering that mysterious girl later, he did not even tell them, so he naturally would not tell anyone. The excuse he was preparing now was a complete escape experience prepared by Lieutenant Colonel Clint for him to deal with the media. Regarding Chu Nan's return after surviving this calamity, the Federation attached great importance to it because this was not only related to him alone but also to a series of actions by the Federation. If they did not deal with it well, it was very likely to bring about a very serious political impact. Therefore, in fact, from the moment he revealed that Chu Nan might still be alive to his high-profile appearance on Earth today and the excuse he told Yang Zaryui, it was all a show that Chu Nan cooperated with the Federation. In other words, you actually returned to the Federation safely last week. Then, why did you appear now? After hearing Chu Nan's description, Yang Zaryui thought for a moment and asked. In fact, it was not last week, but 3 months ago, Chu Nan corrected in his mind, but he shook his head on the surface. If I have to choose, I actually don't want to expose the fact that I'm still alive. Why? Yang Zaryui was stunned. Chu Nan smiled and said, have you forgotten? The reason why I fell into the Stargate was not because I wanted to enter, but because I was forcefully attacked by a heaven control martial artist. The situation in the video immediately appeared in Yang Zaryui's mind. When she recalled that the powerful heaven control realm martial artist had actually caught up to the ultra-small spaceship Chu Nan was driving and slapped him into the Stargate, she was immediately shocked. You're worried that heaven control martial artist will find trouble with you again, right? However, aren't you clearly telling him that you're still alive by appearing publicly? Isn't this even more dangerous? Seeing the sincere concern on Yang Zaryui's face, Chu Nan's heart warmed. He smiled and said, it's fine. The Federation's military is protecting me closely. I don't believe that heaven control martial artist dares to come all the way to our Earth Federation to kill me. When she recalled the group of Federation soldiers who had surrounded Chu Nan tightly, Yang Zaryui could not help but nod. Although that heaven control martial artist who almost killed Chu Nan was terrifying, if he dared to cross 1,000 light-years to the Earth Federation to kill him, he would be too disrespectful. Then what do you plan to do next? Many people are quite dissatisfied with the performance of Star Cloud Academy in the previous incident. They feel that they left you in the lurch and abandoned you to escape. Do you think so too? Hearing this question, Chu Nan pondered. Lieutenant Colonel Clint did not give him a standard answer to this question, so it was completely up to him to answer. When he recalled what Dunleavy and Elvie had said, Chu Nan shook his head lightly and said seriously, "No, I don't think so. I took the initiative to separate from them at that time. The teachers of the academy also stopped me, but I rejected them. As for what happened after that, it actually has nothing to do with them." Hearing that Chu Nan had completely taken the blame and did not take the opportunity to criticize Star Cloud Academy, Yang Zaryui was a little surprised. Then are you willing to return to Star Cloud Academy to continue your studies in the future? Of course, why not? The reason why I applied to Star Cloud Academy is not only because the standard of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch is high enough, but also because there's a cultivation method that's very suitable for me in the martial arts database of the martial arts branch. Before I learn this cultivation method, I won't consider leaving Star Cloud Academy for the time being. Oh, then can I ask what this cultivation method you want to learn? Yang Zaryui asked again. Yes, sure. The cultivation method I want to learn is called the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. To be honest, this is a cultivation method recommended to me by Supremacy Mu Yatong. He said that this cultivation method is very suitable for my situation, so I thought of registering for Star Cloud Academy. After answering, Chu Nan could not help but laugh in his mind. Leaders of the martial arts branch, I've already made it so clear. It's impossible for you not to understand, right? Oh, it's even related to Supremacy Mu Yatong. Yang Zaryui was even more curious. Can you tell me what's going on? No problem, actually. Following Yang Zaryui's question, Chu Nan mentioned some of the things that had happened before he applied to Star Cloud Academy last year. At the same time, he also told her about his guidance from Marshal Kimikov. Hearing that Chu Nan had actually contacted so many famous star-grade martial artists in the Federation, Yang Zaryui's interest in him became even stronger. 2 hours passed by unintentionally. Alright, Miss Yang, it's getting late. Let's end the interview today. If you're interested in those trivial matters, I'll treat you to a meal in the future and slowly tell you. Chu Nan smiled and stood up, putting on a posture of sending off the guest. Yang Zaryui looked at the sky outside the window and nodded. She closed her personal terminal and stood up to shake Chu Nan's hand with a smile. Thank you for providing so much interesting information. I believe countless people can't wait to see this interview. If there's a chance, I should treat you to a meal. Thank you for specially choosing me to interview you. I told you, I only know you among so many reporters. Who else can I find other than you? Chu Nan shrugged. Yang Zaryui pursed her lips and smiled before standing up to bid farewell. Chu Nan sent her to the door and watched as Yang Zaryui squatted down to put on her shoes with her back facing him. He suddenly raised his head to look at the corner diagonally above the door and touched the personal terminal on his left wrist before quietly opening an implant program. An imperceptible faint blue light seeped out of his personal terminal and enveloped the area behind the entire door. Then, Chu Nan, I'll. At this moment, Yang Zaryui put on her shoes and stood up. Just as she was about to turn around and bid farewell, she discovered that Chu Nan had revealed an extremely strange smile to her. Then, she felt her vision turn black and she fainted. Chapter 755. Chu Nan stretched out a hand and hugged the fallen Yang Zaryui. He glanced at the corner diagonally above the door and adjusted the anti-monitoring program implanted by Uncle Mu Luo in his personal terminal. A faint blue light spread out from his personal terminal and covered the entire room a moment later. Seeing that the implant program indicated that it had been completed, Chu Nan carefully picked up the unconscious Yang Zaryui and placed her on the bed. He pulled the blanket over her and went to the window. With a glance, he opened the window and jumped out. This was the 17th floor of a certain hotel. If an ordinary person jumped out like this, they would definitely die, but it was naturally not a problem for Chu Nan. After jumping out, he felt the biting cold wind in the sky outside the building. Instead of falling, Chu Nan suddenly flew up. A moment later, he carried a biting cold airflow and directly penetrated the atmosphere and entered the vast space. In the extreme north of Siberia, Marshal Kimikov, who was watching the aurora with his subordinates, suddenly turned around and looked at the sky in the southeast. The guards officer, Hasklovsky, who was beside him, saw his actions and felt a little strange. He looked in the direction he looked and saw a faint white light vaguely appear in the distant sky. It looked like a meteor streaking past in the distance, but it was clearly flying up from below. Marshal, this is. Marshal Kimikov smiled. I didn't expect this kid to be able to do this in less than a year. Which kid? Hasklovsky was stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. His heart stirred and he asked, You're talking about Chu Nan? Yes. Marshal Kimikov smiled and nodded. He sighed with emotion. This kid's growth speed is really shocking. If only I could take the time to give him more guidance last year. Then, he shook his head. However, it's hard to say. A genius like him might be able to walk his own path without guidance. Hasklovsky could not help but reveal a surprised expression. He did not expect the marshal to have such a high evaluation of Chu Nan. However, when he recalled the shocking strength Chu Nan had displayed in the Lepler star system incident, Hasklovsky was immediately relieved. Chu Nan's growth was so fast that he was indeed worthy of the marshal's praise. However, why did the marshal suddenly mention Chu Nan? According to the previous report, he should be. Hasklovsky was suddenly shocked. He looked at the faint white light that had almost completely disappeared in the distant sky in shock. Could it be that? It seems that you've guessed it. Seeing the expression on Hasklovsky's face, Marshal Kimikov smiled. Then, his expression sank and he sneered, "Go send a message to that kid, Clint. Tell him that I'm very dissatisfied with his performance. In addition, give those useless people in charge of following Chu Nan a huge demerit and decrease their rank." Although he was located in the extreme north and the surrounding temperature was even below -40 degrees, Hasklovsky still could not help but break out in cold sweat. He opened his mouth and wanted to help say some words for his colleagues, but after thinking for a moment, he could only sigh and nod in agreement. Apart from that, inform the frontline commander that the situation might change and tell him to be prepared, Marshal Kimikov said. Yes. Hasklovsky replied and waited for a moment, but he did not hear the marshal's next instructions. He felt strange. What's the change that the marshal is talking about? However, when he saw that Marshal Kimikov had already raised his head to look at the northern aurora, he could only swallow the question. After entering the vast space, Chu Nan did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt that the surrounding environment made him feel more at ease. Without the influence of various factors in the atmosphere, the spatial energy in space was purer, more stable, and easier to sense and control. The speed at which Chu Nan flew up from the atmosphere was already extremely high. After breaking through the atmosphere, because of the change in the spatial energy around him and the lack of air resistance, his speed immediately increased greatly and even reached a level that surprised him. Although he had already fully grasped the secret of the universe through his previous few months of cultivation and his use of spatial energy far exceeded before, this was the first time he had flown into space. Now that he had flown into space, he felt as carefree as a fish entering the sea. In less than 10 seconds, he had already flown to the space station 3,000 kilometers away from the surface of Earth. However, he had no intention of entering the space station and continued to fly into the depths of the universe. 10 minutes later, he had already left Earth far behind, and only a huge blue ball was left in his vision. At this moment, a small dot of light suddenly appeared in the sky ahead. Then, it quickly approached and turned into a small spaceship more than 100 meters long. It was the spaceship that the mysterious girl had given Chu Nan previously. Chu Nan went forward and entered through the door that automatically opened on the side of the spaceship. He arrived at the captain's seat in the main control room and directly gave the order. "Let's go." The spaceship was instantly activated, turning into a silver-white afterimage in space and disappearing into the vast space in the blink of an eye. 2 minutes later, a silver-white light flashed and instantly entered the Stargate closest to Earth. It left a not-too-distant spatial shock ripple on the surface of the Stargate and disappeared. When the other spaceships waiting in line outside the Stargate saw this situation, they immediately protested after being shocked. Why can it cut the line? That's right. Why does this guy dare to rush in like this? Isn't he afraid of causing the Stargate to tremble abnormally? Damn, this guy is too arrogant. Where did he come from? It was no wonder that these waiting spaceships were so dissatisfied. One had to know that although the Stargate was called the greatest invention in the history of the Milky Way and had condensed the most cutting-edge technology in the history of the Milky Way's civilization, pulling the civilization of the entire Milky Way together, the existence of the Stargate was actually to forcefully open the connection point between the positive space universe and the alternate space. It was not stable in itself. When every spaceship passed through the Stargate, there was actually a chance to trigger the abnormal spatial energy shock of the Stargate. At best, it would affect the stable and normal operation of the Stargate, and at worst, it would even cause a spatial energy conflict between the positive space universe and the alternate space, causing an extremely serious disaster. Therefore, when passing through the Stargate, every spaceship had to be tested to ensure that the energy stabilization device was passable and would not cause an abnormal spatial vibration. Only then would it be approved, which was commonly called Stargate quarantine. Now, although this small spaceship was very small in quality and theoretically could not affect the stability of the Stargate, its vile actions of ignoring order naturally caused everyone to be dissatisfied. For a moment, the crowd surged. However, not long after, a clear announcement from the Stargate Monitoring Office made everyone shut up. This spaceship has the highest Stargate priority in the entire Milky Way to pass through first. Seeing this announcement, all the people who had protested earlier instantly fell silent. The dissatisfaction in their hearts turned into shock and doubt. There were only a few spaceships with such authority in the entire Milky Way. The person who could take this spaceship was definitely one of the top figures in the entire Milky Way. Then who was this important figure? Why did he come to this remote Earth Federation? He was even so close to Earth? For a moment, countless guesses filled the dense spaceship, causing another commotion. Chapter 756. Chu Nan did not know that his appearance would cause such a mess, let alone that he had already been guessed by countless people to be one of the top figures in the Milky Way. After entering the spaceship, he only gave an order to the mainframe AI on the ship. Target, Lepler star system, arrive as soon as possible. Then, he sat in the captain's seat and cultivated in peace. He adjusted his breathing and rested and ignored everything in the outside world. With the extremely fast speed of this spaceship and the most important highest authority, in just 3 days, it had already carried Chu Nan past another Stargate and entered a star system that he was abnormally familiar with. Lepler star system. Chu Nan opened his eyes and looked at the Stargate that had just jumped out on the huge virtual screen of the main console. It left a deep impression on him and almost took his life. He grinned. Alright, I'm back. Head to planet Lepler. Chu Nan gave another order to the mainframe AI on the ship. Then, he tapped on the personal terminal on his wrist and sent a communication request to Dongfang. The call was quickly picked up. Dongfang's clearly thinner face appeared on the virtual screen and he revealed a trace of surprise when he saw Chu Nan. Kid, you actually arrived so quickly. Chu Nan smiled and patted the chair under his butt. It's all thanks to this ship. There's no need to queue for testing when it passes the Stargate. Damn, I don't know where you got your dogshit luck to actually obtain such an awesome spaceship. For some operational needs, our company applied for this authority from the Milky Way Stargate Joint Administration for so many years. Your ship actually has such authority. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others. Chu Nan shrugged and did not answer. He had not told anyone about that mysterious girl at the moment. Dongfang only knew that he had unintentionally encountered a benefactor and had to be saved by him before sending him a ship to return. Alright, I can't be bothered to scold a guy with such a good character. Wait, I'll send you some information. Chu Nan roughly read the information sent by Dongfang, nodded, and smiled. Very good. It seems that guy is quite bold. He's actually not frightened away. Nonsense. He's a heaven control expert. How can he be so easily frightened? Moreover, the current situation of the Lepler star system is really troublesome. No one dares to act rashly, so how can they care about him? Dongfang sighed. Chu Nan closed the information and asked Dongfang curiously, then, did that guy do anything special recently? Did he just watch you guys cause trouble here? What else can he do? Could it be that he dares to get another cosmic pirate fleet to find trouble with us? If he really dares to do this, do you believe that the people of the United States of Meleda will be the first to destroy him? I believe you. Hearing Dongfang's interesting words, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. I didn't expect this guy to be so aggrieved now. He really deserves it. However, he doesn't have to be aggrieved for long. I'll quickly let him go. Hearing Chu Nan's words, Dongfang's expression quickly became serious. Chu Nan, answer me seriously. Are you really confident? He's a heaven control expert. Chu Nan still had a confident smile on his face. If I'm not confident, do you think I'll come? Alright, go. Dongfang nodded, but remember, if there's really no other way, get it back immediately. It's different from the previous time. As long as you're not dead, we have enough strength to protect your life. Don't worry, I won't let you have that chance. The corners of Chu Nan's mouth curled into a smile. Then, he closed his personal terminal and calmed his mind. When the spaceship entered the synchronous orbit of planet Lepler, Chu Nan ordered it to stop. Then, he opened the cabin door and flew out of the spaceship before smashing toward the extremely huge and familiar planet. A moment later, he had already penetrated the atmosphere of planet Lepler. His extremely high speed caused the air to burn fiercely, turning into a fireball like a meteor that smashed towards a large building complex in the wasteland of planet Lepler. 13 seconds later, the fireball accurately landed in the middle of the building complex. Boom! Greg had been a little vexed recently. Ever since those damned Earthlings brought their army to the Lepler star system, he discovered that his life was no longer as good as before. Although those Earthlings did not dare to directly attack the surface of planet Lepler because of the warning of the United States of Meleda and other misgivings and could not do anything to him, these guys had also attracted the armies of the United States of Meleda and the surrounding countries, causing the entire starry sky of the Lepler star system to be almost filled with the regular space fleets of the various countries. The situation was extremely tense, but they did not give any other factions any room to move. Originally, according to Greg's plan and the private agreement between him and the Kingdom of Kexley, after the last plan was successfully implemented, he could fully control the entire planet Lepler. He even had hope of letting the Sand Eagles faction explore this planet and grow stronger. However, after that incident, the reaction of the Earth Federation was intense. They unexpectedly sent an army, causing the other countries to have no choice but to react. In an instant, this galaxy that had been calm for decades became the center of attention again. Under the unyielding attitude of the various countries, even if Sand Eagle was already the strongest organization on the surface of planet Lepler, even if he was a heaven control expert, he was still helpless. What made him the most vexed and even a little flustered was that there was still no news of Supremacy Lahir. In the beginning, he had fantasized that Supremacy Lahir would easily deal with Supremacy Ovally of the Earth Federation and he could control the entire planet without any effort. Then, as time passed, the fantasies in his heart gradually shattered. Now that he had not received any news from Supremacy Lahir after so long, there did not seem to be any news from Supremacy Ovally either. Greg was almost certain that the two of them should have perished together after a huge battle somewhere. If those Earthlings lost a Stargrade martial artist, it would naturally be a serious blow to them. However, to Greg, if they lost Supremacy Lahir, it would no longer be as simple as a blow. Greg knew very well that in front of the huge country's strength, even a Stargrade martial artist was slightly insufficient, let alone an initial stage heaven control realm expert. Therefore, he could not do anything during this period of time. He could only obediently stay at the Sand Eagle headquarters and even order his subordinates to restrain their actions and not easily provoke trouble. At the same time, that General Duclerman, who clearly had the support of the United States of Meleda, took the opportunity to develop his forces wantonly. In the past month, he had already snatched many territories belonging to the Sand Eagle. Should I not have listened to the bewitchment of those guys from the Kingdom of Kexley and killed those Earthlings back then? Greg suddenly felt a trace of regret, especially that kid. Why did I have to kill him? If I let them go, these damned Earthlings would not have sent out an army and caused other countries to make such a big fuss, right? Thinking of this, Greg could not help but sigh. Regretting what he had already done was not in line with his personality. The most important thing now was how to face the current situation. Just as he was thinking, Greg's deputy, Moto, suddenly rushed in. Chapter 757. Seeing that Moto actually looked a little flustered, Greg frowned. What happened? Leader, this is the latest news from the Earth Federation. News from the Earth Federation. Greg's heart stirred. His gaze landed on the virtual screen opened by Moto's personal terminal, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. There was a person's profile hanging on the most obvious spot. It was actually the damned Earth kid he had just thought of. Chu Nan. Hasn't this kid been dead for nearly half a year? Why is there still news related to him? Greg asked and continued to read. He was immediately shocked. The title of this news was only a few simple words. Chu Nan, I'm still alive. Greg took the opportunity to continue reading and discovered that the content of this news was actually one thing: Chu Nan was still alive and had publicly appeared 3 days ago on Earth. Looking at the video information about Chu Nan's appearance in the news, Greg could not help but look at Moto and see the surprise in his eyes. Could it be that this kid was really still alive? After a moment of silence, Greg sneered. Even if his luck is heaven-defying, so what if he's still alive under such circumstances? He's only a void break guy. He's not worth mentioning. But the Earth Federation suddenly publicized the news that he's still alive with such great fanfare. Could it be related to what happened here? I suspect that the next actions of those guys from the Earth Federation might point at us. Moto's face was still filled with worry. Leader, if the Earth Federation uses him to interfere in entering the surface of planet Lepler, we have to be wary. No, Greg shook his head bluntly. The excuse for those guys from the Earth Federation to come here is that this kid died here. Now that this kid has already come back to life, the Earth Federation has even bluntly publicized it. Their next action will definitely be the opposite of what you guessed. They should retreat from here. Retreat. Moto thought for a moment and slowly nodded. That's possible. Those guys from the Earth Federation have been here for more than 4 months and can't do anything. Now, they probably can't endure the pressure brought to them by the United States of Meleda. It's possible to let that kid out and find an excuse to retreat. However, what I find strange is, how did this kid survive? He fell into the Stargate with his body. It's indeed a little strange. Greg stared at Chu Nan's face on the virtual screen for a long time before shaking his head. Alright, ignore him. Perhaps he's lucky. In any case, he's only at the void break realm. Could it be that you're worried that he'll dare to come here to seek revenge? Greg suddenly stopped talking and looked up in surprise. Boom! Before Moto could react, a loud bang suddenly sounded from outside, causing all the items on the tables in the room to jump. Before these bottles and jars could fall to the ground, an extremely violent force swept over and forcefully blew the door down from the outside. A terrifying air wave swept into the house and swept up all the items in the house as if a hurricane had suddenly risen in the house. Even with the strength of a void break martial artist, he still felt that he could not stand steadily under such a terrifying airwave, and his body swayed slightly. He was immediately shocked. What happened? At this moment, Greg displayed his powerful strength as a heaven control martial artist. He still stabilized his body in the violent airwave and slowly stood up. How dare you take the initiative to come here to die? You're really tired of living. Greg sneered, and in the next moment, his body had already disappeared in front of Moto. Moto was stunned. He hurriedly circulated his internal breath and stared at the air wave that swept out. He rushed out of the house and flew in the direction of the explosion. The intense explosion had already alarmed the entire Sand Eagle headquarters. Several figures flew out from all directions. All the void break experts left in the Sand Eagle headquarters had been alarmed and flew towards the center of the explosion. Everyone flew to the location and was immediately shocked. The location of the explosion was the square in the middle of the Sand Eagle headquarters. At this moment, this flat square had already turned into a huge pit. All the buildings and numbers beside the pit exploded and were destroyed into residue. At the bottom of the deep pit, there was a figure that they could not forget. Chu Nan. Everyone looked at Chu Nan at the bottom of the pit in shock. When they saw his naked appearance, they naturally recalled the first time he appeared at the Sand Eagle headquarters. That time, Chu Nan had also smashed a huge pit in the square. He was also naked. However, compared to that time, the pit Chu Nan had smashed was larger and deeper. Most importantly, the aura on his body was clearly even more terrifying than before. Not only did this kid escape from death after falling into the Stargate, but his strength had also even increased greatly. Greg hovered in the air and looked down at Chu Nan at the bottom of the pit. His eyes narrowed slightly and could not help but carry a trace of surprise. In the news that Moto had shown him just now, this kid had clearly appeared in the Earth Federation 3 days ago. Why was he here now? Most importantly, why was he not dead? Why was he not dead? Chu Nan raised his head to look at Greg in the sky and chuckled. Very good. I'm very happy that you didn't escape. Now, I don't have to search for you all over the Milky Way. Escape. Greg raised his eyebrows and sneered, arrogant. After saying that, he casually slapped down and a huge palm print landed in the air and slapped towards Chu Nan. This palm strike seemed to be casual, but in fact, he had already used at least 80% of his strength to attack in anger. The power was extraordinary. However, when he saw the palm print land, Chu Nan did not even have the intention to dodge it. He stood upright and still looked up at Greg with a mocking smile. Boom! The palm print instantly slapped the ground and actually forcefully sank a few meters deeper into the deep pit that Chu Nan had smashed. A huge palm print was firmly engraved in the pit and the 5 finger marks were extremely obvious. It could be seen how terrifying the power of Greg's palm was. However, when the dust dissipated, everyone was surprised to discover that Chu Nan was still standing on the spot. The bottom of the pit around him had been sunken by Greg's palm, but the ground under his feet was still intact and looked like a high platform. This kid can actually receive the leader's palm strike head-on. The other void break martial artists in the air looked at Chu Nan in shock with unbelievable expressions. None of them dared to receive Greg's palm strike head-on, but Chu Nan seemed to have easily endured it. Could it be that in less than half a year, not only had he escaped death, his strength could actually advance by leaps and bounds to such an astonishing extent? This was simply unreasonable. Chu Nan allowed the surrounding soil and dust to fall, but they could not splash on him at all. He still raised his head and stared at Greg without letting go. He could not allow anything to happen to him in this revenge battle that spanned more than 1,000 light years. Chapter 758. Seeing that Chu Nan was actually unharmed by his palm, Greg could not help but be shocked. In the battle where he chased after Chu Nan nearly half a year ago, he had only casually slapped out and this kid could not receive it at all. In the end, he miscalculated and was slapped into the Stargate. He originally thought that this annoying kid would die just like that, but he did not expect that not only did he survive well, his strength had also soared. It was really unbelievable. However, this also confirmed his intention to kill Chu Nan. This kid had such an increase in strength in less than half a year. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would surpass himself sooner or later. Fortunately, this guy who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth was actually so anxious to take revenge. He was even stupid enough to come here alone. He was simply courting death. If he did not take the opportunity to kill him, he might not have any chance in the future. These thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Without a word, Greg slapped again. This time, he did not underestimate Chu Nan at all. He slapped out and used his full strength. Feeling the terrifying spatial energy surging in the surrounding space, Chu Nan was not nervous at all. Instead, he smiled with a trace of disdain. Even this Greg in front of him was still a high mountain to him nearly half a year ago. It was impossible for him to face a heaven control expert head-on. He was almost slapped to death with a palm strike, forcing him to avoid the Stargate and find the only possibility of survival. However, now, although he was also facing this powerful heaven control martial artist and the other party's terrifying palm, Chu Nan could no longer sense the terrifying feeling of despair. Chu Nan could not even be bothered to move and forcefully endured this palm strike with his body. However, such a terrifying palm that was even enough to shatter space landed on Chu Nan's body like a gust of wind. It only made his body sway, but it could not injure him at all. Chu Nan lowered his head to look at his still smooth and clean chest. When he felt that even his meridians were not under much pressure, he could not help but laugh. This guy can't even hurt my skin. His body had been destroyed and reforged countless times in the extremely violent and terrifying spatial energy in the alternate space. After experiencing thousands of refinements, the strength was countless times higher than the first time he was forced to survive in space. It had long far surpassed the ordinary heaven control realm. Although Greg was powerful, he was only an initial stage heaven control realm martial artist in the end. How could he easily injure his body? In the sky, the shock on Greg's face became even stronger. He had definitely used his full strength in this palm strike without any tricks, but Chu Nan actually received it so easily. How was this possible? Greg did not believe it in his mind. Then, he saw Chu Nan's mocking smile and was immediately furious. He slapped again. He even used the ultimate technique that he would not easily use in this palm strike, the Samadhi body burning palm. When he slapped down, the entire space seemed to have been burned. The air twisted wildly because of the intense temperature, as if it had instantly turned this space into a huge oven. However, when the fiery palm landed, Chu Nan still endured it without moving and was unharmed again. This is impossible. Greg was shocked and furious at the same time. He raised his hands high and two balls of light appeared in his palms because of the high condensation of spatial energy. Threads of bright flames flickered and countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Then, he swung them forcefully and smashed them at Chu Nan. The smile on Chu Nan's face disappeared and his expression became slightly serious. He could clearly sense that the power of these two balls of light that had condensed spatial energy was extraordinary. Even with his abnormally tough body, he did not dare to say that he could completely receive them. However, who stipulated that he had to use his body to receive it? Chu Nan tapped his feet and his body flew up before he threw both fists. The moment he struck out, two halos mixed with white, green, and black auras enveloped his fist. Then, his fist struck the two energy balls almost at the same time. Boom, boom. It was as if two suns had appeared in the sky at the same time. An extremely intense light illuminated the entire sky. Terrifying spatial energy shock waves exploded in all directions at the same time. The other void break martial artists who were originally floating nearby to watch the battle sensed these terrifying spatial energy shock waves and did not dare to stay any longer. They flew in all directions and fled. However, their flying speed still could not keep up with the speed of the shockwave. The last and weakest void break martial artists were swept by the shockwave. They spat out blood and fell from the sky. Clearly, they were already heavily injured. The other void break martial artists who were not injured were also in a sorry state and could only fly far away. How could they care about watching the battle? They only knew to escape as far as possible. Their hearts were filled with shock. That kid called Chu Nan was actually able to fight the leader head-on. Could it be that his strength had really reached the point of being on par with the leader? However, they still underestimated Chu Nan. After using his new special cultivation method to easily break through the powerful energy ball thrown by Greg, Chu Nan did not stop at all. He instantly flew in front of Greg and threw a punch at his face. In the end, Greg was a heaven control realm martial artist. How could he be so easily struck by Chu Nan? He sneered and flew back, planning to distance himself. However, just as his body moved, he definitely felt the spatial energy in the space around him suddenly become abnormally chaotic. Spatial cracks appeared out of thin air, and extremely terrifying violent spatial energy surged out from them. Mixed with the originally calm spatial energy in the positive space universe, it actually instantly turned this stable space into danger everywhere. Greg was shocked. He did not expect Chu Nan to have such an ability. However, the more unexpected the situation was, the calmer he became. His body sank and his body circulated, instantly absorbing the spatial energy around him. Feeling that he could successfully control the spatial energy around him alone, Greg immediately calmed down. He sneered in his mind and slapped Chu Nan again. Even if this kid's strength far exceeded his imagination, it was impossible for him to dodge at such a close distance. What could he use to resolve it? Seeing that Greg was slapping again, Chu Nan was not afraid, frightened, nervous, or excited. He was only calm. Although they had only exchanged a few short moves, he was already certain he would definitely win. Chapter 759. Before he fought Greg, Chu Nan had actually relied on the data to deduce many specific situations when he fought in his mind. He had even included all kinds of unexpected situations and ensured that nothing went wrong. That was why he had rushed thousands of light years in 3 days with Dong Fang's help to take revenge. Now that Greg's performance did not exceed his calculations, he was naturally calm. Seeing Greg's palm slapping over, a black aura seeped out from the front of Chu Nan's fist and connected all the black spatial cracks in the space. It instantly dyed the entire space dark and even light could not escape. Greg immediately discovered that he seemed to have arrived in another space. The spatial energy around him became extremely violent. Even with his powerful strength as a heaven control martial artist, it was actually very difficult to control it. He looked at Chu Nan, who was still leisurely and indifferent in this space, in surprise. Greg knew that after not seeing this guy for nearly half a year, his strength had indeed increased far beyond his expectations. If he dared to underestimate him again, he would probably suffer a huge loss today. Thinking of this, Greg took a deep breath. The huge internal breath in his body circulated and mobilized all the spatial energy fused into his body. His entire body emitted a strange red and black light. He was forced by Chu Nan to use his proudest unique cultivation method, the flame-boiled thunder wind wave technique, and planned to regain control of the spatial energy around him. After he successfully cultivated this cultivation method, Chu Nan was the fourth person in his 23 years of martial arts life to force him to use it. The top 3 people who forced him to use this cultivation method were all the top experts he had faced at that time. Just from this point, it was enough to prove that Chu Nan's importance in his heart had greatly increased. However, as soon as the strange light mixed with internal breath and spatial energy left his body and touched the thick darkness in the surrounding space, it was immediately like spring snow encountering a warm sun and instantly melted completely. He did not even have any abnormal reaction. Feeling that he could not stop the invasion of the black aura at all, let alone reverse the continued violence of the spatial energy around him, Greg was shocked. While he could still control the spatial energy in his body, he flew back with all his might. Fortunately, he reacted in time and successfully escaped before the black space swallowed him. While flying back at high speed, the report sent by Kenris after his first contact with Chu Nan a few months ago appeared in his mind. In the report at that time, Kenris claimed that this kid had grasped an extremely strange cultivation method. It was suspected to be the exterminating heart technique that shook the entire Milky Way and was called the #1 cultivation method in the Milky Way. At that time, Greg did not believe it at all. If this kid really grasped the exterminating heart technique, he must be a member of the royal family of the Declan Empire. However, if he was a member of the royal family of the Declan Empire, why would he take this risk himself? Later on, Chu Nan was slapped into the Stargate. Later on, after the reaction of the Earth Federation confirmed that he was indeed from the Earth Federation, he was completely thrown aside and ignored. However, now, Greg could not help but pick up this thought from the trash basket in his mind again. Was such a terrifying cultivation method that seemed to want to devour everything really not the exterminating heart technique? Chu Nan did not give Greg any time to consider. The moment he flew back, he had already caught up without any hesitation. In terms of flying speed, after these few months of life and death tempering and focused cultivation, Chu Nan was no longer inferior to an initial stage heaven control martial artist like Greg. Now, one was chasing forward and the other was retreating. Chu Nan easily caught up to Greg and threw another punch. Seeing the black aura seeping out of Chu Nan's fist and spatial cracks appearing in the surrounding space, Greg could only retreat again. Chu Nan chased after him and Greg retreated again. The two of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already flown out of the sky of the Sand Eagle headquarters and were hundreds of kilometers away. Before long, the two of them had completely flown out of the continent where the Sand Eagle headquarters was. Looking at the endless sea below, Greg turned around and looked at Chu Nan, who was still chasing after him. A trace of anger arose in his heart. Since when did he have to be chased around by such a kid who he did not take seriously at all? Greg suddenly twisted his body and his originally flying body changed to pulling up. A moment later, he rushed into the clouds above his head and penetrated the atmosphere of planet Lepler in the blink of an eye. As soon as he entered space, Greg immediately felt his body lighten, and the pressure he felt instantly decreased. Greg turned to look behind him and sneered in his mind. Kid, even if your cultivation method is strange and your strength is extraordinary, so what? In the end, you're not a heaven control expert like me. If you want to fly freely in space, you're still far from it. The smile on Greg's face suddenly froze. A small hole opened in the atmosphere below and a figure flew up. Who else could it be but Chu Nan? This kid has actually become a heaven control martial artist. Greg could not suppress the shock in his heart. Less than half a year ago, this kid's strength was already extremely shocking. At that time, he could even kill a 4th stage void break martial artist like Dakota. However, no matter how outstanding his strength was, Greg could clearly determine that the strength of his internal breath was at most equivalent to a 3rd stage void break martial artist. Not to mention a heaven control expert like him, it could not even be compared to several high-level void break martial artists under him. Although later on, in the process of chasing after this kid, he had displayed his abnormal martial artist side and could actually move in the sky for a short period of time, he was still not a heaven control martial artist. Now that less than half a year had passed, when he saw this kid again, he actually had the ability to fly freely into space. This meant that he was actually already a heaven control martial artist? How was this possible? It had only been less than half a year since he was forced into the Stargate and last seen. In such a short period of time, he could break through from a third-stage void break martial artist to a heaven control martial artist? No, this was impossible. When he recalled that it had taken him 7 years to break through the barrier from a fifth-stage void break martial artist, Greg did not believe that another martial artist had actually used less than half a year to jump from a third-stage void break martial artist to a heaven control martial artist. This completely went against common sense. However, Chu Nan had already approached again and threw another punch. Although it was in space where the light was much weaker, the black aura on Chu Nan's punch was still abnormally clear. It was as if this black aura had opened up another special space that could not be ignored. Greg's nostrils flared. Even though he knew that there was no air, he still could not help but take a deep breath. Then, his internal breath circulated and he felt the spatial energy in the sky that was far purer and easier to control than under the atmosphere. He quickly calmed down. Kid, so what if your cultivation method is magical? So what if your talent is strong? In the end, you are only a heaven control rookie who had just broken through with luck. Now, let me teach you why as a heaven control martial artist, the place where you can unleash your strength the most is in space. Chapter 760. Seeing Chu Nan approach, Greg did not dodge this time. He opened his arms and activated his internal breath with all his might. The extremely pure and dense spatial energy in space swarmed towards him. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a visible form and enveloped Greg's body like a ball of light. Chu Nan's punch arrived and Greg slapped out with his palm. The halo formed by the spatial energy around him shrank towards his palm. A moment later, a red and black energy pillar shot out from his palm. The eruption of this pillar of light was extremely fast and did not give Chu Nan any time to react. It almost struck him as soon as he attacked. A dazzling energy halo erupted from Chu Nan's body and his body was immediately smashed towards the surface of planet Lepler below. His speed was twice as fast as when he flew up. Greg gently took a deep breath and slowly calmed his internal breath that was fluctuating violently because of the previous strike. Then, he looked at the hole that Chu Nan had just smashed in the atmosphere of planet Lepler below and sneered in his mind. Kid, in a battle between martial artists, although cultivation methods are important, in the end, it's still a competition of the hard strength of both sides. With a rookie who has just broken through to the heaven control realm, how can you block my flame lightning storm cannon? Greg spent a while calming his violently fluctuating internal breath. Just as he was about to fly down and find Chu Nan to kill him, his eyes narrowed. A figure suddenly flew up from the atmosphere below. It was Chu Nan. Damn, this kid is really difficult to deal with. Greg cursed in his mind, but he was not very surprised. As early as in his previous few encounters and the large number of reports he had obtained from his subordinates, he already knew very well that the most terrifying thing about this kid was his extremely powerful and even unbelievable life force and recovery ability. As long as he could not be killed in a single strike, it would not be long before he appeared in front of you intact. According to the analysis in the report submitted by Kenris, it was very likely that Dakota had died at the hands of this kid because he had used this to exhaust himself to death. Greg took another deep breath and shook his head. He did not think too much and mobilized his internal breath with all his might again. A moment later, he fired another flame lightning storm cannon and struck Chu Nan, who flew up. Chu Nan's body, which had just flown halfway, was immediately blasted back. This time, Greg did not give him any time to calm his internal breath. He forcefully suppressed the chaotic fluctuations of his internal breath and crazily condensed the pure spatial energy around him again. Another flame lightning storm cannon landed and accurately struck Chu Nan again. However, even with such continuous attacks that had already exceeded his limit, Greg was surprised to discover that Chu Nan's body that was falling at high speed below the atmosphere still remained intact and did not seem to be injured. Greg hesitated for a moment before flying after him. It was not easy for him to use his advantage in space to force this kid into such a situation. If he could not take this opportunity to kill him, with this kid's shocking recovery ability, he might not have any chance in the future. A moment later, Greg had already caught up to the falling Chu Nan. At this moment, Chu Nan seemed to be in a coma because he had been struck by 2 consecutive shots of the flame lightning storm cannon. He did not react to Greg catching up. Greg bluntly stepped forward and slapped Chu Nan. The terrifying force that erupted from his palm slapped Chu Nan's body down even faster. Then, Greg accelerated again and slapped down. Bang, 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 bang. Under the clear sky of planet Lepler, it was as if a series of thunderclaps had sounded. The voice sounded from afar, scaring the nearby birds away. Chu Nan's body was struck by Greg's palm strike after palm strike. He was like a ball that was continuously slapped and accelerated his descent. In less than 5 seconds, Greg had already slapped Chu Nan 23 times in a row. Boom! When the last palm landed, Chu Nan's body was forcefully sent into a ring-shaped mountain below by Greg's palm. He smashed out with another terrifying sound that was even more shocking than the thunderous sound earlier. This ring-shaped mountain was an active volcano. Chu Nan happened to be slapped into the volcano by Greg's palm and his body smashed in with a huge impact. It was like a ball of flames had been thrown into an explosive and instantly ignited the entire volcano. Boom! First, a ball of dust shot out, and then intense flames erupted with the surging magma. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was dyed red. Thick smoke mixed with fiery red and terrifying magma rolled out of the volcano, causing the surrounding crust to tremble wildly. In just a few moments, this originally calm place turned into a terrifying scene like hell. Greg floated in midair and lowered his head to look at the magma continuously erupting from the volcano below in silence. He had already used his full strength in this series of pursuit just now and had even used a close combat method that he had never used since he became a heaven control martial artist. It was to ensure that he could kill Chu Nan. However, under such a series of terrifying attacks that were enough to shatter an initial stage heaven control realm martial artist of the same level as him, Chu Nan's body still did not seem to have suffered much damage. Be it the touch of his hand or his perception of his aura, he could not confirm that Chu Nan was already dead. This was also the reason why he did not dare to enter the volcano and continue to pursue. As a heaven control expert, he could naturally easily endure a small problem like a volcano eruption. However, because he had attacked Chu Nan with his full strength just now, his internal breath had been severely exhausted. If he rashly chased in and Chu Nan still had the ability to counterattack, he would probably not have much strength to deal with it. Caution was the most important thing for him to reach this step. Even if he faced the temptation of successfully killing Chu Nan, he would not give up easily. He did not have to wait long. In less than a minute, magma that was far more intense than before suddenly erupted from the volcano. A figure shot out from the magma at the same time and flew in front of Greg. It was Chu Nan. "Heh, Greg, did you have a good time fighting just now?" Chu Nan smiled and looked at him. "You've already had a good time. Isn't it my turn now?" Greg looked at Chu Nan deeply and did not hesitate to turn around and fly into the sky at high speed. At this moment, he no longer underestimated Chu Nan or had any intention of defeating or even killing him. There was only one word: escape. Chapter 761. In the vast space, two figures flew past at high speed. Wherever the figure passed, two strips of ripples naturally appeared in the originally empty space, as if two small fish had quickly swam through the water. However, compared to the waves caused by the fish swimming in the water, these two spatial vibration ripples caused by the two of them driving the surrounding spatial energy at high speed were undoubtedly much more dangerous. If these two ripples appeared under the atmosphere, it was very likely to cause a disaster on the surface. They would definitely not be easily resolved by the vast space like now. Chu Nan looked at Greg, who had actually disappeared from his vision, and suddenly smiled. The frequency of the spatial energy vibration fluctuation left behind by Greg had already clearly decreased compared to before. It proved that after a long pursuit, his internal breath had been greatly exhausted and could no longer support the extremely fast speed from before. According to the current data change, he would only need half an hour at most to catch up to Greg and personally kill him. Speaking of which, this guy is really flexible. When he saw that the situation was bad, he actually chose to escape immediately. He doesn't care about his face at all. When he recalled that he had actually chased for 2 hours before this guy revealed a trace of exhaustion, Chu Nan could not help but admire Greg. This guy fled without any hesitation. It was almost equivalent to throwing away the foundation he had painstakingly built. Even Chu Nan had to admit that he was inferior to such decisiveness. However, when he recalled that if he did not run, he would definitely die under his hands in the end, making such a decision was the most reasonable choice. But do you think you can escape like this? With a thought, Chu Nan's control of the spatial energy around him became smoother and more natural. His flying speed was slightly faster than before. Greg seemed to have sensed the change in Chu Nan behind him and used some method to increase his speed. He still tried his best to maintain the distance between the two of them and not be caught by Chu Nan. Chu Nan was overjoyed. In fact, if not for the sake of maintaining the balance between the consumption and replenishment of his internal breath, his speed could have been even faster. However, the strength of Chu Nan's internal breath was still much inferior to a true heaven control expert like Greg. Although he could rely on his powerful ability to fuse with the universe to quickly absorb spatial energy from the surrounding space and quickly transform it into internal breath to replenish it, he basically did not have to worry about his internal breath being exhausted. If he exceeded a certain limit, the replenished internal breath could not keep up with his consumption. Moreover, it was more likely to exceed his limit if he increased it further. Therefore, he had always controlled his speed to the extent that he was slightly faster than Greg and did not want to be anxious. His current situation was actually very strange, it could even be said to be weird. In terms of physical strength, not only had he already reached the heaven control realm, but he had even clearly far surpassed the initial stage heaven control realm, causing it to be difficult for Greg to injure him at all. However, although the strength of his internal breath had increased extremely quickly under many fortuitous encounters and focused cultivation, it did not have a fast way to greatly increase after being tortured in an alternate space. Therefore, it was at most equivalent to a 4th stage, or barely reached the level of a 5th stage void break martial artist. To be safe and ensure that he was not left behind by Greg, Chu Nan had been deliberately controlling his speed. Now that Greg had already revealed his exhaustion, there was no need for him to hold back. He deliberately increased the speed to make the consumption of his internal breath even more intense. As expected, Greg only accelerated for a moment before his speed involuntarily slowed down again. The distance between the two sides began to close bit by bit. According to the current data, Chu Nan calculated that he would only need less than 15 minutes to catch up. Would there be any accidents in these 15 minutes? As soon as this thought arose in Chu Nan's mind, he saw Greg's body that had been flying forward suddenly turn left. Chu Nan immediately followed and looked ahead at the same time. He saw an asteroid belt filled with meteorites of all sizes lying in distant space. It looked like a belt had suddenly been put on in space. Seeing this asteroid belt, Chu Nan laughed. Is this considered secretly learning? A few months ago, in order to cover the escape of the fleet and caravan of the Ceres security company, he had piloted the ultra-small spaceship to lure Greg to this asteroid belt and wait for an opportunity to escape before returning to the Stargate to try and escape. However, his efforts were in vain. Now that Greg had actually flown to this asteroid, could it be that he planned to secretly learn from Chu Nan and use the complicated environment in this asteroid belt to escape? How is this possible? Chu Nan shook his head. Previously, he could use the ultra-micro spaceship to escape from Greg because it was a piece of high-tech equipment after all. After he closed all the equipment on the ultra-micro spaceship, he felt that it was no different from the other meteorites and asteroids in the asteroid belt. That was why Chu Nan took him by surprise. However, now that Greg was flying with all his might alone, no matter how he moved, even if he only maintained the basic activities in space, it would definitely cause an obvious spatial energy fluctuation. In the eyes of Chu Nan, who was extremely sensitive to spatial energy, he was simply as bright and dazzling as a searchlight in black. How could he deceive him? Seeing Greg fly into the asteroid belt from afar, Chu Nan hesitated for a moment before flying in. After the previous intense battle, especially after letting Greg attack for a long time and still being helpless, Chu Nan did not have to worry about him having any ability to counterattack. He had crossed more than 1,000 light-years to take revenge this time, but he had even fooled the group of people from the Federation army. If he did not achieve his goal this time and killed Greg and let him escape, it would be almost impossible for Chu Nan to find such an opportunity next time. A cunning guy like Greg would definitely not give him such an opportunity. Even if there was a little potential danger, Chu Nan did not care. In his current state, he was completely confident that unless the other party was still hiding a star-grade martial artist to ambush him, his life would definitely not be in danger. The two of them flew into the asteroid belt one after another. To Chu Nan's surprise, Greg did not use the terrain to hide in the asteroid belt. Instead, he flew almost straight in a direction. Chu Nan was puzzled. From the looks of it, Greg seemed to have a clear goal in flying into this asteroid belt. However, could anything inside save his life? The two of them were extremely fast. In just 2 minutes, they had already passed through nearly a third of the asteroid belt and entered its depth. The more asteroids there were, the denser they were. At this moment, Chu Nan had already lost sight of Greg, but he could still clearly sense his whereabouts and was not worried. However, Greg was still flying straight into the deepest part of the asteroid belt, which puzzled him. After a moment, Greg suddenly landed on a super large asteroid with a diameter of at least 1,000 kilometers. The spatial energy fluctuation that transmitted next became extremely weak, proving that his activities on it were not intense at all. What's this guy doing? Chu Nan was puzzled and landed on the asteroid. Chu Nan was certain that if Greg did not have any methods, this asteroid would be his burial ground. However, just as Chu Nan was about to land on the surface of the asteroid, a change occurred. A super small spaceship that flickered with a fiery red light suddenly flew out from the back of the asteroid. In an instant, it shot into space at an extremely high speed. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated the asteroid belt and disappeared into the vast universe. Chapter 762. Chu Nan was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Greg would actually hide a spaceship in such a place. Moreover, the speed of this spaceship was so shocking that it was almost twice as fast as his flying speed. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared into the distant sky. Clearly, this place should be the escape route that Greg had carefully prepared for him. If he encountered such a situation where he needed to escape, he would use this high-speed spaceship to escape. The retreat route he prepared was naturally not targeted at star-grade martial artists because in front of them, the speed of the positive spatial universe was almost meaningless. It was basically impossible to rely on a spaceship to escape. However, if it was a heaven control expert of the same level as him or a martial artist like Chu Nan who could defeat him, he could rely on the extremely high speed of this spaceship to easily escape from the other party's defense. This guy is indeed cunning. Chu Nan cursed in his mind before the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. However, do you think you can escape like this? With a thought, an abnormally dazzling white light suddenly erupted from his body. Life explosion. It was as if an extremely thick bolt of lightning had cut through the black space. With a shocking aura, Chu Nan completely ignored the large and small asteroids blocking his way in the asteroid belt and rushed towards the direction where Greg fled in a straight line. A moment later, he had already flown out of the asteroid belt. Looking forward, he could even see the dot flickering with a red light at an extreme distance. With Chu Nan's current realm of fusing with the universe, when he activated life explosion with all his might, not only would it burn from his body, it would also cause the pure spatial energy in the universe around him to burn. He flew forward quickly like this, and the white light around his body became stronger and stronger. Soon, it turned from a ball of white light that could only surround his body to a huge ball of light. From afar, it was as if another small star had lit up in space. Greg looked at the situation displayed on the monitoring screen of the spaceship and was shocked. The surprise and shock this kid brought him were simply endless. At first, he thought that he could easily kill this arrogant guy who dared to take the initiative to provoke him. However, now, when he looked at the dot of light that was getting closer and closer on the monitoring screen, his heart was filled with panic. The only thought he had was whether he could escape. Fortunately, according to the analysis of the mainframe AI of the spaceship, even if Chu Nan's speed had already surpassed the extreme speed of the spaceship, it would take at least an hour for him to catch up to the distance of nearly 2 light seconds because he had fled very suddenly. According to the navigation route, he only needed 40 minutes to fly from here to another stargate that led to the Sapphire Star field and jump out. As long as he jumped into the stargate, no matter how powerful Chu Nan was, he was not a star-grade martial artist, so it was naturally impossible for him to chase after him. When he recalled that the kid behind him had such an idea a few months ago and wanted to pilot that ultra-small spaceship to jump into the stargate to escape, and now, he was forced to learn this kid's method, Greg's heart was filled with humiliation. However, before his life, there was no need to consider humiliation. As long as he could survive, what could he not give up? Kid, my foundation for so many years has been destroyed by you, but just wait. As long as I escape this time, I'll definitely make you suffer in the future. Your family, friends, and everyone you know, I'll torture them to death one by one and let you experience the deepest pain. Greg's eyes revealed endless hatred as he fiercely swore in his mind. However, in the next moment, shock replaced the hatred in his heart. Greg raised his head in shock and looked at the sky outside the window of the spaceship. A dot of light approached from afar, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a 3-story tall spaceship more than 100 meters long, blocking his escape route. Warning! As soon as the mainframe AI of the spaceship that Greg was on issued a warning, 2 dazzling beams had already been fired from the front of the sudden spaceship. Without giving Greg any time to react, they accurately struck the spaceship he was on. A ball of red light exploded. Under the bombardment of these 2 powerful particle beams, the spaceship that Greg was on immediately turned into dregs in space. As a heaven control expert, Greg naturally would not die under these mere 2 particle beams. However, after losing the spaceship he relied on to escape, his heart instantly sank. His gaze landed on the silver spaceship that suddenly appeared, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. How can this kid grow so quickly? How can he have so many strange and magical cultivation methods? He clearly hasn't broken through to the heaven control realm, so how can he defeat me? How can he still have such an advanced spaceship? Without the extremely high speed brought about by the spaceship, Chu Nan, who was chasing after him, instantly caught up not far away. Grayer turned to look at Chu Nan, who was getting closer and closer. He took a deep breath and suppressed the unwillingness, anger, fear, and other emotions in his heart. Then, he turned to look at the spaceship that suddenly appeared in front of him. His internal breath circulated and flew towards it. Although the hope was not high, if he could snatch that spaceship, he still had a chance to escape before Chu Nan caught up to him. As long as he could escape, he would definitely make that kid pay the price in the future. However, the last hope in his heart instantly turned to dust. The spaceship seemed to have sensed Greg's intention. When it saw him flying close, it did not attack at all and flew in the other direction without any hesitation. With the performance of this spaceship that far exceeded the spaceship that Greg had just piloted, in less than a breath, it had already turned into an undetectable dot of light and disappeared into the depths of the universe. Greg's heart sank again. He knew very well that if Chu Nan needed it, this spaceship would definitely block his path again. Now that he had lost the support of the spaceship and was alone in the vast universe, the nearest star was at least 2 light minutes away from him. It was impossible for him to find another place that could help him escape in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Greg fell into deep regret. If he had not thought of relying on his heaven control realm martial artist strength to kill Chu Nan in space and had directly returned to the headquarters to find a spaceship to escape to the nearest stargate, he would have long escaped through it. However, now, he had nothing to rely on in this place and only had the choice to fight Chu Nan to death. However, when he recalled Chu Nan's extremely powerful body that was still intact under his full-strength attack, for the first time, Greg completely lost his confidence. Chapter 763. In less than 2 minutes, Chu Nan, who was wrapped in a ball of dazzling white light, suddenly stopped and looked at Greg in shock. At this moment, Greg did not have any intention of attacking. Instead, he opened the personal terminal on his wrist and expanded the virtual screen to the largest. On the huge virtual screen, there was only a short scene playing continuously. However, when he saw this scene, Chu Nan had no choice but to give up on immediately attacking Greg and forcefully stopped. This was because what appeared on the screen was the scene of Supremacy overly fighting with that star-grade martial artist called Lahir. The scene only lasted for a few seconds. Chu Nan carefully looked at it a few times but could not confirm if it was true. However, on careful thought, he did not think that Greg would foresee this situation and prepare such a scene in advance. After looking at it for a while, Chu Nan looked at Greg behind the virtual screen and frowned deeply. This is a message from Supremacy Lahir before he passed through the Stargate. Greg's voice entered Chu Nan's ears through the microwave vibration of spatial energy. Do you want to know where they went? Chu Nan focused his gaze on Greg and discovered that he was expressionless. He could not tell what he was thinking and could not determine if this was true. However, after reading this scene a few times, Chu Nan felt that it was very credible. From the high-speed movement of the background and the precise recording of Supremacy overly, coupled with such a camera angle, if this was sent to Greg after the recording, there was no problem. Chu Nan was silent for a moment before he calculated in his mind and roughly grasped the method to transmit sound through the vibration of spatial energy. He opened his mouth and tried before asking Greg, "What do you mean?" "If you let me go, I'll tell you where they are," Greg replied. "Humph, do you think I'm a fool?" Chu Nan sneered. "What if you don't tell me that I asked you to leave? Moreover, why should I believe you? This is simple. We can agree on a restriction that everyone can accept. As for whether you're willing to believe it, I believe you can't grasp any relevant information about that Supremacy overly now, because they're not on the Orion arm at all." "Not in the Orion arm." Chu Nan was stunned and could not help but ask, "Where is it?" Greg pointed at the huge virtual screen. "Do you see the huge stargate behind the two of them? This stargate is actually the only channel between the Sapphire star field and the Orion arm and the Perseus arm, the hunting stargate. In the past few months, I've been unable to contact Supremacy Lahir, and I believe you can't contact Supremacy overly either. Therefore, I'm certain that the two of them must have passed through the hunting stargate and headed for the Perseus arm. Chu Nan stared at the short scene on the virtual screen a few more times and had to admit that what Greg said made sense. If Supremacy Overly had already died at the hands of Supremacy Lahir, it was impossible for him to not show up until now, and there was no news, so Greg would not have fallen into such a situation. On the other hand, if Supremacy Overly defeated or even killed Supremacy Lahir, it was impossible for her to not obtain any contact with Angie Prairie or Chu Nan for so long, let alone ignore the matters in the Lepler star system for so long. However, if the two of them perished together, it was also impossible. How shocking was the battle between two star-grade martial artists? If the two of them even wanted to perish together in the end, it would definitely cause an extremely terrifying disaster. It was not strange for several planets to be destroyed. It was impossible for there to be no abnormal news like now after nearly half a year. Therefore, the only explanation was that the two of them had passed through the Stargate and headed for the Perseus arm, as Greg had said. Due to the fact that they were on different spiral arms and were more than tens of thousands of light years apart, coupled with the strict sealing of external information by the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance that controlled the Perseus spiral arm, it was normal that they could not receive any information related to them here. Regarding the situation of the Perseus arm and where Supremacy Lahir might lure Supremacy Overly, only I know. It's impossible for you to know, Greg continued. Therefore, if you want to obtain information about Supremacy Overly, you can only go through me. Chu Nan fell silent and quietly looked at Greg for a moment. Then, he gently exhaled and slowly nodded. You're right. Greg was immediately overjoyed. He took the risk and indeed struck this kid's weakness. Looking at his intimate relationship with Angie Prairie, his relationship with Supremacy Overly was definitely extraordinary. It was impossible for him not to care about her situation. Since there were conditions that tempted him, anything could be said. In that case, you really want to know the situation of that Supremacy Overly? The corners of Greg's mouth could not help but curl into a smile. As long as this kid was tempted, he had absolute confidence in convincing him and finding a chance to escape. It was even possible to find an opportunity to pull this kid into danger and kill him. If you want to know, let's make a transaction. Before Greg could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Several black auras suddenly emitted from Chu Nan's body and instantly dyed the surrounding dark sky completely black. Even light could not escape. Greg was shocked and wanted to retreat, but he suddenly discovered that endless black intent suddenly spread from all directions and instantly enveloped him. Looking over, he actually did not have any direction to dodge. Don't you really want to know the news of Supremacy Overly? Greg was anxious and could not help but shout. However, he discovered that the spatial energy of the surrounding world had completely entered Chu Nan's control. The spatial energy vibration he controlled had just touched the monstrous black intent that invaded the surroundings when it directly turned into nothingness and could not be transmitted. How can this kid be so strong? At this moment, Greg had long lost all his confidence when facing Chu Nan. When he sensed danger, the first thing he thought of was to escape. However, he was surrounded by a dense black aura in all directions and had nowhere to escape. In his fear, anger arose. Damn, brat. Since you don't give me a way out, don't blame me for fighting you. Greg's heart was filled with anger. The remaining internal breath in his body circulated wildly, mobilizing all the spatial energy stored in his body and the spatial energy that he could still control around him. It gathered in his palm and he slapped out. This palm strike could be said to be his full-strength counterattack when facing a hopeless situation. It condensed all his essence, energy, and ultimate techniques. The power even surpassed any palm strike he had slapped out in the past. This palm strike was also the last. After slapping it out, life and death happened in an instant. Kid, die. Chapter 764. The surging anger mixed with the fear of death, causing the power of Greg's last palm strike to be extremely terrifying. However, the reality was even crueler than he had imagined. The ferocious palm force gathered a huge amount of spatial energy and slapped out. When it touched the black aura that enveloped his body, it was as if he had thrown a rock into an extremely deep pool of water. It only caused an extremely weak fluctuation in the black aura before it quickly melted and dissipated, turning into nothing. Greg could only watch helplessly as he was enveloped and invaded by the black aura. Then, he watched helplessly as the entire right arm that slapped out seemed to have been swallowed, and it even gradually disappeared without any pain. This is indeed the exterminating heart technique. A chill arose in Greg's heart, and he could no longer think of resisting. He closed his eyes and his life's experiences flashed past his eyes at high speed. The hardships of his youth, the hard cultivation after unintentionally becoming a master, the high spirits after the initial mastery of martial techniques, the hardships when he went out to train, the complacency after finally obtaining power independently. The past flew past his eyes one by one and finally turned into a sigh in his heart. In the end, this was the end. He was going to die. Greg closed his eyes and waited for death. After a while, he discovered that he was still conscious and could not help but open his eyes in surprise. Could it be that this kid still wants to know about Supremacy Overly and doesn't dare to kill me? A trace of joy had just crept into Greg's heart when he discovered that his vision was still dark. A palm slapped over from this darkness and struck his chest before he could react. Strands of black aura seeped out of his palm and seeped into every meridian in his body. Greg immediately felt as if all his meridians were bitten by countless ants at the same time. After a sharp pain entered his bones, he felt that his entire body was empty and he instantly lost control of his body. This kid actually wants to capture me alive. After this thought flashed through his mind, Greg's vision darkened and he completely fainted. Planet Lepler, Sand Eagle Headquarters. Moto looked up at the sky, his eyes involuntarily revealing a trace of worry. The other members of the Sand Eagle had already been successfully comforted by him, allowing the entire organization to resume normal operations. However, Moto could not feel at ease. From the moment that Kid appeared to the moment the leader fought him and left, half a day had passed. However, up until now, there was still no news from the leader. Could it be that Kid's strength has really increased greatly and he can fight the leader for so long? Moto hurriedly shook his head and threw away the most terrifying thought that appeared in his mind. Impossible. The leader was a one-in-a-million heaven control expert, but that kid was only a 20-year-old youth. No matter how strange his cultivation method was or how powerful his talent was, how could he be the leader's match? The reason why the leader had not sent any news back until now was probably because he had encountered other things and was delayed midway. There was no need to worry. In comparison, the most important problem now was other aspects. For example, what did this kid's sudden appearance mean? Why did the Earth Federation deliberately release the news that he was still alive 3 days ago? What would his appearance make the Earth Federation's army in the Lepler star system do? How would the forces of other countries react? How would it affect the Sand Eagle? All kinds of problems made Moto's head hurt. Without the leader around, he could not even find anyone to discuss these problems. However, if the leader returned, with his arrogance, it would probably not be easy for him to listen to his opinion. Thinking of this, Moto had an even greater headache. For a moment, he even had an idea. If the leader really won't return from now on, it might be better. Just as this thought arose, Moto suddenly heard several exclamations around him. He turned around and saw that the surrounding people were looking up at the sky with shocked expressions. Moto's heart stirred. He also looked up at the sky and saw a fireball aimed at this place at an astonishing speed. Seeing this scene, compared to shock, Moto was more afraid. No way. Boom. In the next moment, the fireball accurately smashed into the square that Chu Nan had smashed into. Moto hurriedly suppressed the shock and fear in his heart and flew over. He lowered his head and immediately fell into extreme shock with the other Sand Eagle Void Break martial artists who had also flown over to check the situation. In the middle of the pit stood a naked young man. It was Chu Nan. This kid can actually return alive. However, what shocked them more than the fact that Chu Nan was still alive was that he was holding someone in his hand. Although that person had his head lowered and could only see his side profile, with the familiarity they had developed for many years, they still easily recognized him. This person was actually Grek. In the pit, Chu Nan suddenly raised his head and looked at Moto. Although Chu Nan's appearance and expression did not change compared to before, when he met his gaze, Moto's body could not help but tremble. He instantly understood the meaning in Chu Nan's eyes and obediently flew down. After landing in front of Chu Nan, Moto carefully looked at the person in his hand and confirmed again that although this person had a broken right arm, he was indeed Grek. He raised his head and stared at Chu Nan for a while before lowering his head. Please instruct me. Chu Nan chuckled. I like to deal with smart people. I only want to say 3 things. Listen carefully. Yes. Moto assumed a respectful posture. Firstly, there's no news of Supremacy Ovally and Supremacy La here now. You don't have to expect them to return. Yes. Secondly, I've captured Grek. Don't expect him to return. Yes. Thirdly, I'll get someone to contact you later. Your Sand Eagle has to cooperate with him as much as possible. Yes. After hearing Chu Nan's instructions, Moto raised his head again and looked at the young man who was still extremely young and was only around 20 years old. He could not help but reveal an irrepressible shock and doubt. What right did such a young guy have to have such terrifying strength? He was actually able to capture a heaven-control martial artist like Grek alive. One had to know that capturing a person alive was much more difficult than killing him. Alright, there's no need to look at me. I'll tell you this. I'll get someone else to contact you for the other things. Chu Nan waved his hand at Moto. Moto hurriedly bowed again. May I ask how we can confirm that person's identity? There's no need to worry. Chu Nan grinned. You definitely know that guy. After saying that, Chu Nan tapped his feet and soared into the air. As soon as he flew into the air, he suddenly landed again. He looked at the shocked Moto and scratched his head as if he was a little embarrassed. Right, there's one more thing. Last time, cough, where are those maids last time? Hand them to me. Moto was even more shocked and could not help but glance at the vital part of Chu Nan's naked lower body. Even if his strength was powerful enough to even capture Grek alive, in the end, was this guy only a young and energetic youth? Chapter 765. The expression on Dongfang's face was several times stranger than Moto's. He stared at Chu Nan on the virtual screen for a long time before finally saying something. Damn, you're finally enlightened. Enlightened. Chu Nan glanced at him in confusion. Did you hear what I said? Nonsense. Of course, I heard it. Otherwise, why would I say that you finally understood? Dongfang acted as if it was the first time he had met Chu Nan. As he sized him up, he clicked his tongue inside. In the past, I saw that you were always not interested in hooking up with girls in the academy and thought that you were gay. I didn't expect you to shock the world with a single feat others take their time to woo girls, but it's fine if you don't try, but you actually went after 4 at once. Tisk tisk, you have a bright future. Get lost. What nonsense is this? Chu Nan said angrily, I asked the 4 of them to come because I'm worried that after I've killed the boss of Sand Eagle, will they get into trouble because they were once related to me? They suffered so much because of me previously. If they suffer because of me now and are even killed, won't I feel guilty for the rest of my life? Continue to be hypocritical. Dongfang shook his head. Clearly, he did not believe Chu Nan's explanation. You even killed the boss of Sand Eagle. Even if those people from Sand Eagle know that these 4 maids are related to you, they will only treat them well. How can they dare to touch them? If you miss women, just say it. You're 20 years old this year and you need women seriously. This is not something embarrassing. What's the point of hiding it? Chu Nan helplessly rolled his eyes. Looking back, he discovered that the four maids were squeezed in the corner of the spaceship, trembling. Seeing Chu Nan look over, the four of them barely squeezed out a smile at him, but it was as ugly as it could be. The four of them had almost been tortured until they were covered in injuries because of Chu Nan. Later on, if not for Chu Nan and Angie Prairie saving them, they would have died. Logically speaking, Chu Nan had saved their lives. However, when they saw Greg lying at Chu Nan's feet like a dead fish and missing an arm, they recalled that no one dared to disobey him in the headquarters. Their leader, who they did not even dare to look up to, had actually been beaten up by Chu Nan. Chu Nan's image in their hearts had long become even more terrifying than the Demon King. Chu Nan suddenly proposed to take the four of them away. They were not too happy and only felt fear because they could not predict what fate they would encounter. They had heard that the more experts there were, the more abnormal they were, especially a super genius expert like Chu Nan who could defeat Greg at such a young age. He could only be even more abnormal. Look, he was still naked. If Chu Nan only wanted to do something erotic to them, they were not afraid at all. It could even be said that they could not ask for more. However, they were afraid that Chu Nan's abnormality far exceeded their imagination. Their future fate would only be extremely miserable. Seeing the reaction of the four maids, Chu Nan could only shake his head and could not be bothered to pay attention to them. He had already done his best to bring the four of them out of that lousy place called the Sand Eagle. He did not have the mood and time to comfort them. Turning around to look at Dongfang on the virtual screen, Chu Nan said seriously, "Alright, I won't talk to you about such nonsense. Do you remember what I said earlier?" Hearing Chu Nan's words, Dongfang's expression became serious. "Don't worry, I understand what you mean. It was not easy to deal with a huge problem like Greg. Next, I'll definitely make good use of Sand Eagle and the others to cooperate with the Holy Mountain of the Rand clan and cause some trouble on planet Lepler." "Yes, it's good that you understand." Chu Nan nodded. "I don't know anything about this and won't interfere. Do as you see fit." However, this guy, Chu Nan kicked Greg who was lying by his feet. "I hope you can send some capable people to interrogate him and try to get information about supremacy ovally from him. You've found the right person." Dongfang grinned. "Actually, you don't have to find anyone else. Bring him back and hand him to Uncle Mu Luo. He guarantees to teach this guy a lesson and let him say whatever he wants." "Alright, I'll go back now. I think the Federation army is definitely in a hurry to find me everywhere. The earlier I go back, the more at ease they'll be." Dongfang laughed. "Kid, you inexplicably ran more than 1,000 light years away and even killed a heaven control expert. Who could have expected this? However, from the news sent back by the Federation, there's no trouble for the time being. However, many people are already suspecting that your appearance 3 days ago was an illusion. They say that the Federation's military actually found someone else to pretend to be you with the goal of creating a reason for the Federation's army to withdraw from the Lepler star system." "Why do you say that?" Chu Nan's heart stirred. "Could it be that the situation of the Federation army and your series security company is really bad here? It's not good. Moreover, we'll definitely retreat. After all, supporting such a huge fleet to fight in a star system thousands of light years away from the Federation consumes too much. The military and the council have long decided to retreat. Your appearance really gave a very good reason to retreat. In other words, those people are not talking nonsense, but it's really like this." Chu Nan was surprised. About politics, truth and falsehood are not that important most of the time. An intriguing and complicated smile appeared on Dongfang's face. "I don't understand your thoughts." Chu Nan shook his head and could not be bothered to pay attention to these things. "I'll go back now. Do you have any messages to send back?" "I have nothing to say, but you have to be careful. You've become the center of the vortex of a major event in the Federation. You have to be quite careful with your every move," Dongfang said seriously. "Is that so?" Chu Nan smiled with a confident expression. He waved his fist at Dongfang and said, "Difficulties are not a problem in front of fists. As long as I become a star-grade martial artist, who will dare to casually interfere with my will?" "You're not a star-grade martial artist yet. Then do you think I'll become a star-grade martial artist?" Dongfang stared at Chu Nan seriously for a long time before sighing softly. "To be honest, I only said that I believed you in the past to increase your confidence. However, now I really believe you." Chapter 766. Chu Nan did not return to Earth directly. Instead, he returned to the purple cloud planet. Seeing the huge spaceship land, Chu Nan jumped down with a guy who had a broken arm and looked no different from a dead person. Four young girls who were as beautiful as flowers walked down from the spaceship behind. When they heard the voice, everyone was stunned. "Brother, you're..." Chu Xiaoxi, who was the first to rush over, carefully glanced at the Grek in Chu Nan's hand and was very puzzled. "Who's this guy? Why did you capture him? Did you break his arm?" Then, she looked at the four maids who had already gotten out of the spaceship and were standing behind Chu Nan in an extremely obedient manner. Chu Xiaoxi's expression became even stranger. "Brother, who are they? Don't tell me you went to kidnap people after disappearing these few days. Snatch my ass." Chu Nan angrily knocked Chu Xiaoxi's head and casually threw Greg to the ground. "Do you know who he is?" "I don't know." Chu Xiaoxi rubbed her head aggrievedly. "You didn't tell me." "Then let me tell you now. You should have seen the video of me being slapped into the Stargate by a star-grade martial artist a few months ago, right?" "Of course I've seen it." Chu Xiaoxi nodded forcefully. "When I saw it at that time, I thought you were dead for sure. I wished I could run over and kill the Heaven Control Realm expert who punched you into the Stargate." "Wait. Chu Zioxi's eyes suddenly widened as she pointed at Greg on the ground and asked in disbelief, could he be that heaven control realm martial artist? That's right. Chu Nan smiled and nodded. I disappeared for a few days to take revenge. Really? Chu Zioxi widened her eyes. She squatted down and flipped through Greg twice, but she could not see any aura of a heaven control expert from this guy. Brother, that guy is a heaven control martial artist. How can you defeat him? The truth is that I can defeat him and capture him alive. Chu Nan shrugged. When he saw Uncle Muluo walking over, he kicked Greg over. Uncle Muluo, interrogate him properly. We must get information about supremacy ovally from him. Uncle Muluo had long been informed by Dongfang. When he heard this, he nodded and agreed in a low voice before pulling Greg away. Although Chu Zioxi did not doubt Chu Nan's words, she still felt that it was very unbelievable when she saw Uncle Muluo dragging Greg away like a dead dog. Brother, how did you beat him and capture him? He's a heaven control expert. Tell me quickly. I'm very curious. I don't have time to slowly tell you these things now. I'm leaving in a while. I'll find time to tell you in the future. Chu Nan patted Chu Zioxi and waved at the 4 maids behind him before bringing them to Chu Zongping and Yufang. Mom, the 4 of them will stay at home to help you in the future. You can let them do housework, farm work, and so on. In short, settle them down first. Yufang carefully sized up the 4 maids in surprise and waved her hand. These 4 girls are all thin and tender. How do they look like people who do rough work? After saying that, she pulled Chu Nan to the side and asked in a low voice, hey, little Nan, tell me honestly. Don't tell me you ran somewhere to kidnap these 4 girls? They seem to be very afraid of you. Don't tell me you've already. When he saw Yufang gesturing with her fingers and making an ambiguous gesture, Chu Nan immediately did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chu Zioxi must have learned it from her mother. Mom, what are you thinking? How can I be the person who ran to kidnap girls? I saved the 4 of them from the nest of bad people. Now that they have nowhere to go, I'll place them in our house first. You can just find a place for them to live. How can that do? Yufang glared at Chu Nan. Since you said that the 4 of them were saved from the lair of bad people, they must have suffered a lot. From the looks of it, they might have been tortured. Now that you've finally saved them, you have to treat them well. How can you let them do rough work? Mom, you really don't have to do this. Let me tell you. Stop talking. Yufang waved her hand and interrupted Chu Nan. Since you left them at home, I have the final say in family matters. I'll arrange it. Don't interfere. Alright, Chu Nan could only roll his eyes and helplessly agree. Seeing Yufang walk over with a smile, the 4 maids immediately knelt down and greeted her, scaring her. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. Perhaps even if his mother racked her brains, she would not be able to understand the relationship between him and these 4 maids. However, it did not matter. In any case, he had already asked the 4 maids on the way back and knew that they had been kidnapped by Sand Eagle from elsewhere. Their families had long been destroyed and they had nowhere to go. Now that Chu Nan had brought them out of Sand Eagle, they could not ask for more. No matter how Yufang treated them, they would not, let alone dare to have any complaints. With Yufang's personality, Chu Nan was worried that she would treat the 4 of them like daughters and spoil them. Looking at Yufang's concerned expression towards the 4 maids, this worry was very likely to become a fact. Sigh, your mother has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Chu Zongping shook his head and retracted his gaze from Yufang and the 4 maids. He asked Chu Nan, little Nan, have you thought of what to do next? I've been looking for news on the Milky Way network these few days and discovered that many people in the Federation are paying attention to your news. You can't act rashly anymore. Alright, I know. Dad, I know my limits. Chu Nan nodded. Chu Zongping waved his hand. Alright, you're already old. You're not that kid who didn't know anything in the past. You can deal with those things yourself. I can't help much. However, remember, no matter what happens, protecting your life is the key. Your mother and I are old and can't stand hearing the news of your death a second time, understand? Yes, I will. Chu Nan nodded especially hard this time. He knew very well how much trauma he had caused his parents and Chu Zioxi when he was assumed to be dead previously. Therefore, although he had crossed thousands of light years to take revenge on Greg this time, he had only truly gone after careful calculations to ensure that he at least had the ability to escape safely. After knowing the news about supremacy ovally from Greg, he did not have any impulsive thoughts. Compared to before, he was already much more stable in his actions. Chapter 767. Right, Dad, I might have to leave in a while, Chu Nan said. Ah, so fast? You're not staying at home for 2 days before leaving? Chu Zongping asked in surprise. No, there's no time. You know that I slipped away from under the nose of the Federation army. Disappearing like this for a week has already messed up their plan. If we don't hurry back, the Federation army will be anxious. Oh, right. I've seen these on the Milky Way network. They say that you're an important chess piece of the Federation army now. What does the Federation army want to use you for? Chu Zongping frowned and shook his head. I don't know this, but if the Federation army needs your help, you should try your best to satisfy them. This is not only our obligation as citizens of the Federation, but also because it's best for ordinary people like us to not provoke them. Chu Nan laughed and thought to himself that after experiencing so much, he was probably no longer an ordinary person. However, there was no need to tell Chu Zongping these things. He only nodded in agreement to reassure him. While they were chatting, an armed low-altitude shuttle with the military mark suddenly flew over from the distant sky and landed on the farm. Look, I was just talking about them when they came. Chu Nan tapped his feet and flew towards the low-altitude shuttle. The armed low-altitude shuttle stopped in the air. The side door opened, revealing a serious face. Chu Nan, you're back. Hello, Major Nariel. Are you here to capture me? Chu Nan smiled and greeted him. This Major Nariel was one of the garrison officers of the military base closest to Chu Nan's house. Chu Nan's spaceship was temporarily stored in that base. The two of them had seen each other twice under Dunleavy's recommendation and could be considered to know each other. Don't joke. Major Nariel was still stone-faced and serious. We detected the return of your ship, so we knew you were back. Now we have orders to bring you back to Earth. Aren't you still capturing me? Chu Nan shrugged. Actually, you don't have to capture me. I originally wanted to go back. In any case, I still have to go to Star Cloud Academy and go to Earth. No, I'm not arresting you. The Marshal wants to see you, Major Nariel said in a low voice. Marshal. Chu Nan was stunned. Wait, which Marshal? Of course it's Marshal Kimikov, the Supreme Commander of the Federation Army. Major Nariel had a proud expression as if at the mention of Marshal Kimikov's name, his face became more glorious. Are you serious? Marshal Kimikov wants to see me. Chu Nan was even more stunned. Why does the Marshal suddenly want to see me? You'll know when you get there. Our mission is only to bring you there, Major Nariel replied coldly. Chu Nan shook his head and felt a little strange, but he did not have any nervous thoughts. He had already seen many star-grade martial artists now and had a deep relationship with Supremacy Ovally. At the same time, his strength had already advanced by leaps and bounds. He had even just defeated a heaven control expert like Grek and returned. At this time last year, he was only a rookie with the strength of an overlord body in West Cloud Academy. Not to mention that star-grade martial artists seemed to be far away from him, even heaven control martial artists would make him feel unreachable. The current him already had the strength to step into the heaven control realm. If he saw Marshal Kimikov again, he would not be as nervous and worried as the first time. The most important difference was that the first time he went to see Marshal Kimikov, he had only had the chance because of his request. Moreover, he had a request. This time, it was Marshal Kimikov who took the initiative to summon him. Then wait for a moment. I'll leave after informing them. Chu Nan waved at Major Nariel and flew back. After telling them about Marshal Kimikov, Chu Zongping and Yu Feng were immediately shocked. They could not be bothered to blame Chu Nan for leaving as soon as he returned and hurriedly pushed him out. The Marshal summoned you, so there can't be any delay. Let me tell you, little Nan, you have to be careful in front of the Marshal. Don't accidentally anger him. That won't be good. Yu Feng tidied Chu Nan's clothes and reminded him worriedly. Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. How can the Marshal be so petty? Little Nan, just remember not to speak nonsense. Chu Zongping waved his hand and pretended to be magnanimous. However, his words still struck panic in his heart. To these two ordinary farmers who were located in the Federation's rural star system, the Supreme Commander of the Federation Army was the top figure. Just thinking about it made them feel dizzy. They did not expect that their son would actually be summoned by the Marshal one day. For a moment, they were extremely excited and nervous, as if they had been summoned by the Marshal. Alright, you don't have to worry. It's not like I haven't seen the Marshal before. He's a very good person. Chu Nan shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to turn around and instruct the four maids, Chu Zioxi jumped out. Brother, you're going to Earth now, right? Yes, why? Let me go with you. Chu Zioxi said excitedly, I've long wanted to go. Zioxi, stop fooling around. Yu Feng immediately berated, he was summoned by the Marshal this time. What are you messing around for? That's right. Chu Zongping immediately echoed, your brother is going to Earth for serious matters, not to play. I have serious matters to attend to too. Chu Zioxi knew very well that she could not get through to her parents. She turned to Chu Nan for help. Brother, I've thought about it. If I cultivate in the martial arts hall at home, I'll have too little knowledge and it's meaningless. I want to go to Star Cloud Academy to take a look. If I'm satisfied, I'll register for Star Cloud Academy next year. You want to go to Star Cloud Academy? Chu Nan touched his chin and thought for a moment before nodding. That's not bad. Staying in this place all the time will make your vision narrow and is not conducive to your future growth. However, even if you go this time, I'll only bring you to take a look. There's still half a year until the registration test of Star Cloud Academy. There's no hurry. Yes. Seeing that Chu Nan agreed, Chu Zioxi immediately nodded happily. She cheered and rushed into the house to pack her luggage. Dad, Mom, since Zioxi wants to go, this is a rare opportunity. Why don't you go with her? Chu Nan said to Yu Feng and Chu Zongping, you've never been to Earth, right? This is a good opportunity. Let's go play for a few days. Chapter 768. Chu Zongping waved his hand repeatedly. No. What are we going to do? You have something important to do. If we follow, we'll only delay your serious matters. What's there to delay? Go ahead and play. I'll just go see the Marshal myself. Chu Nan shook his head. Moreover, the Marshal will definitely only summon me for a look. Can he let me play at his house for a few days? No, Yu Feng suddenly rejected it very firmly. Little Nan, it's easy for you to say. Do you know how much it costs to go to Earth once? If our entire family goes together, just the travel expenses will be thousands. Coupled with the food, accommodation, and fun on Earth, it will cost tens of thousands. We still have to save the money at home for you and Zioxi to go to school. We can't waste it on this. Yes. Only then did Chu Zongping seem to have understood. He hurriedly nodded in agreement. It's too expensive to go to Earth. It's fine if Zioxi goes to see Star Cloud Academy in advance, but your mother and I don't have to follow. Chu Nan tilted his head and thought for a moment before suddenly realizing that, this was really a problem. His personal strength had soared, but this had nothing to do with his economic benefits. It was very easy to resolve this problem by directly asking Dongfang, but it was too embarrassing to borrow money from him for a family vacation. Damn, could it be that I, an expert who can even kill a heaven control expert, have to worry about a little money? Chu Nan frowned and suddenly thought of a solution. He opened his personal terminal and dialed a private call. A moment later, Tom Kench's chubby face appeared on the virtual screen. When he saw Chu Nan, he let out a long breath. Oh, my god, Chu Nan, it's really you. Chu Nan was a little amused. What? Don't tell me you believe what those netizens say? The me who appeared previously was only someone from the Federation Army who pretended to be me. To be honest, I'm indeed a little worried. Tom Kench laughed awkwardly. However, it's great to be able to see with my own eyes that you're still alive. The research I'm doing related to you has already reached the most critical period. If you really disappear, my previous efforts and a large amount of research resources will be completely in vain. Chu Nan laughed and was a little surprised that Tom Kench would admit this so frankly. However, he could not be bothered to pay attention to these details. He paused for a moment and said to Tom Kench, I'm looking for you this time because of what I said on Planet Lepler previously. Tom Kench immediately stopped smiling. Chu Nan, this matter is a secret. Please don't casually reveal it. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. I want you to help me. Oh, what favor? When he heard that Chu Nan wanted his help, Tom Kench was not impatient at all. Instead, he was very happy. Since Chu Nan was willing to ask him for help, it would naturally be much easier for him to continue participating in the research in the future. It's very simple. Chu Nan turned the virtual screen and aimed it at Chu Zongping and Yufang. They're my parents. I have something to do on Earth this time and my parents plan to come and play together. However, because I might not have time to accompany them, I hope to borrow your Noctem Chamber of Commerce's relationship to arrange it. Do you think? No problem. Tom Kench immediately patted his chest and agreed. He revealed an extremely kind and friendly smile to Chu Zongping and Yufang. The two of you, I'll definitely send someone to make the most appropriate and thoughtful arrangements for your trip. I guarantee that you'll have a happy journey on Earth. Chu Zongping and Yufang were a little awkward. At this moment, they could not reject Chu Nan and could only force a smile. Remember the cost of this trip first. When the time comes, deduct it from my research reward, Chu Nan said. Tom Kench immediately put on an insulted expression. Chu Nan, aren't you treating me as a friend by saying this? You've provided so much help to our Chamber of Commerce's research and only arranged for your parents to travel on Earth. It's not a big deal. Why would we need you to pay any fees? At this point, Tom Kench changed to an extremely expectant expression and asked softly, about that, since you've returned to Earth this time, if it's convenient, please come to me. There are some questions I need to discuss with you. What do you think? Seeing Tom Kench's careful appearance, Chu Nan was amused. He nodded and said, alright, no problem. I'll take the time to go. That's great. Tom Kench was immediately overjoyed. He glanced at Chu Zongping and Yufang and said to Chu Nan, regarding the travel, you can directly contact Carlyle later. He'll make appropriate arrangements. Okay. After closing his personal terminal, Chu Nan shrugged at Chu Zongping and Yufang. Look, money is not a problem now. Moreover, there are people specially arranging it for you, so you don't have to worry. Go play as much as you want. His gaze landed on the four maidservants beside him and Chu Nan added, right, bring them along. You've all left. There's no one at home, so it's not good to leave them behind. Yufang ignored Chu Nan's words and asked in surprise, Little Nan, the person you were talking to was an important figure in the Noctem Chamber of Commerce? You're very close to him. Chu Nan laughed, it's not anything good. We're just cooperating. Cooperate? What do you want to cooperate with him for? Don't tell me you're selling blood? Yufang was even more surprised. Chu Nan covered his face and sighed, Mom, what era is it now? Is there still such a thing as selling blood? Don't think too much. Go play with Dad for a few days and relax. Don't worry about anything else. As soon as he finished speaking, a few crisp sounds suddenly sounded above his head. Chu Nan raised his head and discovered that it was the sound of the low-altitude shuttle above his head. He knew that Major Nariel should be a little impatient from waiting, so he waved at Chu Zongtian and Yufang. Tell Zioxi to come with her. I'll leave first. After saying that, Chu Nan ignored Yufang's shout and flew up. Seeing that Chu Nan had finally flown into the shuttle, Major Nariel sneered, Kid, you're quite busy. Chu Nan smiled back, it's alright. Didn't you see that I was summoned by the Marshal? Major Nariel's expression sank, but it was not convenient for him to flare up. He could only give the order to set off in a low voice. A moment later, the low-altitude shuttle had already cut through the sky with everyone and disappeared into the distance. Chapter 769, Star Cloud Academy. Lin Ningdao glanced at the new dean of the martial arts branch, Zhou Tongjing, who was standing respectfully opposite him and shook his head slightly. Dean, you're not satisfied? Zhou Tongjing immediately asked carefully. Lin Ningdao frowned even more. It was not that he was dissatisfied with the plan submitted by Zhou Tongjing, but he was a little dissatisfied with him. The previous branch dean of the martial arts branch, Simandi, was too domineering when he was in office. He almost always put on a posture of competing with him, the dean. Many things were too arbitrary, so he was naturally dissatisfied. He used the few consecutive things that happened because of Chu Nan to remove Simandi from power. However, Zhou Tongjing, who had taken over as the branch head of Simandi, was too respectful to him. It could even be said that he was obsequious and had no opinions. he was also dissatisfied. As the most important branch dean of Star Cloud Academy, it was naturally impossible for the martial arts branch to not have any responsibility and opinions. Has this plan been discussed at the branch meeting? Lin Mingdao pondered for a moment and asked. Of course I dare to hand it to you after a detailed discussion. Zhou Tongjing immediately smiled and replied, as long as you agree to this plan, we'll carry it out like this. Lin Mingdao shook his head and threw the paper report back. This is the matter of the martial arts branch. Since your branch's internal meeting has been discussed, you don't have to ask for my opinion. How can that do? Zhou Tongjing immediately put on a surprised expression. The martial arts branch is the martial arts branch of Star Cloud Academy. It's always under your leadership, Dean. How can I not ask for your opinion on such a thing? Moreover, Zhou Tongjing paused and glanced at the report on the table. Dean, you pay a lot of attention to the person involved in this matter. I naturally need to ask your opinion. Hearing Zhou Tongjing change the way he addressed him, Lin Mingdao smiled and waved his hand. All right, as long as the martial arts branch deals with it impartially and does things without hurting the students, how can I casually criticize the matters of the branch? Just do it. Hearing the meaning of Lin Mingdao's words, Zhou Tongjing was immediately overjoyed. He put away the report and said with a smile, since you've already seen it, Dean, I'll start preparing to implement it and strive to deal with it as soon as possible. Yes, go. If this matter continues to drag on, it will cause an extremely bad effect on our martial arts branch and the entire Star Cloud Academy. If we can resolve it as soon as possible, that's naturally the best. However, Lin Mingdao suddenly emphasized, don't have any thoughts. I don't want to cause any more trouble because of him. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. I'll definitely deal with it carefully and achieve the best result. I'll definitely satisfy you, Dean. Zhou Tongjing nodded in agreement. After waiting for a while and seeing that Lin Mingdao did not say anything else, he bowed and quietly left. Seeing that the door was closed by Zhou Tongjing, Lin Mingdao gently exerted strength with his feet, causing the chair he sat on to turn around and face the floor-to-ceiling window behind him. Looking at the small courtyard that had turned green because of the late summer that had entered the north of Earth, Lin Mingdao sighed deeply and shook his head lightly. This kid has already grown to this extent. I'm afraid he's no longer as easily satisfied as before. A low-altitude shuttle flew quickly over northern Siberia. Although it was already late summer in the northern hemisphere of Earth, the extreme north of Siberia was still bone-chilling and the cold wind was biting. The low-altitude shuttle flew less than 1,000 meters above the ground, and the surrounding temperature was shockingly low. However, in such an environment, the side door of this low-altitude shuttle was completely opened, allowing the cold wind in the sky to pour into the shuttle without holding back, blowing the cabin. Chu Nan and Hasklovsky sat facing each other. Although their powerful bodies made him feel cold at all and the biting cold wind could not make him move at all, when he saw that the other soldiers in the cabin still had to leave their seats with their butts bent and maintained a motionless posture, he still had a strange expression. I say, is this considered a special training method? Chu Nan could not help but point at the soldiers and ask Hasklovsky. Major Nariel did not bring him directly to Earth. Instead, he only sent him to a Federation Army combat spaceship. Next, he took that spaceship to Earth and was sent to Siberia without any breathing. Then, he was picked up by Hasklovsky. Due to the military operation, the journey to Earth that originally needed at least 3 days was forcefully compressed to a day. Now that he was already in Siberia and was about to see Marshal Khimikov, his parents and Chuzioxi had just contacted Carlisle and were discussing and studying the tourist route after coming to Earth. No, this is not considered formal training. Hasklovsky shook his head, and his loud voice sounded in the cabin. This is only their most ordinary request. Real training is much crueler than this. This is only the most ordinary request. Chu Nan was secretly speechless. As the marshal's personal guard, he was indeed completely different from the other soldiers. After looking at the soldiers again, Chu Nan could not help but have a naughty thought. He also learned from them and left the stool to squat down and perform the horse stance. This naturally would not be a problem for him. With his powerful body, not to mention the horse stance, it was not difficult for him to even somersault. Seeing his actions, Hasklovsky's originally serious face could not help but smile. This guy was still a young man in the end. Chu Nan, can you tell me your current strength? Hasklovsky suddenly asked. Chu Nan was stunned. He looked at Hasklovsky and discovered that there was not much expression on his face, as if this question was only a casual question. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan replied honestly, I can't say what level it should be, but according to the strength of the basic internal breath, I should be around a 4th stage void break martial artist. Hearing Chu Nan's answer, the soldiers beside him could not help but turn to look at him in surprise. This kid was actually already a 4th stage void break martial artist? Some of these soldiers had seen Chu Nan when he asked to see Marshal Khimikov last year, but some had never seen him. However, even if they had never seen it before, they were basically not unfamiliar with Chu Nan. In the past few months, the Federation Army had launched an operation against the Lepler star system. The main person involved was Chu Nan. As the personal guards of the Marshal, no matter how unconcerned they were about the outside world, it was very difficult for them not to have heard of Chu Nan's name. Previously, they had already felt abnormally surprised that this kid who was only 20 years old was actually a void break martial artist and even had the ability to move in space like a heaven control expert. Now that they heard Chu Nan say that he had actually reached the level of a 4th stage void break martial artist, they felt even more unbelievable. How could this kid have such powerful strength at such a young age? One had to know that the strongest person among the Marshal's personal guards, Ramsalov, had only just broken through to the heaven control realm, and he was already 37 years old this year. However, this was not the end. Hasklovsky's next question made their already widened eyes widen even more. Even their mouths could not help but completely open in shock, so large that they could almost stuff an entire goose egg. Chapter 770. Since you only have the strength of a 4th stage void break martial artist, how did you kill an initial stage heaven control martial artist like Grek? Hearing Hasklovsky's question, not only were the nearby guards shocked, Chu Nan was also slightly shocked. It had only been a few days since he captured Grek alive, but he had already informed Dongfang in the middle. He had not seen anyone after that. How did Hasklovsky know? Hasklovsky smiled. If we don't know anything about you taking away such an important figure from the Lepler star system, those guys from the Federation Army's intelligence department should all be fired. Chu Nan shrugged and thought to himself that there was actually nothing strange about this. Although most of his battle with Grek was completed in space, the Lepler star system was now filled with the space fleets of several countries. There were definitely all kinds of monitoring methods. They had probably already taken control of the entire star system, so it was understandable that they detected his battle with Grek. Moreover, he did not hide his return to the Sand Eagle headquarters on planet Lepler at all. It could even be said to be a huge fanfare. If the people arranged by the Federation Army and the Lepler star system were still ignorant, then as Hasklovsky had said, they should really remove all the guys in the intelligence department. I won't reveal the details. Generally speaking, although the strength of my internal breath is only at the level of a 4th stage void break martial artist, the strength of my body has already reached the heaven control realm. In fact, it's even slightly stronger than ordinary heaven control realm experts. That Grek could not do anything to me and could not escape. In the end, I chased after him and tortured him to death bit by bit. Chu Nan's answer was both true and false. It was really the strength of his internal breath and body. What was fake was that the main reason why he could defeat Grek and capture him alive was because of the various strange cultivation methods he had grasped. In particular, after the magical cultivation method he had secretly learned from that mysterious girl was fused into the mutated goddess song cultivation method he had grasped, the power produced was shocking even to him. Facing the attack of this magical cultivation method, although Grek was a heaven control expert, he did not have much ability to resist and was defeated and captured alive. Of course, it was impossible for Chu Nan to casually reveal such a thing that involved his most private internal breath cultivation method. Hasklovsky clearly knew this. Therefore, when he heard Chu Nan's answer, he nodded and smiled. He did not have the intention to ask further. Instead, he looked at him carefully and suddenly slapped him. Chu Nan could tell from the internal breath seeping out of his palm that he did not have any ill intentions, so he did not dodge and puffed out his chest to endure this palm strike. Slap. Hasklovsky's palm seemed to have struck an old tree and emitted a muffled sound. The clothes on Chu Nan's chest immediately shattered like butterflies, revealing his smooth chest, but he was unharmed. Chu Nan still squatted in the horse stance without even swaying. Hasklovsky and the guards beside him looked at Chu Nan's chest in surprise. Although Hasklovsky was not the top expert among the marshal's guards, his current strength was already at the 3rd stage void break realm. Even if he did not use his full strength, the power of this palm strike was definitely extraordinary, but Chu Nan forcefully endured it so easily. Chu Nan lowered his head to look at his chest and smiled bitterly. About that, Hasklovsky, this is a set of clothes I finally obtained 2 days ago, but you destroyed it just like that. I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring a change of clothes. That's simple. When we reach the place later, just choose a suitable military uniform and wear it. Hasklovsky waved his hand and glanced at Chu Nan from head to toe as if he was in a dilemma. The only problem is that you're too thin and small. I'm afraid it's not easy to find a suitable one. If there's really no other way, I'll find a set for you from the nearby female military camp. Looking at your size, it should be suitable to wear their clothes. Female soldier uniform. Chu Nan's face immediately darkened. The few guards beside him also laughed and looked at Chu Nan with mocking eyes as if they were fantasizing about him wearing a female soldier uniform. What? You're not satisfied? If you're really unwilling, that's simple. Just strip naked. No one will say anything about you. In any case, you often fly around naked in the Lepler star system, right? Hasklovsky looked at Chu Nan with a smile. I heard that you're almost a legend on planet Lepler. Be it the local Rand clansmen or those Sand Eagle subordinates, they've all mentioned you, an earthling who always likes to fly naked in the sky. Damn. Chu Nan slapped his face and covered his face as he groaned in pain. Damn. I was forced to risk my life for them. It's not like I like it. Moreover, he had only been naked a few times. How was it always loved to be naked? Alright, thinking about it carefully, ever since he went to planet Lepler, he had indeed flown around naked a little too many times. In fact, even Angie Prairie was used to seeing it. Damn, when I see Tom Kench, the first thing I'll do is get him to get me a set of high-tech clothes that can automatically be repaired. Chu Nan secretly made up his mind. Although it was awkward, the unfamiliarity between the surrounding guards and Chu Nan seemed to have disappeared in an instant after Hasklovsky mentioned this topic. These guys gave up on continuing to squat and surrounded him. They leaned towards Chu Nan and laughed as they asked him about his experience of being naked on planet Lepler. Oh, no, punishing evil and upholding justice. As they laughed and chatted, the journey was especially fast. It felt like only a moment had passed, but in fact, 26 minutes later, the height of the low-altitude shuttle began to decrease. A moment later, it had already landed by a small lake that was still covered in thick ice. Chu Nan glanced at the lake that was reflecting the sunlight and thought to himself that the marshal really liked to live by such a frozen lake. The first time he saw him last year was in this environment. Now that he had changed places, the environment was actually almost identical. There was a small lake, a small mountain, snow, and ice. The marshal should be waiting for you. Seeing Chu Nan sizing up the place, Hasklovsky smiled. Yes, I can't wait to ask the marshal for guidance again. Chu Nan nodded. If he had to be honest, the reason why he thought of refining or even only reconstructing his body to escape danger when he was in danger was because of what Marshal Khimikov had said to him the last time he saw him. Therefore, Chu Nan's internal breath was actually very grateful to Marshal Khimikov, who he had only seen once. Now that he saw him again, he had to thank the marshal personally and strive to obtain precious guidance from a star-grade martial artist like him. Ask for guidance. A cold snort suddenly blew into the cabin of the low-altitude shuttle along with the cold wind. Then, an abnormally terrifying spatial energy fluctuation swept over and pointed at Chu Nan. Kid, if you want to ask the marshal for guidance, you have to pass me first. Chu Nan's expression immediately changed. This spatial energy was so shocking and terrifying that it was even more terrifying than Grek. This person was definitely a heaven control expert. Chapter 771. Chu Nan turned around and discovered that not only was Hasklovsky's expression unchanged, but the expressions of the guards were also not abnormal. Instead, they had a smile that said, I knew this would happen. Is this considered an appetizer for me? Chu Nan smiled and did not ask further. His figure moved and he flew out of the low-altitude shuttle. As soon as he flew out of the shuttle, an abnormally terrifying spatial energy fluctuation attacked again. Accompanying it was a tall figure that fell diagonally from the sky and threw a punch at Chu Nan. Although he was already mentally prepared, this punch was too ferocious. Moreover, Chu Nan felt that the surrounding space was repeatedly locked by this punch, causing him to be unable to find a way to regain his control of spatial energy. Facing this situation, Chu Nan had two choices. The first was to temporarily dodge and find a gap to counterattack. As for the second choice, escape my ass. Chu Nan shouted and threw a punch after receiving the other party's punch. Boom! When the two fists collided, it was as if a thunderclap had sounded in midair. An intense shockwave exploded, and it actually caused the low-altitude shuttle that Chu Nan had just flown out to sway violently like a small boat in an angry wave. A small forest by the small lake was also affected by the shockwave. All the trees swayed wildly and threw away all the snow on the tree trunks and leaves. At the same time, there was a crisp cracking sound as the branches broke. Even the snow mountain north of the small lake seemed to have been shaken violently. Several cracks appeared on the originally smooth and thick snow on the mountain. A moment later, it cracked into large pieces of snow that slid down the mountain, instantly forming an avalanche. Just the shock wave was already so shocking, so the impact Chu Nan suffered was naturally even more terrifying. His body shot down diagonally like a cannonball in the sky and smashed into the center of the lake. The ice that was more than half a meter thick on the lake could not stop Chu Nan at all. He directly knocked open a small hole in the ice and a muffled sound entered the bottom of the lake. Cracks were everywhere at the opening. A moment later, they covered the entire lake densely. Then, a terrifying impact surged out from the bottom of the lake. The ice on the surface of the small lake instantly shattered, and with the lake water that surged out like a volcanic eruption, it rushed into the sky. From the ice of the lake, a figure suddenly rushed out and rushed towards the black shadow that had flown into the air after fighting Chu Nan. It was Chu Nan. Just from his control of the spatial energy in the surrounding space, he could easily determine that this person was definitely a true heaven control expert. However, for some reason, he did not use any special cultivation method to attack from afar. Instead, he waited for Chu Nan's punch and also used his fist to counterattack. Sensing the other party's intention, Chu Nan did not use those strange cultivation methods. He relied on his internal breath and the spatial energy he mobilized to enter his body with all his might and threw a punch. Boom! Compared to his hasty counterattack earlier, Chu Nan had circulated his internal breath in advance. When he threw his punch, he had already fused his internal breath with the spatial energy of the outside world and entered the 7th revolution state. The power of his punch was more than twice as great as before. In the end, under this punch, Chu Nan was struck down from the sky again. The other party did not feel good and his body was sent flying higher into the sky by Chu Nan's punch. Bang! Chu Nan fell into the lake like a bomb. This time, the impact he brought was even more shocking. Moreover, because he had lost the buffer of the previous ice layer, the result was that he actually forced the lake water away and fell into the mud at the bottom of the lake. Huge waves surged out of the lake in all directions. However, when they arrived at the shore, it was as if they had encountered an invisible wall and smashed back. The mud at the bottom of the lake still could not completely offset the terrifying impact on Chu Nan's body. He directly penetrated the thick mud and smashed a huge pit at the bottom of the lake before his body sank deeply. However, Chu Nan's extremely powerful body was not injured at all. He only circulated his internal breath and immediately recovered. With a thought, he soared into the sky from the bottom of the lake again. Compared to the ice and lake water just now, he could only bring about soaring mud this time. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown into the sky again. He caught up to the figure and threw another punch. Good timing. That person shouted and still did not dodge. He threw another punch. This time, Chu Nan was even more prepared. After fighting the other party twice, he had a deeper understanding of him. In the end, although he was still sent flying, he had only flown halfway before he forcefully stopped his retreat and flew back. Boom, boom, boom. He collided again and was sent flying again and again. Chu Nan's figure rose and fell in the sky, but the person opposite him was continuously sent flying higher because of his repeated collisions. After dozens of collisions, that person received Chu Nan's punch and his body directly penetrated the clouds in the sky. Chu Nan bluntly flew over and followed up with dozens of head-on collisions. The two of them pierced through the clouds in the troposphere, stratosphere, middle layer, thermal layer, and dissipation layer. He suddenly felt his eyes light up and his body relaxed. The surrounding environment suddenly changed and he had already fought his way into space. Kid, this is the last punch. A voice sounded in Chu Nan's ears through the vibration of spatial energy. The person opposite him gestured at him in space and raised his right fist. Countless visible lights quickly condensed on his fist and slowly turned into a ball of light that emitted a bright light that enveloped his fist. Chu Nan sensed something and raised his right hand. He activated his internal breath with all his might, but he did not use the strange cultivation method he had learned from the girl. He only circulated the 9 revolutions technique with all his might and seamlessly mobilized his internal breath with the spatial energy in the surrounding space. Soon, he had already completed the circulation of the 1st to 7th levels of the 9 revolutions technique. A huge and terrifying spatial energy flowed wildly around his body according to his will. Chu Nan and that person suddenly looked at each other and nodded. Without any action, that person's body had already crossed the distance between the two of them and threw a punch at Chu Nan. Chu Nan's pupils constricted as the spatial energy in the space around him was sucked in and gathered in his right fist. A spatial black hole that was visible to the naked eye appeared around his body as if it wanted to swallow everything. On the contrary, an extremely dazzling white light flickered on his right fist, representing the extremely terrifying high concentration of spatial energy condensed inside. Chu Nan even used life explosion in this punch. In the next moment, 2 terrifying fists that had gathered the same shocking spatial energy had already collided fiercely. Chapter 772. A small sun seemed to have suddenly appeared in the sky above the North Pole of Earth, immediately attracting the attention of countless people. A terrifying energy fluctuation struck a huge hole in the atmosphere above the North Pole. From the sky, one could clearly see the ground below. Ever since his body was tempered to perfection, it had been a long time since Chu Nan had the concept of being injured. This time, the terrifying force coming from the other party's fist shook his meridians again. Although it was not a serious setback, there was also slight damage, and it even made a trace of blood seep out of the corner of his mouth. However, with a thought, his internal breath flowed naturally and instantly recovered from such a small injury. Compared to him, the person opposite him was clearly much more miserable. When their fists collided, Chu Nan could clearly sense that the bones in the other party's arm had shattered and his muscles had broken. His aura was even a little chaotic. After punching out, that person flew back at high speed like a meteor. Then, he was captured by the huge gravity of Earth and shot towards the ground. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, Chu Nan hurriedly adjusted his internal breath and flew after him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. Chu Nan grabbed nothing and was immediately stunned. At this moment, he discovered that this guy was only wearing a pair of shorts from head to toe. The other parts were naked, causing him to have no place to attack. Moreover, this person was extremely tall. He was more than 2 meters tall, his waist was wide, and his body was so strong that he was simply not human. Chu Nan's thigh was not even as thick as his forearm, so how could he grab him? Looking at the other party's face, which clearly had the characteristics of a Russian, Chu Nan shook his head and slapped the back of that person before flying towards the surface. As he flew, Chu Nan would slap out from time to time to help that person adjust the direction of his flight. Soon, the two of them had already penetrated the atmosphere again and fell towards the extreme north of Siberia where they had just fought. Just as he was about to reach his destination, Chu Nan slapped out again. The flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method were activated at the same time. The white light enveloped that person and the green aura flowed in. The injuries in that person's body were immediately relieved and he regained consciousness. Ha! As soon as that person regained consciousness, he immediately shouted and turned around to punch. It seemed that he wanted to fight again. However, Chu Nan had long calculated his reaction. The force of this palm was ingenious. While it healed the injuries in his body, it also pushed him down at high speed. The huge force made that person unable to react in time. His entire body fell with a bang and smashed into the center of the small lake. The lake water that had finally calmed down in the small lake was raised by a huge force again, causing huge waves. That person forcefully smashed into the bottom of the lake and sank into the mud. Chu Nan chuckled. "You stained me with mud just now. I'll let you taste this now." Seeing Chu Nan land, everyone by the lake was shocked. In the crowd, Hasklovsky glanced in the direction of the small lake and walked over worriedly. Chu Nan, did you kill him?" "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid." Chu Nan shrugged. "He should be one of you, right? Why would I kill him? Moreover, he's a heaven control martial artist. How can it be so easy to kill him?" Hasklovsky was silent, thinking to himself, "You've already beaten him up like this, and you still say that it's not easy to kill him." However, when he recalled that that person was one of the top experts in the Marshal's Guards and was actually defeated so easily in a head-on battle with Chu Nan, Hasklovsky could not help but be shocked. How exaggerated had this kid's strength grown? No wonder even the Marshal took the initiative to summon this kid. It was obvious that he valued this kid's potential greatly. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the small lake, and a figure soared into the sky with a pillar of water. "Kid, again!" With an angry shout, the figure paused for a moment and rushed towards Chu Nan again. "Stop!" Hasklovsky took a step forward and stood in front of Chu Nan. That person immediately stopped and frowned at Hasklovsky. "Hasklovsky, move aside. This is a battle between me and that kid. I don't want you to interfere." "Shut up, Ramsalov, you've already lost." Hasklovsky said sternly, "As the Eagle of Siberia, how can you throw away the most basic honor of a warrior?" This heaven control martial artist was the strongest person in the Marshal's Guards, Ramsalov. Hearing Hasklovsky's words, he sneered and pointed at Chu Nan. "I didn't use my true strength just now. Otherwise, I might not have lost." Hasklovsky was immediately furious. "Aren't you embarrassed enough? If this continues, you'll embarrass the marshal. Ramsalov raised his eyebrows and wanted to say more, but a leisurely voice suddenly sounded. Stand down, Ramsalov. Go to the confinement room and stay for 3 days before coming out. Hasklovsky, bring Chu Nan over. Hearing this voice, the crowd that had been in chaos because of the argument between the two of them immediately calmed down. Everyone straightened their bodies and stood upright with serious expressions. Even Hasklovsky and Ramsalov, who were arguing, instantly put away the anger on their faces and assumed a standard standing posture, looking like they were listening to orders. Yes, Marshal. Ramsalov shouted and saluted. Without any hesitation, he turned around and strode in the other direction. Hasklovsky gently exhaled and turned to smile at Chu Nan. Just as he was about to invite him to follow him, he frowned. Due to the fact that Chu Nan had fallen into the mud at the bottom of the lake, he was covered in stains and could even smell a thick stench. It was not appropriate to bring him to see the marshal like this. However, since the marshal had already given the order, he could not refute it. Seeing Hasklovsky sizing up his hesitant expression, Chu Nan immediately understood the reason. He lowered his head and sniffed his body. He immediately frowned at the stench. He thought for a moment and raised his voice. Marshal, can I take a shower before seeing you? Even if you can endure it, I can't. Hearing this, Hasklovsky and the other nearby guards were shocked. The marshal was going to see him now, but he actually dared to make excuses? However, in the next moment, the voice sounded again with a smile. Alright, Hasklovsky, bring this kid to take a good shower. I have good wine waiting for him. If the stench on his body affects the fragrance of the wine, it'll be a huge loss. Hasklovsky and the other guards looked at Chu Nan in even more surprise. The marshal really valued this kid greatly. He actually gave him such preferential treatment. Hasklovsky suppressed the surprise in his heart and gestured at Chu Nan. Follow me. Chu Nan had just taken 2 steps with him when Hasklovsky suddenly turned around and looked at him with a strange expression. About that, Chu Nan, we've already discussed the problem of the clothes just now, so do you think you'll be wearing a female military uniform later? Or will you go see the marshal naked? Chu Nan was immediately stunned and stopped with an ugly expression. Chapter 773. Half an hour later, Chu Nan, who had taken a good shower, sat in front of Marshal Kimikov in high spirits. Marshal Kimikov sized up Chu Nan in amusement before his gaze landed on the loose military uniform he had changed into. Actually, the style of a female soldier's military uniform is not much different from a male soldier's. Not many people can tell when you wear it. Moreover, there are no outsiders here, and no one will laugh at you. Chu Nan's face darkened and he shook his head. No, I definitely won't wear women's clothes. If there's really no other way, I'd rather see you naked. Marshal Kimikov immediately laughed. I've never received a naked guest before. If you want to do this, I must get someone to record it properly and announce it. Just say that the Commander-in-Chief of the Federation Army has received the first naked guest. I believe many people will definitely be very willing to watch. Perhaps, just the money sold is enough to let me drink good wine for a few years. Chu Nan's face darkened even more. He looked at Marshal Kimikov and thought to himself that compared to the last time they met, the marshal was more willing to joke about him and treated him much closer. This was only natural. The last time he came, he was still an ordinary internal breath realm martial artist who felt that it was extremely difficult to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Now, he had already defeated a heaven control realm expert in a head-on battle. With such an astonishing increase in strength, the treatment he received would naturally increase. Marshal. As soon as Chu Nan spoke, Marshal Kimikov raised his hand to stop him. Then, he poured a cup full of wine in front of him and gestured. He raised the equally huge wine cup in front of him and gestured to Chu Nan. Chu Nan could only helplessly raise his wine glass and clink it with Marshal Kimikov before drinking it. He rarely drank, or rather, he simply did not know how to drink. The last time he saw Marshal Kimikov, the marshal wanted to force him to drink, but he rejected him. However, this time, Marshal Kimikov assumed a posture of sitting opposite him. It was obvious that Chu Nan could not reject him. Fortunately, his body had been tempered thousands of times. Not only was his resistance to attacks and recovery ability super strong, but his resistance to alcohol was also super strong. After drinking this glass of wine, other than feeling the alcohol enter his stomach and enter his blood vessels to accelerate his blood circulation, he did not feel any discomfort. Moreover, this glass of wine was indeed a good wine. When it entered his mouth just now, the taste was ruthless, but in the blink of an eye, it had already become extremely mellow and fragrant. The wine circulated in his mouth and he could even feel the smoothness. The taste was extremely good. Seeing Chu Nan close his eyes and experience it with his heart, Marshal Kimikov smiled in satisfaction. Yes, that's right, kid, it seems that you've finally learned to drink. Chu Nan swallowed the last mouthful of wine in his mouth, opened his eyes, and shook his head. However, I still don't like to drink because drinking will make me feel that my body and brain are a little out of control. Although I know this is an illusion, I still don't like this feeling very much. In comparison, I like the feeling of being able to accurately control every part of my body more. Accurate control. A trace of light suddenly appeared in Marshal Kimikov's eyes when he looked at Chu Nan. Then, he quickly stretched out a finger and pointed at his eyes. Chu Nan was immediately shocked. Although there was no internal breath coming from this finger and he could not sense the mobilization of the surrounding spatial energy, its movements were abnormally fast and the changes contained seemed to be endless. Chu Nan was actually unable to calculate all the changes for a moment. Helpless, he could only raise his hand and assume a defensive posture. Although this seemed to be a little passive and his defensive posture looked very simple, in fact, he could already deal with all changes without changing. No matter how Marshal Khimikov's fingers changed moves, he could quickly make the most correct response. As expected, Marshal Khimikov's finger changed slightly from pointing at Chu Nan's eyes to the bridge of his nose. Chu Nan immediately adapted. The two of them exchanged blows in the narrow space in front of Chu Nan and only used their fingers to quickly exchange dozens of rounds. For a moment, their fingers were filled with afterimages, causing Chu Nan to feel a strong wind in front of him. Although he did not sense the fluctuation of spatial energy, he felt that it was dangerous. After a while, Marshal Khimikov suddenly retracted his finger and sat up again. Chu Nan waited for a moment before putting down his hand and looking at Marshal Khimikov in confusion. Why did the Marshal suddenly personally test him? Marshal Khimikov did not speak immediately. Instead, he poured another large glass of wine for Chu Nan and raised it. Chu Nan could only helplessly drink with him. After putting down the wine glass, Marshal Khimikov exhaled a breath filled with the strong smell of alcohol and slowly spoke. Chu Nan, what do you think of the status of our Earth Federation in the entire Milky Way? Chu Nan was stunned. He did not expect Marshal Khimikov to ask such a lofty question, causing him to be at a loss for an answer. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan carefully replied, that can't be considered high. Even on the Orion arm, our Earth Federation can only be considered a small country, let alone the entire Milky Way. Heh, you're quite generous. Marshal Khimikov shook his head. In fact, our Earth Federation is simply a small country that can be seen everywhere in the entire Milky Way. In the eyes of those true Milky Way powers, we have no status at all. Chu Nan looked at Marshal Khimikov in confusion. As the commander-in-chief of the Earth Federation army, was it really good for him to say this? Moreover, why did he mention this to him? You're very curious why I told you this, right? Marshal Khimikov glanced at Chu Nan. Let me tell you, the reason is very simple. This is because there's an opportunity to increase the status of our Earth Federation in front of us. As long as we grab this opportunity, not only will our Earth Federation's status in the eyes of the other countries in the Milky Way increase, but our strength will also increase. Do you think we should grab this opportunity? Could it be that the Marshal is drunk? Chu Nan was even more puzzled, but he nodded on the surface and replied, of course we should grab it. However, the Marshal? What opportunity can have such a good effect? You've seen Mu Yatong and Ovally, right? Marshal Khimikov suddenly asked. Yes, why? Then did they mention anything to you? Chu Nan blinked. What is it? About the garden hunting assembly held by the Declan Empire next year. Chapter 774. The low-altitude shuttle flew steadily in the Siberian sky. This time, the cabin door of the shuttle did not open. Instead, it obediently closed. There were no longer the few clothes guards who were squatting in the horse stance inside, and only Hasklovsky and Chu Nan were left. It seemed that the cabin was abnormally empty. The two of them did not have any intention of conversing. Ever since Chu Nan got into the low-altitude shuttle, he had been lowering his head slightly and looking at the virtual screen on his personal terminal in a low voice. A document appeared on it. He had been reading it since just now and looked at it extremely carefully as if he did not want to miss a word. Seeing that Chu Nan was looking at it seriously, Hasklovsky smiled. It was good that he was serious. Being serious meant that Chu Nan was interested in this matter. As long as he was interested, the Marshal's goal had a high chance of being achieved. Now, it only depended on what Chu Nan would choose. After the silence continued for a while, Chu Nan slowly raised his head and frowned. He thought for a moment and suddenly asked, what are those people from the royal family of the Declan Empire thinking? Aren't they afraid that their descendants will die and end up with no successors? The document he was reading was a detailed introduction of the garden hunting assembly that Marshal Khimikov had mentioned. Through this document, Chu Nan finally knew what this garden hunting assembly held by the Declan Empire and could even attract the special attention of a figure like Marshal Khimikov meant. According to the description and the information, this garden hunting assembly was a martial arts event specially invited by the royal family of the Declan Empire to the entire Milky Way. If the martial artists participating could perform well in the hunting assembly, they would obtain the generous reward carefully prepared by the royal family of the Declan Empire. Just from this point of view, this garden hunting assembly was nothing special. It was nothing more than a competition between martial artists to determine the outcome. However, after reading the document carefully, Chu Nan discovered that this garden hunting assembly was completely different from the traditional martial arts meeting. The greatest and most important difference was the difference in rewards. The rewards of other martial arts conferences were mostly material rewards. For example, the most direct reward was money. A small number of them were related to martial techniques, but most of them were only medium-level martial techniques that did not hurt. For example, the reward Chu Nan participated in West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year was Federation coins. However, later on, because of the sudden intrusion of the two supremacies, Norman and Mu Yatong, the reward immediately increased in level and attracted widespread attention. Under normal circumstances, there were actually very few people who had the chance to obtain an A-rank martial technique as a reward. It was extremely rare. However, as long as he could successfully survive this garden hunting assembly held by the Declan Empire in the end, he could choose any of the many A-rank martial techniques provided by the royal family of the Declan Empire as his reward. If he could perform well in the garden hunting assembly, he could rely on his performance to be divided into levels and obtain more than one A-rank martial technique. In fact, he even had the chance to obtain an S-rank martial technique. Chu Nan shook his head and recalled the simple introduction of the various S-rank martial techniques he had seen from the information. He still felt a little dizzy. This was an S-rank martial technique. In any part of the Milky Way, an S-rank martial technique could be said to be a precious treasure that all martial artists dreamed of. Any S-rank martial technique would cause all martial artists to crazily snatch it. However, the royal family of Declan actually took out an S-rank martial technique as a reward. Moreover, there was more than one. According to the information, the history of the garden hunting assembly held by the royal family of the Declan Empire had already exceeded 5,000 years. In such a long history, although the date of the garden hunting assembly was not fixed, it was generally held once every 20 years. Up until now, it had been held nearly 300 times. Someone had specially calculated that in the nearly 300 years of the garden hunting assembly, the A-rank martial techniques taken out by the royal family of the Declan Empire as a reward numbered more than 1,000. There were actually more than 30 S-rank martial techniques in total. Apart from using this to prove that the royal family of the Declan Empire was indeed worthy of being the number one martial arts family in the Milky Way, the accumulation of martial techniques far exceeded people's imagination. At the same time, it also proved that the royal family of the Declan Empire valued this garden hunting assembly. One had to know that this was an S-rank martial technique after all and was evaluated as the top martial technique. Even for the royal family of the Declan Empire, it was impossible for them to have much. However, they were willing to take out so many S-rank martial techniques as a reward to directly give to other participating martial artists. It could be seen that the importance they attached to this event exceeded their imagination. Such a generous reward would definitely attract the true powerful martial artists in the entire Milky Way and greatly increase the average quality of the participating martial artists. To be able to perform well in such a garden hunting assembly and even defeat countless people to obtain the ultimate S-rank martial technique reward, he was clearly the top martial artist in the entire Milky Way. Of course, such a grand event was clearly limited to participating martial artists. According to the rules of every garden hunting assembly in the past, the age of the martial artists participating in the garden hunting assembly could not exceed the standard age of 12 cycles in the Declan Empire. In terms of the time of the Earth Federation, that was exactly 20 years old. The reason why this rule was set was not only because it could prevent the garden hunting assembly from ultimately turning into a grand event for star-grade martial artists, but because the goal of the Declan Empire holding this competition was actually to give the descendants of the royal family of the Declan Empire a chance to temper themselves. This was what surprised Chu Nan the most. According to the information, every time the garden hunting assembly was held, all the children of the right age under the royal family of the Declan Empire had to participate. This age referred to the standard age of the Declan Empire of 10 to 12 cycles. In the Earth Federation, it was between 16 to 20 years old. It was the most critical moment for a martial artist to be the youngest and most energetic. They also needed to temper themselves the most and lay the foundation for their future breakthrough. The meaning of choosing this age was very obvious. He wanted his royal descendants to be tempered. Therefore, even if it was a member of the royal family of the Declan Empire, as long as he participated in the garden hunting assembly, he would still be responsible for his life. In the information about the garden hunting assembly displayed in the document, it was clearly recorded that many descendants of the royal family of the Declan Empire had died in the garden hunting assembly in history. They had not even reached adulthood, let alone inherit the throne. Therefore, Chu Nan asked this question. "You're thinking too much." Hasklovsky shook his head with a very strange expression. "Do you know how many direct descendants of the royal family of the Declan Empire are registered now?" "How many?" "According to the number officially announced by the Declan Empire, the total is this number." Hasklovsky stretched out 2 fingers. 700? No, it can't be that few. Could it be 7,000? 7,000. The expression on Hasklovsky's face could not be said to be mocking or bitter. He shook his head again. "No, 70,000. Chu Nan gasped in surprise. It was more than enough to stuff a fist into his wide-open mouth. There was only one thought left in his mind. Were these people from the royal family of the Declan Empire all pigs? Chapter 775. On second thought, Chu Nan felt that this number was not that unbelievable. Just the recorded history of the Declan Empire was nearly 10,000 years. Even if it had experienced countless great and small storms, in such a long history, it was not strange for the juniors to spread their branches and increase the number to such an exaggerated extent. One had to know that the Declan Empire controlled a huge territory from the galactic center to tens of thousands of light-years outside the Orion Arm. It was one of the 3 great factions of the Milky Way. It was simply easy to raise a mere 70,000 direct descendants. When he heard this number, Chu Nan instantly understood the problem. No wonder the royal family of the Declan Empire was willing to let their descendants participate in the garden hunting assembly personally. Moreover, they still insisted on this tradition despite so many casualties in history. It turned out that there were simply too many descendants of the royal family and they did not have to worry about death at all. Wait, that's still not right. Chu Nan frowned. Since there are so many direct disciples in the Declan Empire, there should be thousands of disciples who meet the age requirement. Could it be that they will all be sent to participate in the garden hunting assembly? Of course not. Hasklovsky shook his head. The royal family of the Declan Empire is not so stupid. Sending those useless disciples to participate is only courting death. Before this, the royal family will carry out an initial selection. Only those who pass the selection are qualified to participate. However, according to rumors, if a direct disciple who can't even obtain the qualifications to participate in the garden hunting assembly will be directly stripped of his royal status and become a civilian. Chu Nan was immediately surprised. In other words, this garden hunting assembly is actually a method used by the royal family of the Declan Empire to screen their heir. You can say that, but the throne of the Declan Empire is clearly not so easy to ascend. This garden hunting assembly can only be considered a preliminary screening, Hasklovsky replied with a shrug. The methods of such an old empire are really speechless. Chu Nan curled his lips and pointed at the virtual screen before continuing to ask, therefore, the marshal also wants me to participate in this garden hunting assembly? However, if I'm not wrong, someone will die, right? Even the descendants of the royal family of the Declan Empire might die. Martial artists like us who accept the invitation are naturally more likely to die. What, you're not confident? Hasklovsky stared into Chu Nan's eyes. Even the marshal thinks so highly of you, so it can be seen that your strength has already been recognized by him. Moreover, you were actually able to make Ramsalov helpless against you just now. It's enough to prove that your current strength has already far surpassed the average standard of your age. If you participate, I believe you can definitely obtain good results and obtain the generous reward of the royal family of the Declan Empire. At this point, Hasklovsky suddenly leaned closer to Chu Nan and lowered his voice. He deliberately pretended to be mysterious and whispered, if you're willing to accept the spot provided by the marshal and represent the Federation army, the marshal will personally guide you for a year. You should know what this means. Chu Nan widened his eyes and looked at Hasklovsky in surprise. Why did Marshal Kimikov not say this to him just now? Hasklovsky clearly saw through Chu Nan's thoughts and smiled. With the marshal's status, it's not convenient to say some things. This can only be considered our private deal. Chu Nan frowned in thought for a moment before extending 2 fingers. 2 questions. Firstly, is there a specific quota to participate in this garden hunting assembly? That's right. Although this is an invitation issued by the royal family of the Declan Empire to the entire Milky Way, if any martial artist is qualified to register and participate, the final number of participants will clearly make this event impossible. Therefore, the limited spots are necessary. Chu Nan nodded and knew that Hasklovsky was right. With such a generous reward provided by the royal family of the Declan Empire, there must be countless martial artists in the entire Milky Way who were willing to risk their lives for it. If there was really no limit to the number of spots, the martial artists who participated would probably squeeze out the capital planet of the Declan Empire, Planet Atlantis. Every star-grade martial artist will automatically obtain a spot given by the royal family of the Declan Empire. It can allow this star-grade martial artist to hand this spot to a young martial artist of a suitable age. You only need to register before the garden hunting assembly officially begins. The marshal doesn't have a suitable descendant. He originally took a fancy to a good young soldier in the Federation army and planned to recommend him. However, now that you've appeared, the marshal feels that you're more suitable, Hasklovsky continued to explain. Chu Nan nodded and finally understood why Marshal Kimikov suddenly summoned him. Then the second question is, what benefits does the marshal hope to obtain from me? Seeing that Hasklovsky was stunned, Chu Nan smiled and added, I don't think the marshal likes to beat around the bush, and neither am I, so I'll be straightforward. Hasklovsky laughed and waved his hand. Being straightforward is the style of us soldiers. Since you ask, I won't beat around the bush. If your performance in the garden hunting assembly is outstanding and you obtain the reward provided by the royal family of the Declan Empire, you naturally have the right to own it, but you have to share it with our military at the same time. This is the marshal's intention. In other words, if I'm lucky enough to obtain an S-rank martial technique as a reward, I have to give you a copy. Yes. The benefit I obtain is to be able to obtain personal guidance from the marshal for a year. That's right. Apart from that, the most important thing is that you can also obtain the marshal's favor and the friendship of our Federation army. If you're willing to join the Federation army, you can be specially promoted to colonel by the marshal. If you make any contributions in the future, it's not difficult for you to become a general. Hasklovsky's expression was serious. It could be seen that these words should have been personally instructed to him by the marshal. He was not lying. However, Chu Nan frowned slightly and thought seriously for a long time before slowly shaking his head. No, at the very least, I can't give you an affirmative answer now. Can you let me consider it for a few more days? Hasklovsky immediately laughed. As long as Chu Nan did not reject immediately, it was fine. No problem. This is not something that can be decided in a short period of time. However, in order to make preparations in advance, the marshal can at most give you a month to consider. Regardless of whether you're willing or not, I hope you can give me a clear answer in this month. Okay. Chapter 776. After watching the low-altitude shuttle that Hasklovsky took disappear into the distance, Chu Nan touched his chin and thought to himself that the change brought about by this increase in strength was really immediate. If it was in the past, it was impossible for an important figure like Marshal Kimikov to take the initiative to summon him. As for sending his subordinates to put on a posture of discussing cooperation like now, it was even more impossible. Now, it could only prove that Chu Nan's value had been recognized and his strength had been fully recognized by a star-grade martial artist. It had to be said that the conditions proposed by Hasklovsky on behalf of Marshal Kimikov were very tempting to any martial artist. Chu Nan was not interested in joining the Federation army and even having the chance to become a general, but he was still a little tempted by the condition of the marshal personally guiding him for a year. Presumably, in order for Chu Nan to perform well enough in the garden hunting assembly and obtain a generous reward, Marshal Kimikov would carefully guide him for a year and not hide anything. Being able to receive the careful guidance of a powerful star-grade martial artist for a year would clearly be very helpful to Chu Nan's improvement. It was also something that any young martial artist dreamed of. Marshal Kimikov was very sincere in raising such a condition. However, Chu Nan was only a little tempted. To be honest, if it was half a year or even a few months ago, if he heard of such a condition, Chu Nan would probably agree without any hesitation. However, after all kinds of strange experiences, Chu Nan's strength had soared and his belief in himself had become even firmer. In the path of martial arts, it was best to walk your own path. The various cultivation methods he had grasped now, regardless of whether it was the most basic and important 9 revolutions technique, other cultivation methods like the flame of life, the goddess song cultivation method, or the strange cultivation method he had secretly learned from that mysterious girl, had already allowed him to rely on his powerful data ability and exquisite understanding of himself to make modifications that were completely suitable for him. It was already extremely different from the original cultivation method. Now, even if Su Suanshen was reborn in supremacy ovally returned, or even that mysterious girl, it would probably be very difficult for them to guide Chu Nan and increase his strength. Although Chu Nan cultivated his cultivation method on their foundation, he had already walked a path that was very different from theirs. If he wanted to improve, the best way was to rely on himself. Although Marshal Kimikov was a star-grade martial artist, and if he carefully guided Chu Nan for a year, he would definitely benefit greatly, he was a little unwilling to use this as an exchange for Chu Nan to represent the Federation Army to participate in the Garden Hunting Assembly. Of course, although the Garden Hunting Assembly was dangerous and might even kill people, Chu Nan had previously escaped death in the alternate space and could still successfully survive in such a situation, so why would he care about such danger? Compared to the powerful rewards provided by the Garden Hunting Assembly, these dangers were really nothing. S-rank cultivation method. Chu Nan thought of something else and turned to Major Clint, who had a black expression beside him with a smile. Major, let's go and quickly settle the matters here. I still have to return to Star Cloud Academy. Major Clint sneered and turned to lead the way. Let's go. 8 days later, Chu Nan appeared in public again. Unlike the last time he was heavily protected by the Federation Army, he had only appeared on the space station and disappeared. Then, he had only accepted the exclusive interview of the Federation's information channel. This time, he appeared at a press conference specially held by the Federation Army and openly appeared in front of all the media. The explanation of the Federation Army was that after this period of time, the military had already investigated in detail what had happened in the Lepler star system and made appropriate arrangements. Chu Nan's safety had been guaranteed and he no longer needed to hide and protect himself. He could announce the truth to the public. The various media outlets gathered at the press conference. Apart from the media of the Federation, there were also reporters from the surrounding countries and even the United States of Meleta participating. Regarding the proper handling announced by the Federation's military, the reporters were naturally filled with questions. Therefore, countless reporters in the press conference asked questions, and it was extremely lively. The press conference lasted for nearly 2 hours before it ended. Then, Yang Zaryui from the Federation's information channel was asked to stay under the envious and jealous gazes of all the other reporters. Chu Nan expressed that he was willing to accept her interview again. 20 minutes later, Chu Nan and Yang Zaryui sat down in a room in the hotel where the press conference was held. Yang Zaryui glanced at Chu Nan with a strange expression. She paused for a moment and asked, "About that, Chu Nan, you won't knock me out again, right?" When she recalled her previous experience, Yang Zaryui still felt that it was very unbelievable. She originally thought that it was her luck to be able to obtain an exclusive interview with a popular figure like Chu Nan. She did not expect that after the interview ended, she would be knocked out by Chu Nan. What was even more outrageous was that Chu Nan did not do anything after knocking her out and ran away. After that, Yang Zaryui recalled the interrogation of the people from the Federation Army after she woke up. Although she did not know the exact situation, she roughly guessed that Chu Nan seemed to have used her and slipped away, causing the Federation Army to think that she had colluded with him and interrogated her strictly. Later on, they even strictly monitored her for a few days. Fortunately, Chu Nan had returned safely and the misunderstanding of the Federation Army towards her had been resolved. However, Yang Zaryui had been traumatized by this matter. It would have been fine if this damned kid had knocked her out because he wanted to do something to her, but he had only used her and did not do anything. Hearing Yang Zaryui's question, Chu Nan smiled awkwardly and shook his head. "Don't worry, it won't happen again. Miss Yang, I'm sorry. In order to find a chance to escape from their surveillance last time, I used you. I hope you don't mind. It would be strange if I didn't mind." Yang Zaryui sneered in her mind, but on the surface, she could only shake her head expressionlessly. Then, she opened her personal terminal and began to interview Chu Nan. Compared to the previous interview, the content of this interview was much richer. After all, Chu Nan and the Federation Army had revealed many things at the press conference just now. Therefore, Yang Zaryui had many questions to ask about the various details. Of course, it was impossible for Chu Nan to answer all the questions, but he still gave as many detailed answers as possible in the areas that Major Clint had instructed. Occasionally, he would even ask a few questions and truly reveal the inside story of the entire incident to Yang Zaryui. The interview lasted for an hour and a half before Yang Zaryui put away her personal terminal in satisfaction and revealed a sweet smile to Chu Nan from the bottom of her heart. "Thank you, Chu Nan. With this interview, the citizens of the Federation will have a relatively detailed understanding of the entire incident. I believe they will definitely have a brand new understanding of you after knowing what you've experienced during this period of time." Chu Nan shrugged, "As long as they don't think I'm an imposter anymore." Yang Zaryui pursed her lips and smiled before standing up to bid farewell to Chu Nan. As soon as she opened the door, she discovered that someone was standing outside. Yang Zaryui sized up this person in surprise and immediately cried out in surprise. "Mr. Xing, why are you here?" The person outside the door was actually Mu Yatong's eldest disciple, Xing Yuanlin. Chapter 777. "Hello, Miss Yang." Xing Yuanlin smiled and nodded at Yang Zaryui before looking at Chu Nan. "Little brother Chu Nan, can we talk in private?" Chu Nan looked around the door in confusion and did not see the figures of Major Clint and the other Federation soldiers. It was unknown if Xing Yuanlin had obtained their approval or if he had secretly sneaked in. Senior Zheng, why did you suddenly come to find me? Chu Nan asked. Although Xing Yuanlin was Mu Yatong's closest eldest disciple, Chu Nan's feelings for him were completely different. Regardless of whether it was out of his heart, ever since Xing Yuanlin saw Chu Nan for the first time, he had always shown kindness to him. Later on, when they contacted many times, he was always reminding him or giving him guidance. Therefore, Chu Nan's impression of him was much better. Not really. I just want to discuss some things with you. Look, Xing Yuanlin glanced at Yang Xiaoyui. Yang Xiaoyui immediately smiled and waved at Chu Nan. Since Mr. Xing is looking for you, I'll take my leave first. Chu Nan, I hope I'll have the chance to interview you next time. After saying that, Yang Xiaoyui could not help but look at Xing Yuanlin. Xing Yuanlin suddenly chose this moment to see Chu Nan must represent Mu Yatong's will. Then, why did Supremacy Mu Yatong look for Chu Nan? Discuss some things? What did Mu Yatong, a star-grade martial artist, need to discuss with Chu Nan? Although she was extremely curious and her professionalism as a reporter made Yang Xiaoyui want to ask now, she knew very well that this was definitely not a good time to ask. She could only turn around and leave. Senior Xing, please. Xing Yuanlin followed Chu Nan into the room. As he sized up the environment in the room, he said with emotion, "Little brother Chu Nan, when I first saw you a year ago, I never expected that you could actually grow so quickly in a short year. Now, you can even kill a heaven control expert. It's really shocking." Although it was only a short sentence, Xing Yuanlin had already sufficiently expressed that he, or rather, Mu Yatong knew very well what Chu Nan had done in the Lepler star system. His grasp of Chu Nan's whereabouts was probably not much weaker than the Federation army. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find him at such an accurate time. Chu Nan was very strange about this, but now was clearly not the time to fuss about these details. He invited Xing Yuanlin to sit down and poured a cup of tea before placing it in front of him. Then, he sat down opposite him and asked, "May I ask what Senior Zhen wants to discuss?" Xing Yuanlin did not answer immediately. Instead, he picked up his tea and took a sip. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Since you've just seen Marshal Kimikov, I believe you've heard of the garden hunting assembly held by the royal family of the Declan Empire." Chu Nan was stunned. Could it be that Xing Yuanlin came to find him for this too? Also, how did he know that he had just seen Marshal Kimikov? Seeing the doubt on Chu Nan's face, Xing Yuanlin smiled and put down his teacup before continuing. "The connection between star-grade martial artists is far closer than you imagine. It's not strange for Master to know that the Marshal summoned you. Moreover, at this stage, everyone knows what every star-grade martial artist wants to do. There's no need to hide it." After a pause, he added, "If Supremacy Overly was here, with your intimate relationship with her and your strength that clearly exceeds Angie Prairie's, it's very likely that she would personally come to talk to you about this." Chapter 778. Although Xing Yuanlin did not say it explicitly, Chu Nan knew what he meant. If Chu Nan did not even have the ability to survive the garden hunting assembly, it could only prove that Mu Yatong had misjudged him. What other requests could he have for a dead person? The two of them were silent for a moment before Xing Yuanlin smiled casually and said, "I believe with little brother Chu Nan's current strength, it's easy for you to survive the hunting assembly. What Master looks forward to is that you can perform well and obtain an S-rank cultivation method from the royal family." Chu Nan had a strange expression. "The Supremacy thinks very highly of me now." Hearing the trace of resentment in Chu Nan's tone, Xing Yuanlin shook his head helplessly. His master had dominated his entire life, so it was naturally impossible for him to not have made any mistakes. However, his wrong judgment of Chu Nan last year was definitely the greatest stain in his life. This was because he had jointly made this judgment with Supremacy Norman. Moreover, it was in front of countless spectators. There was no possibility of going back on his words. However, no one expected that Chu Nan's talent had actually exceeded everyone's expectations. In less than a year, not only had he successfully broken through the cosmic heaven's gate and completely shattered the judgment of the two star-grade martial artists, but his strength had also grown extremely shocking and simply defied common sense. After knowing through a certain intelligence channel that Chu Nan had actually defeated a heaven control martial artist like Greg a few days ago, Xing Yuanlin's first reaction was to laugh. Previously, when he saw through the video that Chu Nan had indeed broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, Xing Yuanlin was already very surprised. This was because he trusted his master's judgment very much. Moreover, through his own observation, he felt that it was very difficult for Chu Nan to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. However, now, not only had Chu Nan used an ironclad fact to tell everyone that he had successfully broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, he had even survived under such circumstances. In fact, after disappearing for nearly half a year, he actually had the powerful strength to defeat a heaven control martial artist. This time, Xing Yuanlin took the initiative to ask Mu Yatong for the mission to meet and discuss with Chu Nan because he wanted to see him with his own eyes and confirm his strength. Now that he had personally seen Chu Nan and interacted with him for a while, the surprise in Xing Yuanlin's heart became stronger and stronger. He was certain that Chu Nan had not truly broken through to the heaven control realm because from the strength of the aura naturally emitted from his body, he was still much inferior to a true heaven control martial artist like him. However, this did not mean that Chu Nan was very weak. On the contrary, it was precisely because of this that it proved the strength of his true strength. Under the circumstances that the strength of his internal breath was clearly inferior to a heaven control martial artist, he was able to defeat a genuine heaven control martial artist. Didn't that mean that he was powerful in other aspects? Moreover, the aura around Chu Nan's body flowed naturally without any cryptic or stagnant feeling. Just by casually sitting there, the spatial energy in the space around him naturally surrounded him. It flowed very smoothly and naturally with his aura without any difficulty. If he closed his eyes and only used his perception of spatial energy and aura to determine, Chu Nan seemed to have completely fused with the surrounding space. Even Xing Yuanlin could not clearly distinguish him. Xing Yuanlin had not seen many martial artists who could do this so far. Those martial artists were all top-notch heaven control experts or even star-grade martial artists like Mu Yatong. From this point, if Chu Nan only looked at his use and understanding of spatial energy, he was probably not inferior to a second-stage heaven control martial artist like him. In fact, he might even be stronger. When he thought of this, Xing Yuanlin sighed in his mind. If his master had not misjudged last year and accepted Chu Nan, why would he come here to waste his breath? Master might have underestimated you last year, but little brother Chu Nan, the speed at which you've grown in the past year is too shocking. Not to mention master, no one can predict it. I'm afraid even you can't expect yourself to increase to this extent, right? Chu Nan was silent for a moment before shrugging. That's right. I didn't think of it myself. If not for the strange experience in the past year, I wouldn't have grown so quickly. Therefore, you don't have to resent master. Now that you've already fully displayed your strength and potential, master is willing to repair our relationship through this matter. What do you think? Chu Nan hurriedly shook his head. Senior Xing, you're being too serious. The supremacy is a star-grade martial artist. It's already my luck to be willing to see me in a new light, so how can we talk about repairing our relationship? However, regarding the matter you mentioned today. Chu Nan pondered for a moment and shook his head. Previously, when Marshal Kimikov sent someone to discuss it with me, I did not agree immediately because I wanted to consider it carefully for a while before making a decision. Now that you're here on behalf of the supremacy, I'll answer the same. Can you give me more time to consider before answering? No problem. Xing Yuanlin had long expected Chu Nan's answer and agreed readily. Then, he stood up. Little brother Chu Nan, you have my contact number, so there's no need to leave it. Once you make a decision, I hope you can inform me immediately. After a pause, he continued, if you have any other requests, you can directly ask me. I'll transfer them to master and let him decide. You only need to remember that the conditions can be negotiated. Yes. Chu Nan nodded in understanding and stood up to send Xing Yuanlin out. The two of them arrived at the door. Just as Xing Yuanlin was about to leave, he suddenly leaned closer to Chu Nan and lowered his voice before saying seriously, be careful. You're so popular now. Although star-grade martial artists like Master and the Marshal will be tempted by you and hope to use your strength to gain something in the Garden Hunting Assembly, not everyone thinks so. Chu Nan looked at Xing Yuanlin in surprise and wanted to ask what was going on, but Xing Yuanlin had already taken a step out the door. He could only hold back his question. Alright, there's no need to send me off anymore. Little brother Chu Nan, I'll wait for your good news. After leaving, Xing Yuanlin smiled at Chu Nan and turned to leave. He happened to encounter Major Clint at the corner and the two of them met. There was no surprise on his face. Instead, he nodded at Xing Yuanlin. It could be seen that Xing Yuanlin had informed him of his visit to Chu Nan. Major, the press conference has ended and the interview has been settled. Can I regain my freedom? When he saw Major Clint walking over, Chu Nan asked first. Chapter 779. No one has ever said that you don't have freedom, Major Clint replied with a cold expression. Last time, Chu Nan knocked Yang Zaryui out and left without saying goodbye behind their backs, causing Major Clint to be reprimanded by the higher-ups of the military and be severely punished by 3 ranks. A reprimand was nothing. Even demoting 3 ranks did not affect his special position much. However, because of this matter, he had been greatly embarrassed in the military, which made him extremely angry. Now that Chu Nan had finally returned, he could not have a good expression when facing him. Chu Nan did not mind his attitude. After all, he had indeed done something wrong previously. When he heard this, he chuckled, in that case, I can leave now. No, Major Clint shook his head with a straight face. No. Chu Nan raised his voice in surprise, you call this freedom? You're thinking too much. There are only some procedures that need to be done. Major Clint waved at Chu Nan, follow me. Chu Nan rolled his eyes speechlessly. He knew that Major Clint had taken the opportunity to take revenge on him and could not be bothered to argue with him. He obediently followed behind. Although Chu Nan's official appearance at the press conference announced that the Federation Army's reaction to the incident in the Lepler star system would change again and it was very likely that this incident would end with Greg's disappearance, it was easy to send troops over, but it was not that simple to retreat. If he wanted to complete this matter, he still needed all kinds of large and complicated work. Among these jobs, as the most important core figure, Chu Nan naturally had to participate. In the next 3 days, Chu Nan felt that he was simply like a puppet pulling a string. He was ordered by Major Clint to run around, participate in various ceremonies, appear in various public places, and even participate in dozens of meetings of various sizes in the military. He was so busy that he did not have any chance to rest. Even with his powerful physical body, he felt like he was about to collapse after 3 days. Fortunately, after 3 days, some of the procedures mentioned by Major Clint had finally been completed. Under the guidance of the military and some of the media who had been instructed, the attention of the outside world gradually shifted from Chu Nan to the Lepler star system. Therefore, Chu Nan could finally escape. Chu Nan, thank you for your cooperation and support to the military these few days. If there's any mission that requires your help next time, I hope you can continue to help like this. When Major Clint bade farewell to Chu Nan, he still had a serious expression. He paused for a moment and added, of course, I hope we won't meet again in the future. Chu Nan laughed and waved at Major Clint, then I won't say goodbye. Bye. After saying that, Chu Nan turned around like a whirlwind and did not give Major Clint any time to react. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Major Clint could only stop his raised hand awkwardly. After a while, he shook his head helplessly. This kid. As soon as he left Major Clint's sight, Chu Nan immediately opened his personal terminal and sent a message to Chu Zioxi. A moment later, Chu Zioxi appeared on the virtual screen excitedly. Brother, you finally have time? That's great. Come over quickly. Mom and Dad have just finished playing the roller coaster. It's too fun. If you can come over now, the two of us can go play again. Ha, a roller coaster. Chu Nan was immediately stunned. You're still having so much fun with such an old thing. In addition, Mom and Dad can play with this. He had been pulled by Major Clint to deal with various procedures for as many as 3 days, but Chu Zioxi, her parents, and the others had already arrived on Earth yesterday. Now, they had started to travel under the arrangements of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. Because they arrived in North America where the headquarters of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce on Earth was located first, the first destination of their trip was the extremely famous but ancient Disneyland in North America. However, Chu Nan did not expect that not only would they go to Disneyland, but they would also go on the same ancient and famous roller coaster. It's fun to be an old antique. This kind of thing has been eliminated for hundreds of years elsewhere. If not for the fact that it's on Earth, I really wouldn't have seen it. As for Mom and Dad, Chu Zioxi adjusted the camera and aimed it at Chu Zongping and Yufeng who were sitting in a chair behind her. Look, they're very energetic. What's there to be energetic about? Yufeng berated Chu Zioxi and did not forget to press her chest. You almost frightened me to death just now. Chu Zongping's expression was calm. Apart from his slightly rosy face, there was nothing strange. He patted Yufeng's shoulder and said with a smile, you're just timid. They already said that the protective measures of this thing are very good. It's fine even if you fall from it. What are you afraid of? It's none of your business. Yufeng glared at Chu Zongping. Chu Zongping laughed and did not mind. He turned to Chu Nan and said, Little Nan, you don't have to worry about us. Go busy yourself. The arrangements of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce are very good. We have special people to accompany us for everything and play very comfortably. Haha, ever since your mother and I got married, it's been many years since we came out to travel. You still have the nerve to say that. Yufeng glanced at Chu Zongping again. After marrying a poor kid like you, I never expected to travel. If not for my son's hard work, I might not even have the chance to come to Earth in this life. Yes, I'm not capable, but can't I just have a useful son? Look. Nonsense, didn't I give birth to the son? You. Seeing her parents enter their daily bickering, Chu Zioxi rolled her eyes and adjusted the camera on the virtual screen again. She first aimed it at a young man who had been laughing beside her. This is Brother Zhang Li sent by the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce to guide us. The young man called Zhang Li immediately bowed slightly to Chu Nan. Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm Zhang Li who has been entrusted by the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce to accompany your parents and sister on their travels on Earth. You can call me Little Zhang. Chu Nan glanced at him and thought to himself that Tom Kench was really concerned. The tour guide he found was even of Chinese descent, which made it easier for his parents to accept him. Oh, Little Zhang, right? This is the first time my parents and sister have come to Earth. I hope you can bring them to see the unique scenery on Earth. Of course, the most important thing is to protect their safety. All right. Director Tom Kench personally instructed me to not worry. Yes. Chu Nan nodded and turned to Chu Zioxi. Zioxi, play with Mom and Dad first. I still have some things to deal with. I'll go find you after I'm done. Why aren't you done? Chu Zioxi pouted and complained. We only stayed on Earth for a week. Don't worry, I'll only need a day or two at most. After comforting Chu Zioxi, Chu Nan hung up. Just as he was about to call another call, a communication request suddenly lit up on his personal terminal. Chu Nan glanced at the source of the communication and chuckled. Alright, you're finally here. Chapter 780. 6 hours later, Chu Nan walked into Star Cloud Academy with a relaxed expression. His posture was as relaxed and natural as every time he returned to the academy from outside. There was nothing abnormal. However, when they saw him appear, the other students in the surrounding academy revealed surprised expressions. They instantly focused their gazes on him with strange expressions. Be it the video of Chu Nan being attacked by the Stargate nearly half a year ago or his appearance everywhere under the arrangements of the Federation Army in the past few days, it had made him a well-deserved celebrity in the Earth Federation. Although the attention of the outside world had decreased slightly under the deliberate arrangements of the Federation Army in the past 2 days, he was still the most eye-catching figure in the Federation. Even the relevant news of some celebrities could not overshadow him. In Star Cloud Academy, Chu Nan was originally very famous. Now that he had experienced this incident and caused the entire academy to endure countless accusations and huge pressure, he naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. However, now that this focus of attention had suddenly appeared in the academy, the people of the academy naturally had extremely complicated moods. They looked at Chu Nan with envy, jealousy, and admiration, but there was also disdain, disgust, and even hatred. It represented the different feelings of different students towards him. However, after hesitating for a moment, a large group of people still surrounded him. Wow, Chu Nan, you're finally back. Chu Nan, you're actually back. Chu Nan, will you still come back to school? Chu Nan, you. A large number of questions surged toward Chu Nan. Most of the questions revolved around one point, which was whether he would continue his studies at Star Cloud Academy. However, Chu Nan could not give an accurate answer to this question because he had returned to discuss it. The communication he had received just now was from the officials of Star Cloud Academy. Fortunately, he had followed Major Clint to various occasions these few days. Chu Nan was no longer the kind of newbie who had seen such a scene for the first time. He only maintained his smile and dealt with it. As expected, not long after, a furious roar penetrated the commotion of the surrounding students and clearly entered everyone's ears. "Why are you all blocking the door? Hurry up and disperse." Hearing this voice, all the students surrounding Chu Nan could not help but tremble. After pausing for a moment, they immediately opened up a path like a broken wave and gave way to him. Outside the crowd, the serious director of the Star Cloud Academy's teaching office, Aguero, glanced at the surrounding students and waved at Chu Nan. "Come with me." Under Aguero's might, the surrounding students could only watch helplessly as Chu Nan was taken away by him and discussed. "Why do you think Chu Nan suddenly returned? It can't be a good thing, right? Such a thing has already happened. I don't believe he'll still return to the academy." "That's not necessarily true. This is Star Cloud Academy after all. Where else can he go to school if not here? What school does he need to go to? Didn't you see what the media revealed? He can even deal with heaven control experts now. I don't believe it. He's now." Although Chu Nan heard the discussion of the students behind him, he did not take it to heart and quietly followed behind Aguero. After a while, he was surprised to discover that Aguero did not bring him back to the martial arts branch. Instead, he walked all the way into the depths of the academy and was finally brought to the main office building of the academy. Then, he entered the building and brought him to the dean's office. "Go in. The dean wants to see you." Aguero helped Chu Nan open the door and ignored the shock on his face before gesturing for him to enter. Chu Nan immediately saw that behind the open door, Dean Lin Mingdao was sitting behind his desk and looking at him. He thought for a moment and walked in. The door emitted a muffled sound behind him and was closed again. Lin Mingdao waved at Chu Nan. "Come and sit down." Chu Nan glanced at Lin Mingdao strangely and thought to himself that the person who took the initiative to contact him was the academic director of the martial arts branch, Wang Sichen. Now, the first person to see him was Dean Lin Mingdao. The difference was too great. "I should thank you first." As soon as Lin Mingdao spoke, he shocked Chu Nan. "Thank me?" Chu Nan asked in surprise. "For what?" "Thank you for avoiding the accusations of the academy under such circumstances and saving face for the academy," Lin Mingdao replied. "With your answer, the pressure on the academy immediately decreased greatly. As the dean, I naturally have to thank you." Chu Nan thought for a moment and immediately understood that Lin Mingdao was referring to his first public appearance a week ago when he answered the reporter's questions. He said that all his actions in the Lepler Star System incident were his own and had nothing to do with Star Cloud Academy. Star Cloud Academy did not need to take responsibility for this. It was also after he spoke that although the public criticism of Star Cloud Academy did not completely disappear, it quickly weakened. From this perspective, it was reasonable for Lin Mingdao to thank Chu Nan as the dean of Star Cloud Academy. "I'm only telling the truth." Chu Nan shrugged and put on an indifferent attitude. In any case, he had already displayed his attitude. Next, it was up to Star Cloud Academy to express their opinion. However, from the fact that Director Wang Sichen had taken the initiative to contact Chu Nan and even Dean Lin Mingdao had personally appeared, Star Cloud Academy was still very sincere. "Is that so?" Lin Mingdao seemed to have seen through Chu Nan's thoughts. He smiled and continued, "No matter what, it was our academy's mistake this time. We did not provide enough protection to the students who were in danger. Fortunately, you were blessed by the heavens and returned safely. After receiving the news that you were safe, I heaved a long sigh of relief." At this point, Lin Mingdao suddenly changed the topic. "Of course, since you're in danger because of our academy's negligence, the academy naturally has to make some compensation. If you have any requests, feel free to ask." Chu Nan's eyes lit up and he thought to himself that the dean was a sensible person. He directly mentioned the problem of compensation after saying a few words and saved him the trouble of talking. However, after looking at Lin Mingdao, his eyes darted around and he smiled and shook his head. "Dean, this is a problem between me and the martial arts branch. You don't have to ask. I think Director Wang Sichen will discuss it with me in detail later." "Very good." Lin Mingdao nodded lightly. "In that case, I'll wait for your good news." Chapter 781. Chu Nan sat on the lawn and allowed the passing students to look at him strangely. He propped his chin with one hand and fell into thought. After returning to the martial arts branch just now, things went much smoother than he had imagined. When he saw Chu Nan, Director Wang Sichen did not say a word and directly took out a paper contract document. The content of the contract was very simple. In summary, it was actually a statement of responsibility. If he signed this contract, Chu Nan would confirm that in the Lepler Star System incident, he was responsible for all his actions and it had nothing to do with Star Cloud Academy. In the future, he could not use this matter to publicize any comments that were disadvantageous to Star Cloud Academy. When Chu Nan first saw this contract, he suspected that he had seen it wrongly. In his opinion, Star Cloud Academy's actions were too stupid. Even if he did nothing else, as long as he publicized this contract, it was enough to make Star Cloud Academy suffer criticism. Countless people would think that Star Cloud Academy thought that they were in the wrong in the Lepler Star System incident and forced Chu Nan to sign such a contract. This way, Star Cloud Academy would only be even more passive than before. However, after he bluntly asked Director Wang Sichen this question, he expressed that this was the unanimous decision of the martial arts branch. If Chu Nan was willing to cooperate, it would naturally be the best. If he was unwilling to cooperate, the public opinion would not be harsher on Star Cloud Academy, so there was not much difference. However, to Chu Nan, even if Star Cloud Academy was scolded by others, it was not beneficial to him at all. Instead, signing this contract was beneficial to him. The benefits Wang Sichen mentioned were clearly reflected in this contract. The contract stated that the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch had admitted that they had neglected their duty in the incident in the Lepler star system and caused Chu Nan to be in danger. Therefore, they decided to compensate him accordingly. The most direct thing was that from the day the contract was signed, Chu Nan's student level would directly increase to B rank. This meant that as long as Chu Nan had enough points, he could directly exchange for any powerful B rank martial technique without needing to level up. Compared to the large group of students in the martial arts branch who were still working hard to increase their levels, the highest could only exchange for E rank martial techniques. It was undoubtedly much better. At the same time, because Chu Nan's student level had directly increased to B rank, it was much easier for him to climb to A rank. Moreover, according to the contract, when Chu Nan exchanged for an A rank martial technique, he would also enjoy a preferential policy of having half the points deducted. Combined with these 2 points, Chu Nan casually calculated and confirmed that if he focused on modifying martial techniques to obtain student points, he would need less than half a year to gather enough points to exchange for an A rank martial technique. Not to mention the students of the martial arts branch, such benefits were extremely tempting to any martial artist. However, to the current Chu Nan, just this was clearly not tempting enough. The martial arts branch clearly knew this very well, so they proposed a condition that truly moved Chu Nan. S-rank martial technique. The later part of the contract stipulated that Chu Nan still had the chance to choose one of the 6 S-rank martial techniques in Star Cloud Academy to obtain the inheritance. This was an S-rank martial technique. It was impossible for any martial artist, even the strongest star-grade martial artist, to not be tempted by an S-rank martial technique. Of course, Chu Nan was no exception. Moreover, his goal in registering for Star Cloud Academy was to obtain the precious S-rank martial technique, the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. He originally thought that he could only slowly accumulate points and increase the level of the students. It would take a year or 2 or even longer before he had the chance to come into contact with this martial technique. However, now, he actually had the chance to directly obtain the inheritance. Of course, the martial arts branch was not without conditions. Apart from Chu Nan agreeing to the conditions mentioned in the previous contract, the martial arts branch had raised another separate condition for him regarding the inheritance of this S-rank martial technique. Winning in the Orion Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. According to Wang Sichen's explanation, this was an S-rank martial technique after all. If there was no suitable reason to impart it to Chu Nan, the martial arts branch and even the entire Star Cloud Academy would be questioned. It was not a good thing for Chu Nan and Star Cloud Academy. If Chu Nan could win the Orion Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition, because his results were outstanding enough, the martial arts branch would have enough reason to give him an S-rank martial technique as a special reward. The others could not find any fault with it. Chu Nan, with your current strength, I think it shouldn't be a problem for you to win the competition, right? When he recalled how Wang Sichen patted his shoulder and looked extremely confident in himself, Chu Nan could not help but grin. He was also confident in winning this Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. If it was the garden hunting assembly held by the royal family of the Declan Empire, because the strongest young martial artists in the entire Milky Way were gathered, he did not have enough confidence to win. However, the candidates for this Orion Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition were the students of the various martial arts academies in the Orion arm. Moreover, because the highest reward for the competition was only an A-rank martial technique, Chu Nan did not think that there would be many true experts inside. With his current strength, if he could not even win this competition, there was no need to think about the garden hunting assembly. Therefore, when he saw this condition, Chu Nan did not hesitate and agreed. After all, he had returned to Star Cloud Academy this time to resolve the aftereffects of this incident with them and obtain some benefits. Now that the martial arts branch was so tactful, even if they added some conditions, it was nothing in his opinion. Of course, he did not need to consider too much. However, speaking of the garden hunting assembly, after the two sides signed the contract, Wang Sichen actually mentioned this to Chu Nan. It turned out that as the publicly recognized #1 martial arts branch in the Earth Federation, the cradle of genius martial artists, Star Cloud Academy also had a spot in the garden hunting assembly held by the royal family of the Declan Empire. Wang Sichen proposed that the martial arts branch had the intention to hand this spot to Chu Nan and send him to participate in the garden hunting assembly. If Chu Nan's performance in the garden hunting assembly was outstanding and he obtained the martial technique reward provided by the royal family of the Declan Empire, as long as he stored this martial technique in the martial technique database, he could exchange it for a martial technique of the same level. In other words, if Chu Nan obtained an A-rank martial technique, he could exchange it for an A-rank martial technique from the martial arts database. If he obtained an S-rank martial technique, he could also exchange for an S-rank martial technique. In fact, if Chu Nan had the chance to obtain many S-rank martial techniques as a reward, he could also exchange for many S-rank martial techniques from the martial arts database. Although the martial arts branch was not like Martial Kimikov and Supremacy Muyatong who could provide a generous condition of directly guiding him, the temptation of being able to exchange for S-rank martial techniques was greater. Chapter 782. Therefore, I'm a popular person now. Chu Nan thought for a moment and touched his chin before smiling proudly. In just a few days, he had been summoned by Marshal Kimikov and Xingyuan Lin to represent Supremacy Muyatong. Now, Star Cloud Academy had proposed an even more direct and rough cooperation agreement, and the spearhead was all aimed at the Garden Hunting Assembly next year. From this point, the Garden Hunting Society could be said to have obtained great attention with its rich rewards, causing the star-grade martial artists of the Federation to be tempted. At the same time, it proved that Chu Nan's current strength had already obtained the approval of countless people and was valued by experts like star-grade martial artists. Clearly, regardless of whether it was Marshal Kimikov, Supremacy Muyatong, or the martial arts branch, they all knew a lot about the Garden Hunting Assembly. However, they all felt that it was possible for Chu Nan to perform well in the Garden Hunting Assembly, which proved that his current strength could be considered top-notch even among the young martial artists in the entire Milky Way. I accidentally turned from a genius martial artist of the Earth Federation to a genius martial artist of the entire Milky Way. After all, Chu Nan was a young man who was not even 20 years old, so how could he not be proud? However, he was not proud for long and quickly calmed down. In the past, when his strength was insufficient, his true understanding of strength was only because his strength was insufficient that he was often bullied by a guy like Luoli. Now, as his strength gradually increased, his horizons also increased. He often fought with star-grade martial artists and fell into danger many times. He fought with heaven control experts in life and death, and his understanding of strength was no longer as shallow as before. The more he knew, the more Chu Nan felt that the path of martial arts was endless. Now, his goal had long changed from defeating Luoli to becoming a star-grade martial artist. How could he be proud of these things? After calming down, Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and connected to the martial arts database of the martial arts branch. Then, he discovered that his current student level had indeed been changed to B rank and the student points he had accumulated had not changed at all. After a detailed discussion with Director Wang Sichin just now, he signed the first contract without any hesitation and agreed to the conditions of relying on winning the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition to exchange for an S-rank martial technique. However, Chu Nan did not agree to the agreement to participate in the Garden Hunting Assembly for the time being. He was currently facing invitations from 3 sides and still had room to choose. There was no need to be anxious. Moreover, the Garden Hunting Assembly would be held next year. There was still a year to go, so there was no need to be anxious. After roughly scanning all the B-rank martial techniques in the martial arts database, Chu Nan calculated that with his current student points, he could probably exchange for 2 or 3 B-rank martial techniques in the database. After careful consideration, he exchanged for an internal breath cultivation method and 2 external martial techniques. This internal breath cultivation method was called the cicada breathing wind technique. It was a cultivation method for the use of internal breath. As a B-rank cultivation method, the cicada breathing wind technique could not be said to be especially outstanding, but it was extremely special. When using this cultivation method, his internal breath would be like the cry of a spring cicada. Through a special rhythm fluctuation, it would produce an even stronger internal breath increase and increase its power. Unlike Chu Nan, who used the high-frequency circulation of the 9 revolutions technique to directly increase his power, the cicada breathing wind technique directly changed the fluctuation rhythm of the circulation of his internal breath. It was more direct. Moreover, if he could combine it with the 9 revolutions technique, the increased power could be stacked together and the internal breath that could erupt would be even stronger. The 2 external martial techniques were a fist technique and a footwork technique respectively. They were not very meaningful to Chu Nan, but they were very useful to the current Chu Zioxi. They could help her better fuse with her internal breath and experience the powerful combat method after complementing her moves. Although the martial techniques in the martial arts database could not be taught to outsiders, Chu Nan had only exchanged for these 2 external martial techniques to obtain the true meaning of the cultivation method. If he modified them according to Chu Zioxi's exact situation, their final appearance would probably be completely different and could not be considered to have been taught to outsiders. After exchanging these 3 cultivation methods, Chu Nan thought for a moment and opened the A-rank martial technique list in the martial arts database to read them one by one. Compared to a B-rank martial technique, although an A-rank martial technique was only increased by a level, the actual effect was much stronger. If he could exchange for a few suitable martial techniques from here, it would definitely be extremely helpful to the current Chu Nan. Unfortunately, his student points were far from enough now. They were not even enough to level up, let alone exchange. No wonder it's said that what a martial artist needs the most is inheritance. With enough inheritance accumulation, martial techniques are not a problem at all. Chu Nan sighed in his mind, no wonder even star-grade martial artists like Marshal Kimikov and Muyatong have to be so diligent in the Garden Hunting Assembly. Even they hope to master as many powerful martial techniques as possible. An additional S-rank martial technique is equivalent to an additional trump card. When he thought of an S-rank martial technique, Chu Nan opened the S-rank martial technique library in the martial arts database. Compared to the B-rank and A-rank martial arts databases, there were only 6 in the S-rank martial arts database, so it seemed much more empty. However, everyone knew very well that any S-rank martial technique here was probably more valuable than all the B-rank and A-rank martial techniques combined. In the hundreds of years since Star Cloud Academy was established, it had experienced the collection efforts of countless generations of teachers and students. At the same time, it had the support of the Federation's officials. Only now had it accumulated these 6 S-rank martial techniques. With just these 6 S-rank martial techniques, the martial arts database of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch was already enough to be called the strongest place in the martial techniques preserved in the Earth Federation, surpassing the inheritance of any star-grade martial artist. Unlike B-rank martial techniques and A-rank martial techniques, the introduction of S-rank martial techniques was only a short sentence. There was not even a basic summary. Chu Nan casually glanced at the other 5 S-rank martial techniques and his gaze landed on the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. This martial technique was his goal in registering for Star Cloud Academy. The reason why he treated it as a target was because of Muyatong's guidance. At that time, Chu Nan firmly believed this. Although he did not have any doubts now, he could already observe this cultivation method with an ordinary gaze. Since this cultivation method was evaluated as an S-rank cultivation method, it must have its own uniqueness. At that time, Mu Yatong said that this cultivation method was suitable for Chu Nan. Coupled with his situation at that time, he should have felt that it was very difficult for Chu Nan's internal breath to increase. However, the requirements of this cultivation method were not that high and could allow his strength to increase as well. In that case, this cultivation method should be related to the strength of my body. Now that my body is already so powerful, should the effect of this cultivation method become stronger or not be very useful? Chu Nan rubbed his chin and looked at the evaluation behind the Arhat Overlord golden body. He fell into deep thought. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard footsteps coming in his direction. He raised his head in surprise and saw a figure walking over with his back facing the light. He looked down at Chu Nan, who was sitting on the ground. Stand up and fight me. Chapter 783. Chu Nan raised his head and looked at the person in amusement. Heh, Rudy Carl, you really don't give up. You want to fight me so badly. The person was Rudy Carl. He still lowered his head to look at Chu Nan and said coldly, I've never forgotten the humiliation of being defeated by you in the entrance examination. Previously, you used the excuse of escaping on planet Lepler. Later on, when I saw you fall into the Stargate, I was very disappointed. I thought that I would never have the chance to fight you again. Fortunately, you've returned alive, so how can I let go of this opportunity? Get up and fight me. Chu Nan sighed helplessly and stood up. I say, Rudy Carl, that was more than half a year ago. You've always remembered it? Moreover, do you think you can defeat me now? Rudy Carl's European-American face flushed. It was unknown if he was ashamed or angry. Humph, how will you know if you haven't fought? Although those media outlets are hyping up that you've even become a heaven control expert, I definitely won't believe it if I don't fight you personally. Come, if you still dare to escape like before, you'll always be a coward in my heart. Chu Nan glanced at the other students who surrounded him and rolled his eyes. It's your business what you think. I don't have time to waste with you. There's still something else. Goodbye. After saying that, Chu Nan tapped his feet and his body flew into the air. Seeing Chu Nan fly up, the surrounding students immediately cried out in surprise. Although through the video of the Lepler star system incident, everyone had long known that Chu Nan's current strength had greatly increased. Although he might not have even become a heaven control expert like some media outlets said, there was no doubt that he had already broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. However, that was only a video after all. It was completely different from seeing it with his own eyes. One had to know that because of the judgment of Mu Yatong and Norman, it was impossible for Chu Nan to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in his life. Naturally, it was impossible for him to fly into the sky with his body. However, now that Chu Nan had easily flown up in front of them, it naturally shocked everyone. This guy had actually broken the judgment of the two star-grade martial artists. Chu Nan ignored the reaction of the students below. He turned around and was about to fly east, planning to find his parents and Chu Zioxi to meet. Suddenly, his vision blurred and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him before throwing a punch. Although he was more than 10 meters away, Chu Nan could clearly sense that the surrounding spatial energy was triggered by this punch. There was even a faint special fluctuation around the fist. It could be seen that the power of this punch was extraordinary. Chu Nan flew back and dodged this punch. He said in surprise, Hey, Rudy Carl, I didn't expect your strength to have actually increased to this extent after not seeing you for half a year. You should be considered a second-stage void break martial artist now, right? Rudy Carl's punch missed and he looked slightly surprised. However, when he heard Chu Nan's words, his expression sank and he sneered. Do you think I've been doing nothing in the past half a year and haven't improved at all? That's not it. It's just that your improvement speed is too fast, causing me to be a little surprised. Chu Nan shrugged. It was fine if Chu Nan did not say anything, but when he said this, Rudy Carl's expression became even gloomier. Are you mocking me? Rudy Carl looked at Chu Nan coldly. In the previous entrance examination, you were only a low-level internal breath realm martial artist, but you've already broken through the cosmic heaven's gate in less than half a year. You can even fight a heaven control realm expert in space and return alive in the end. Now, I've only used half a year to break through from the initial stage void break realm to the second stage. How can I compare to you? Chu Nan looked at him in confusion. So, do you think I'm strong or not? Regardless of whether you're strong or not, we'll know after a battle. Take this. Rudy Carl shouted and threw another punch from dozens of meters away. This punch was accumulated and released. The power was clearly stronger than the previous punch, and the spatial energy fluctuations in the surrounding space were even more obvious. Chu Nan was originally not interested in fighting Rudy Carl. Now that he discovered that his strength had greatly increased and his attitude was extremely serious, his heart stirred and he decided that it was good to fight with him. He directly extinguished his thoughts and prevented him from finding a chance to pester him in the future. With a thought, just as he was about to circulate his internal breath and use the two B-rank external martial techniques he had just exchanged to practice his moves on Rudy Carl, an emergency notification suddenly sounded from the personal terminal on Chu Nan's wrist. Hearing this voice, Chu Nan's expression immediately changed. He threw a sentence at Rudy Carl, I'll play with you next time. Then, his figure moved and he instantly accelerated to fly away. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a small black dot in the sky and disappeared. Rudy Carl's punch missed and he was stunned for a moment before realizing it. The group of students below who were originally waiting to watch a good show was also stunned. They did not expect Chu Nan to escape without a move. Rudy Carl turned to look in the direction where Chu Nan had flown and disappeared. His expression was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping from it and his fists cracked. Damn Chu Nan, if I can't defeat you in front of everyone, I won't stop. 5,600 kilometers east of Star Cloud Academy, on a small uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. Chu Xiaoxi looked at the two people opposite her coldly and felt waves of pain in her stomach, but she did not dare to move at all. She only frowned slightly and did not dare to show much pain. Although her powerful physical body after becoming an internal breath realm martial artist made that old gunpowder weapon attack unable to even penetrate her outer flesh, now that the bullet had deeply entered her flesh, the intense pain caused by the wound severely affected her. Coupled with the other injuries on her body and the most serious left calf that was close to being fractured, it made it completely inconvenient for her to move. If not for her powerful willpower and the even more terrifying pain she had experienced when she underwent the meridian modification under Chu Nan, she would have long been unable to endure it. No, I definitely can't collapse. I have to hold on until brother rushes over. Chu Xiaoxi gritted her teeth and her gaze swept past Zhang Li, who was covered in blood and unconscious on the ground not far away. She was a little anxious. As soon as the group of people in front of him appeared, they launched a merciless attack. In the end, Zhang Li was directly shot and fell to the ground. It was unknown what his injuries were, but just from looking at them, it was obvious that the situation was very bad. He might not be able to last long. Behind her, Chu Zongping and Yufang hugged each other tightly, their faces filled with fear. If not for Chu Xiaoxi desperately protecting them just now, they would probably be dead now. It seems that we can forget about the vacation. I only hope that mom and dad are fine. Chu Xiaoxi took a deep breath and circulated her internal breath. She recalled everything Chu Nan had taught her and quickly calmed down. Chapter 784. In fact, the two people opposite her did not feel much better than Chu Xiaoxi. It was not easy for them to rely on the information they had grasped this time to take advantage of the fact that Chu Xiaoxi's family had come to this uninhabited island to play and choose to attack. They originally thought that with a rapid attack, the other party would be easily captured and could not resist at all. However, they did not expect that this girl who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old was completely beyond their expectations. She was actually an internal breath realm expert. Moreover, this girl's judgment was also very shocking. While they were unprepared, she quickly knocked out all the subordinates they had brought, leaving only the two of them, internal breath martial artists. However, because they did not have weapons, it was very difficult to directly threaten Chu Xiaoxi's parents and use them to coerce her. Under Chu Xiaoxi's desperate protection, the two of them tried a few times but were actually unable to break through her defense. Although Chu Xiaoxi was already covered in injuries, she still stood tall and her aura was not chaotic at all. It seemed that he could probably deal with her in a short period of time. The two of them were not worried that they could not defeat Chu Xiaoxi. After all, with her current situation, she could not last long. They were worried about the reinforcements that could rush over at any time, especially Chu Nan. If Chu Nan really had the strength of the heaven control realm as the rumors said, it would definitely not take long for him to rush over. The two of them looked at each other. One of the thin and tall men said to Chu Xiaoxi, girl, give up resisting. We don't have the intention to kill you and your parents, but if you resist like this again, it's hard to say if we fail. Chu Xiaoxi's heart stirred. These two fellows clearly wanted to capture her and her parents alive, so it was obvious that their goal was to use her and her parents to threaten her brother. In that case, he could not let them succeed. Chu Xiaoxi took a deep breath and took a step back with her right foot. She stepped forward with her left foot and clenched her left fist at her waist. She clenched her right fist and raised it to block her chest. It was the opening move of the second and third stance of the Hong clan's long fist, retreating horse rush fist, that Chu Nan had taught her. After all, she had only cultivated martial techniques for a short period of time. It was only natural for her to break through in her internal breath, but it was very difficult for her to master too many and too profound martial techniques in a short period of time. Compared to the powerful external martial techniques Chu Nan had taught her, she was more proficient in simple martial techniques like the Hong clan's long fist, causing her to be more confident. Now that they were on an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean, it was impossible for her to escape with her parents. The only choice was to persist and wait for her brother to arrive. Since these two fellows' goal was to capture her and her parents alive, Chu Xiaoxi did not have to worry that they would directly kill her parents. Instead, she felt relieved and her internal breath circulated more smoothly. Seeing Chu Xiaoxi's actions, the two people opposite her frowned. They knew that this stubborn girl clearly had no intention of surrendering. The tall and thin man glanced at his companion, who nodded in understanding. The two of them suddenly divided into two groups and surrounded Chu Xiaoxi from the left and right. It had already been proven to be impossible to deal with Chu Xiaoxi in a short period of time from the battle just now, but the parents behind her were her greatest weakness. From this point, she was not so easy to deal with. However, Chu Xiaoxi's reaction exceeded their expectations again. Seeing the two of them rushing over from both sides, Chu Xiaoxi revealed a trace of joy. She twisted her waist and her right foot that was dragged behind twisted along her waist before suddenly taking a large step to the left. She led her entire body to the left and threw a punch, actually meeting the tall and thin person rushing over from the left. Feeling the shocking strength of Chu Xiaoxi's punch, the tall and thin man was shocked. He wanted to dodge the attack and continue to threaten her parents, but he discovered that although Chu Xiaoxi's punch seemed to be simple, it had actually perfectly fused with her fist momentum and body posture. The timing and angle he chose were almost perfect. It happened to be the moment when one of his feet landed and his old strength had just dissipated. Damn, this little bitch is so young, but why is her martial technique so proficient? The tall and thin man cursed in his mind and quickly determined that he could not dodge at all. He could only slap Chu Xiaoxi. However, facing his palm, Chu Xiaoxi actually did not dodge. Her upper body moved slightly and she actually used her left shoulder to face his palm. Bang! Bang! When the tall and thin man slapped Chu Xiaoxi's shoulder, his lower abdomen was firmly punched by her. The two of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Chu Xiaoxi was sent flying by the force of the tall and thin man's palm. However, she forcefully twisted her body in the air and exerted strength with her feet. She actually rushed towards the short enemy who was rushing towards her parents on the other side and happened to block in front of him. She retracted her right fist from her waist and threw a punch along the spinning of her body. It was the first move of the not-so-standard Hong clan's long fist. Sitting horse rush fist. The short enemy did not expect Chu Xiaoxi to actually react like this under such circumstances. After being shocked, he sneered in his mind. This girl was now injured even more, so how could she have any combat strength? As long as he dealt with her, this mission would be considered successful. Lie down. The short enemy shouted softly and also threw a punch, but it turned into fist shadows that filled the sky and completely enveloped Chu Xiaoxi. However, it was as if Chu Xiaoxi did not see the fist shadows that filled the sky. She still threw a punch at the short enemy, filled with an indomitable aura. The short enemy frowned. He recalled that his superior had emphasized that he could not kill the three of them before he left, so he retracted his fist slightly. The fist shadows that filled the sky shrunk into one and accurately struck Chu Xiaoxi's fist. Boom! The flesh on Chu Xiaoxi's entire right fist burst open. Her originally delicate and small fist became covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. However, compared to the injuries of the shorter enemy, she was much better. Under the collision of the punch, the short enemy's right arm emitted a shocking explosion. The bones in his entire right arm were completely broken, and not a single part was intact. His entire right arm was actually crippled. The short enemy let out an earth-shattering scream. His body was sent flying, shattering the rock on the island behind him and falling to the ground. Chu Xiaoxi also fell to the ground. Her body suddenly swayed and she almost fell to the ground. She opened her mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. However, she could not be bothered to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She turned to look at the tall and thin enemy who had already rushed over again. The action just now seemed to be rash, but it was actually Chu Xiaoxi's choice after careful consideration. If the three of them remained in good condition, the two of them were actually stronger than him. If they rushed forward together, in order to protect her parents, she would only be injured more and more. She would probably not be able to last long. However, now that they had both suffered losses, their strength had greatly decreased because of their injuries. It was very difficult for them to cooperate exquisitely at the same time, causing Chu Xiaoxi to lose sight of one side. Moreover, the most important reason why Chu Xiaoxi dared to do this was that Chu Nan had once told her that the strength of her current body had clearly surpassed ordinary internal breath martial artists. The head-on battle with the two enemies just now fully displayed this. They had both suffered a blow, but the injuries of the two enemies were clearly much more serious than Chu Xiaoxi's. The current them had completely lost the possibility of forcing Chu Xiaoxi to make a mistake and break through her to threaten their parents. This forced combat method was actually taught by Chu Nan. Chapter 785. It's not over. Looking at the tall and thin enemy who rushed over, Chu Xiaoxi grunted and circulated her internal breath. Although there was pain everywhere in her body, she still gritted her teeth and threw a punch. The tall and thin enemy did not expect a delicate girl like Chu Xiaoxi to be so brave when fighting. As soon as she threw a punch, she assumed a posture that did not leave any room for retreat, causing him to be immediately caught off guard. However, he was stronger than Chu Xiaoxi in the end and his combat experience was much richer. Although he was a little flustered by Chu Xiaoxi in the beginning, it did not take long for him to stabilize his footing and stabilize the situation again. Soon, the short enemy who was sent flying by Chu Xiaoxi's punch stood up again. Chu Xiaoxi could only be forced to return to her parents' side and block them from approaching. Bang, bang, bang. Punch after punch, palm after palm. In order to protect her good parents, Chu Xiaoxi did not dare to leave casually. The two enemies had also learned their lesson and gave up on the thought of bypassing Chu Xiaoxi to attack Chu Zongping and the other two behind her. They focused on dealing with Chu Xiaoxi first. This way, Chu Xiaoxi immediately felt much more pressure than before. However, compared to the situation just now, because Chu Xiaoxi and the two of them had fought until both sides were injured, these two enemies were now affected by their injuries and it was very difficult for them to unleash their full strength. Although the pressure on Chu Xiaoxi was still powerful, she already had the ability to forcefully endure their attacks and not take half a step back. Although the enemy's attacks continuously caused more and more serious injuries to her, with her powerful body that far exceeded ordinary internal breath martial artists, Chu Xiaoxi could still barely endure. Chu Zongping and Yufeng, who were protected by her, saw the bloody mess on Chu Xiaoxi's body and spat out a mouthful of blood from time to time. They felt as if a knife was twisted in their hearts. However, the two of them did not know martial techniques at all, but they could only feel pain in their hearts and could not help at all. They did not even dare to scream, afraid that they would affect Chu Xiaoxi who was nervously fighting. Yufeng's hands firmly pinched Chu Zongping's arm, causing several purple bruises to appear on his right arm. However, it was as if Chu Zongping did not feel any pain. He only gritted his teeth and ignored the trace of blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. He stared at Chu Xiaoxi without blinking and muttered in his mind. Xiaoxi, nothing must happen to you. Little Nan, quickly save your sister. After fighting for a moment, the two enemies could not attack for a long time and could not help but feel anxious. The two of them had accepted this mission and originally thought that it would be easy to deal with a few weak ordinary people. They did not expect to be forcefully delayed by a girl like Chu Xiaoxi. If this continued, things might change. The tall and thin enemy sneered and glanced at the short enemy opposite him. The short enemy understood the meaning in his companion's eyes and was immediately shocked. He could not help but shake his head. However, he saw that his companion's eyes were extremely firm and ruthless. He turned to look at Chu Xiaoxi, who was covered in blood but still standing firmly with a firm expression. He could only make up his mind, grit his teeth, and rush towards Chu Xiaoxi before slapping out. This palm strike seemed to be no different from every palm strike he had struck out previously, but in fact, he had already used his ultimate technique. A B-rank palm technique, the Scorching Sun Divine Palm. The palm technique contained a special internal breath, and its power was extraordinary. This palm strike was different from every palm strike that had slapped Chu Xiaoxi previously. It planned to take her life. After all, Chu Xiaoxi did not have enough combat experience and did not immediately sense the subtle change in the palm strike of the short enemy. Most of her attention was focused on the thin and tall man who was preparing to use the same trick to bypass her parents from the other side. Feeling the palm of the short enemy, Chu Xiaoxi did not think twice and threw a punch. However, as soon as her fist touched the other party's palm, Chu Xiaoxi immediately sensed that something was wrong. The other party's palm was like a red-hot soldering iron that was extremely hot. An extremely hot and terrifying internal breath that was like the scorching sun of summer seeped out of his palm and actually forcefully penetrated the internal breath defense on Chu Xiaoxi's fist, burning her already heavily injured right fist into a ball of rotten meat again. One could even smell the fragrance of roasted meat. The terrifying internal breath even penetrated Chu Xiaoxi's fist and the meridians of her right arm. She only felt as if a line of fire was burning along the meridians of her right arm and instantly invaded her chest, causing her to feel as if her internal organs were burning together. She only felt that it was extremely hot and unbearable, as if her entire body was going to turn into charcoal in the next moment. Seeing Chu Xiaoxi's body stiffen, the two enemies were overjoyed. Although the possibility of Chu Xiaoxi surviving this palm strike was extremely small, so be it if she died. As long as her parents were still alive, it did not matter if he captured them and used them to threaten Chu Nan. The tall and thin enemy moved his feet and wanted to bypass Chu Xiaoxi to capture Chu Zongping and Yufang and settle this mission. However, he did not expect that as soon as he moved, Chu Xiaoxi's body would also move and she threw another punch. The tall and thin enemy did not expect that not only did Chu Xiaoxi not die on the spot after being struck by his companion's trump card, she actually had the ability to counterattack. In fact, this punch even carried an extremely hot aura that he was familiar with. He was immediately shocked and did not dare to fight Chu Xiaoxi head-on at all. He hurriedly retreated. He retreated dozens of meters away. After he stopped in surprise, he discovered that Chu Xiaoxi's body was frozen on the spot, not moving at all, as if the punch just now had exhausted all her strength. The tall and thin enemy immediately understood that the punch just now was already Chu Xiaoxi's last breath. It was impossible for her to have any ability to resist now. Thinking of this, he laughed proudly. "Stupid bitch, let's see how you can stop me now." Although he said that, when he rushed over again, he still waved at his short companion and attacked together. Chu Xiaoxi felt as if her entire body was burning fiercely. Not to mention mobilizing her internal breath to face the enemy, she could not even stand steadily. There was only a blur in front of her eyes. Even the two enemies who rushed over could only see two extremely blurry figures. "No, I want to stop them. I can't let them pass." His powerful belief still supported Chu Xiaoxi. Her extremely strong body allowed her to still condense the last bit of strength under such circumstances and punch the thin and tall man who rushed over first. Feeling that the internal breath in Chu Xiaoxi's punch was extremely weak and unstable, and there was no strength to speak of, the tall and thin man was overjoyed. He slapped out and planned to kill Chu Xiaoxi in passing. In any case, the higher-ups did not say that they had to capture them alive. It was not a problem to kill one or two. Seeing that his palm was about to hit Chu Xiaoxi's chest and sensing a terrifying aura coming from the enemy's palm, Chu Xiaoxi did not feel any fear, only regret. "Unfortunately, I still can't protect dad and mom, and I can't see brother become a star-grade martial artist." Just as Chu Xiaoxi was about to punch out the last time and close her eyes to wait for death, she suddenly discovered that the sinister smile on the thin and tall enemy's face had turned into surprise. In the next moment, it was as if his entire body had been flattened. His head was forcefully pressed into his neck, and the shocking sound of bones breaking sounded from his upper body. Then, his entire body sank and was completely flattened on the beach of the island, turning into a pool of blurry flesh in the sand pit that could not be distinguished at all. "Xiaoxi, I'm here." A figure suddenly flashed in front of her and an arm stretched out to hug Chu Xiaoxi. An extremely comfortable aura immediately emitted from the palm that was pressed against her lower abdomen, instantly making her feel much better. Feeling a familiar aura and hearing this familiar voice, Chu Xiaoxi, who had been extremely tense, immediately had a thought. Her vision darkened and she fainted. Chapter 786. The first sentence Zhang Li said when he woke up just now immediately filled him with a good impression of this tour guide. Moreover, his reaction was so fast and he could still remain calm in such an accident. It could be seen that he was strong and was a very good talent. Tom Kench only found a tour guide for his parents and Xiaoxi, but he already had such qualities. It could be seen how concerned he was about entertaining Chu Nan's parents and Chu Xiaoxi. However, Chu Nan was very dissatisfied with the security provided by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. Although he knew that Tom Kench definitely did not expect anyone to be so ruthless to Chu Nan's parents and Chu Xiaoxi, he could not help but be angry that his parents and Chu Xiaoxi had encountered such danger and almost lost their lives. Now that Tom Kench was not in front of him, Chu Nan's anger could only be vented on another target. He patted Zhang Li's shoulder and stood up. He walked to the short enemy and looked down at him. "Tell me, who sent you?" The short enemy raised his head slightly and looked at Chu Nan's face, which was even younger than the image information. He did not believe that the young man in front of him could actually defeat a heaven control expert head-on as described in the intelligence. However, he did not dare to not believe it. Regardless of whether Chu Nan really had the powerful strength of the Heaven Control Realm, there was no doubt that he had the strength of the Void Break Realm. In front of Chu Nan, a mere third-stage internal breath martial artist like him could not resist at all. The short enemy was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. I can't say. Is that so? A cold smile appeared on Chu Nan's face as he raised his hand and slapped out. The short enemy was shocked and wanted to dodge, but Chu Nan's palm had already completely locked down the space around him. He discovered that his body could not move at all and could only watch as Chu Nan's palm slowly and clearly pressed on his chest. When his internal breath seeped out, the short enemy could not help but open his mouth again. A small white capsule pill spat out. Chu Nan reached out to catch it and sneered, "What? This is the pill used by a guy like you to commit suicide in the legends." The short enemy looked at the pill in Chu Nan's palm and his face immediately turned ashen. That's right, this was indeed the pill Chu Nan had mentioned. The rules of the organization were extremely harsh. A guy like him who failed the mission would definitely suffer a fate worse than death when he returned. If he submitted to the threat of the enemy and revealed the key information, not only would it be impossible for him to survive, even his family and all his close friends would suffer an extremely terrifying fate. Now that he had fallen into Chu Nan's hands, because he had just personally seen his companion being slapped into meat paste, he did not have any hope of surviving. However, now that even his method of suicide had been discovered by Chu Nan, he could only panic even more. If he could not even commit suicide, if he was tortured by Chu Nan and revealed important information, the fate waiting for him would only be even more miserable. With a thought, the short enemy made up his mind. The aura in his dantian appeared and quickly turned into an extremely hot flame that rushed to his heart. Dying by severing his own heart meridians was not difficult for a third-stage internal breath expert like him. That pill would only make him feel less pain when he committed suicide. Just because he did not have it did not mean that he did not have any methods to commit suicide. However, he had never expected that he would one day use the Scorching Sun Divine Poem to forcefully burn his heart meridians and commit suicide. Chapter 787. However, just as this extremely hot internal breath was about to flow into his heart and burn through the entire heart of the short enemy, causing him to die instantly, a warm but powerful internal breath suddenly flowed into his body and quickly enveloped his heart, turning the scorching internal breath into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Chu Nan sneered at him, "What? You want to commit suicide?" The short enemy was stunned. He could imagine that Chu Nan was powerful and he could not match him, but he did not expect that he could easily turn his internal breath into nothingness, preventing him from even using it to commit suicide. If he could not commit suicide, what should he do next? He actually panicked for a moment. "Come, open your mouth," Chu Nan suddenly said. At this moment, the short enemy had almost lost the ability to think. When he heard this, he opened his mouth in a daze and discovered that Chu Nan had raised his hand and thrown the pill into his mouth. He looked at Chu Nan in shock. "What did this guy want?" "Eat it," Chu Nan said. The short enemy was stunned, then swallowed the pill without hesitation. Feeling that the pill entered his stomach from his throat and was quickly broken down by the stomach acid, the medicinal effect began to evaporate. Soon, he felt as if a knife was twisting in his stomach. The medicinal effect spread into his blood vessels, and the flesh and blood in his entire body became extremely sore as if countless ants were biting every cell. "Damn, who said that swallowing this medicine would kill me faster?" The short enemy cursed in his mind, but in fact, he heaved a sigh of relief and calmly waited for death. If he could die like this, it would be the best outcome for him now. However, the intense pain in his abdomen and entire body continued. He discovered that his body had actually been maintaining its life force. No matter how painful he felt, there were no signs of dying. He could not even faint. The medicinal effect of the pill gradually evaporated. The pain in the shorter enemy's body became more and more intense. He even felt that he had touched the edge of death, but he could not die. He just had to remain conscious. This pain lasted for more than 10 minutes, but to the short enemy, it seemed to have lasted for more than 10 years. By the time the medicinal effect gradually evaporated, the pain gradually slowed down and disappeared. Countless blood vessels had already seeped out of the short enemy's entire body, mixed with dripping sweat, soaking his entire body into an extremely miserable-looking bloody person. Chu Nan loosened his grip and the short man fell to the beach. He stepped on his chest and looked down at him from above. He sneered, "Let me tell you, I've grasped a very special cultivation method. No matter how much you commit suicide, I can make sure you don't die. If the trip just now was not satisfying, do you want me to take out the pill in your companion's mouth and let you taste it again?" The short enemy panted heavily and looked at the cold smile on Chu Nan's face. When he recalled the horror brought about by the edge of death, his mind finally collapsed. I'll say. That's good. Susan threw herself heavily on the bed. The soft mattress bounced her body up and down twice before calming down. Feeling the comfort of the large bed, Susan let out a satisfied groan. She wished she could just lie on it and sleep without getting up. However, a moment later, she jumped up from the bed and patted her face forcefully. "Susan, you're no longer the Susan from before. Pull yourself together. You can't be lazy anymore." After encouraging herself, Susan took off her clothes quickly and rushed into the bathroom. Under the wash of the water that was not very hot, the exhaustion from a day of intense work slowly fermented, causing her to feel even more sleepy. At the same time, her exhaustion was also eliminated. Susan raised her head and let the water wash over her face. She suddenly thought of a question. When did I become like this? If anyone who knew Susan in the past saw her now, they would probably not recognize her at all. Although the current Susan's skin was still dark, her entire temperament had completely changed. Even the large tattoos that could be seen almost everywhere on her body had been completely removed by her surgery. At any time, she looked like a professional woman who had gone through hardships and could not interact with her previous appearance. When she recalled how she had found her uncle more than 5 months ago and begged her to arrange a serious job for her in the future, Susan felt that it was unbelievable that her uncle's shocked face was about to pop out. She originally thought that she would continue to fool around like before in her life until she died in an unknown corner like all the black brothers in the block. Even her uncle might not be willing to take in her corpse. She did not expect that one day, she would be able to make up her mind to change and become a new person. Where did such strength come from? Susan actually knew very well that all the changes had happened in the video she had seen 5 months ago. That short video image shocked the entire Earth Federation and triggered a series of major events. However, to Susan, it only meant one thing: Chu Nan was dead. Before she saw this video, Susan had never felt that Chu Nan had any effect on her. He was only a passerby in her life. However, after seeing Chu Nan fall into the Stargate in the video and be judged dead by everyone, Susan suddenly felt the entire world in front of her change. She was silent for 2 days before finding her uncle and starting to plan her life again. She began to decide to live well. Although the news of Chu Nan successfully surviving had spread throughout the entire Federation some time ago, when Susan saw this news, she discovered that it did not affect her much. She already liked this busy, nervous, tired, but extremely fulfilling life that made her feel challenged. Although Chu Nan's death had greatly touched her, regardless of whether he was dead or alive, it was impossible for her to change her life again. Susan closed her eyes and thought for a moment. When she opened them again, she stretched out her finger and drew a simple portrait on the misty mirror in front of her. Although the lines of this portrait were simple, if a familiar person saw it, they would recognize at a glance that it was Chu Nan. Susan's talent in painting had appeared since she was young, but she had never paid attention to it. It was only a few days ago when she participated in a banquet and was found and praised by a famous artist that she truly took it seriously. She had even considered studying painting well and displaying her talent in this aspect. However, now, she stared at this casually drawn portrait for a while and smiled. Then, she stuck her head out and kissed the mouth of the portrait before reaching out to wipe it away. Alright, regardless of whether you're really still alive, it has nothing to do with me in the future. Goodbye. Just as she finished laughing, Susan suddenly heard 2 clear sounds coming from outside the bathroom, as if someone had pried open the door and window and entered. This is the 13th floor. Susan was shocked. Originally, the safest method at this moment should be to pick up the personal terminal beside her and call the police for help. However, the habits Susan had left behind in the past were exposed. She only thought for a moment and picked up an iron rod in the bathroom without any hesitation. Hearing the footsteps in the room outside, she suddenly pulled open the door and rushed out, knocking on the figure. Bang! The metal rod struck that person's head heavily, but it was as if it had struck a rock. After a muffled sound, it actually bounced back, causing Susan's hands to go numb and the metal rod to fly out of her hand. Susan watched in shock as the person slowly turned around with a smile. Heh, Susan, it's been half a year since we last met. Is this how you welcome your old friend? However, in the next moment, the smile on that person's face turned awkward and red. He quickly turned around and said in embarrassment, "Why did you rush out naked?" Susan blinked and suddenly laughed. "Hey boy, could it be that you want to tell me that you're still a damned virgin after not seeing you for so long?" Chapter 788. In the Golden Rose Club in the West District of Los Angeles. This is it. Chu Nan looked at the building that did not look special from the outside and turned to ask Susan. "Yes, it's here." Susan nodded nervously, then asked worriedly, You really want to go? The people of the Night Demon Brotherhood are very fierce." "Is it very fierce?" Chu Nan smiled. "I'm even fiercer than them." After saying that, he pressed down on Susan's shoulder and shook his head at her. Then, he opened the car door and walked straight towards the door of the building. When the 2 burly men standing at the door saw Chu Nan approaching, they immediately revealed unfriendly expressions. One of them reached out and stopped him. "Hey, kid, what are you doing? This is not a place for a kid like you to enter casually. If you know what's good for you, quickly get lost." "Is that so?" Chu Nan lowered his head to look at the arm of the burly man blocking in front of him and raised his hand to grab it. The burly man was shocked to discover that Chu Nan's actions were clearly very slow and looked very clear. However, he could not dodge at all and was grabbed by him. Then, Chu Nan gently exerted strength with both hands. Crack! It was as if a piece of wood had been broken from the middle. After a crisp sound, the burly man's arm was broken back. The sudden pain immediately made him roar and his other hand threw a punch at Chu Nan. However, halfway through his punch, Chu Nan stretched out his hands again. His movements still looked extremely slow, but he still easily grabbed his arm and gently bent it. Crack! With another crisp sound, the remaining arm of the burly man was easily broken by Chu Nan. Because both his arms were broken, the burly man's charging body immediately lost its balance and he fell forward. With a bang, his face smashed into the ground. Blood spat out from his nostrils and the corner of his mouth, instantly dyeing the ground red. All of this actually happened in a few breaths. Only then did the burly man beside him react and shout at Chu Nan in shock and anger. "Kid, inquire carefully. This is the territory of the Night Demon Brotherhood. You actually dare to come here to cause trouble. Are you courting death?" "That's right. I'm looking for your Night Demon Brotherhood." Chu Nan still maintained a very calm smile, but under his eyes was a bone-chilling coldness and burning anger. It was this damned Night Demon Brotherhood again. After interrogating the short enemy on the uninhabited island, Chu Nan was immediately furious when he learned that they were actually sent by the Night Demon Brotherhood. Previously, it was the Night Demon Brotherhood who sent people to attack him and his family, allowing them to be safe thanks to the protection of Uncle Costa, Uncle Muluo, and the others sent by Dongfang. Later on, they even forced Chu Nan to take the initiative to announce the A-rank martial technique he had obtained from Mu Yatong before it was completely stable. He did not expect that this damned Night Demon Brotherhood would actually send people to attack his parents and Chu Xiaoxi again and even almost take her life. Chu Nan was not strong enough previously and was forced to listen to Dongfang's advice and choose to endure. However, now, he did not want to endure it anymore. When the remaining burly man saw the smile on Chu Nan's face, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. When he saw his companions encounter, he did not dare to rashly approach and quickly pressed a signal transmission program on his personal terminal. Chu Nan saw his actions clearly, but he did not have any intention of stopping him and only watched quietly. A moment later, 6 burly men rushed out of the Night Demon Brotherhood's clubhouse and surrounded Chu Nan. From the aura revealed by these 6 burly men, they were clearly different from the 2 burly men guarding the door. Their skills were clearly much stronger. However, in front of Chu Nan, they were no different from helpless ordinary people. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Nan's figure flashed and the 6 burly men were sent flying. Their limbs were all broken and they could only lie on the ground and scream. 7 burly men lying on the ground miserably at the entrance of the club immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. It also made the group of people who originally wanted to enter stop and only dare to watch from afar. Everyone looked at Chu Nan in extreme surprise as if they were looking at a lunatic. Was this kid courting death? Did he not know that this was the territory of the Night Demon Brotherhood? After easily dealing with these 6 burly men who were only at the Overlord body realm, Chu Nan looked at the burly guard he had deliberately left behind and hooked his finger at him. Continue. The burly man's face immediately flushed red as he said angrily, "Kid, you're courting death." Chu Nan shook his head and could not be bothered to pay attention to him as he walked into the club. The burly man wanted to reach out to stop him, but as soon as he raised his hand, before he could see Chu Nan move, he felt a terrifying force that was not huge but irresistible strike his arm, causing it to instantly break. Just as the burly man was about to roar in pain, Chu Nan suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck before pulling him in. The interior of the club did not seem to be affected by the outside world. It was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. When they saw Chu Nan grab the burly man's neck and drag him in, the group of people near the door thought that it was some entertainment program and actually clapped and cheered for him. However, in the next moment, Chu Nan's arm shook and the burly man's huge body flew into the air and heavily smashed into a table in the middle of the hall. Boom! The entire table collapsed under the burly man's huge body. The junk on the table flew out, smashing the guests around the table until their heads were bleeding and they cried out in surprise. At this moment, the people in the hall finally understood that this was not a live show, but that someone was really causing trouble. After the panic, many people were not afraid. Instead, they looked at Chu Nan curiously and excitedly. Someone actually dared to cause trouble in the territory of the Night Demon Brotherhood. It was too strange. Chu Nan ignored the gazes of the surrounding people and walked in. Before he could take 2 steps, another group of burly men appeared on both sides and rushed over. Chu Nan shook his head and found a seat to sit down, completely ignoring the burly men. The burly men surged over but discovered that after rushing 2 meters away from Chu Nan, they could not advance anymore. The scene of a group of burly men gritting their teeth and baring their fangs was too funny. It actually made the surrounding guests who were watching the commotion laugh. However, in the next moment, they could not smile anymore. Chu Nan suddenly raised his head and glanced up. His internal breath circulated and spatial energy erupted. The burly men he blocked outside seemed to have exploded and flown in all directions, knocking away the surrounding guests. For a moment, screams and wails filled the hall. In an instant, it turned from a happy and noisy place to a tragic scene like a storm. He still raised his head and sneered. "If only trash like you were sent out by the Night Demon Brotherhood, I really don't understand where you got the courage to provoke me." Chapter 789. A figure slowly landed from the skylight that led to the roof in the middle of the hall. Just from his floating appearance, it was very easy to tell that this middle-aged man in a decent suit with a square face and a standard European handsome face should be a void-break martial artist. Seeing his appearance, the surrounding guests who were shouting were even more surprised. "Oh, God, even Boss Matthew came out. Where is this kid from? Humph, damned kid, you actually provoked Boss Matthew. You're dead." The middle-aged man called Boss Matthew did not have an arrogant expression like the surrounding guests. Instead, he sized up Chu Nan with an extremely careful gaze. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he said in surprise, "You're Chu Nan. You indeed recognize me." Chu Nan sneered and did not have any intention of talking nonsense with him. He raised his hand and the huge spatial energy in the space around him surged and gathered in his palm. Matthew immediately felt as if the space around him had been locked. The spatial energy that he had easily controlled just now instantly became disobedient and completely escaped his control. He shouted in his mind that something was wrong. Just as he was about to circulate his internal breath to resist, he discovered that the terrifying spatial energy was already surging toward him wildly. However, he did not even have the ability to move a finger and could only barely circulate his internal breath. However, under the invasion of this terrifying spatial energy, his internal breath collapsed at a touch and he instantly lost all resistance. Phew! Matthew spat out a mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have been pressed down by Mount Tai. His legs suddenly bent and he knelt on the ground with a plop. Then, the bones in his thighs broke inch by inch, and his entire body sank into the hard stone floor of the hall. His entire upper body fell back, and his head hit the floor with a bang. The back of his head was also pressed into the ground by a terrifying force. Countless bones in his body shattered, and he could not move at all. The thugs and other guests who had been noisy in the hall instantly fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes and opened their mouths as they looked at the middle of the hall in a daze. No way. Boss Matthew was a powerful void break martial artist. How could he not even receive a single move from this young kid? Wait, what did Boss Matthew call this kid just now? Chu Nan. Earlier, not many people paid attention to Chu Nan's appearance. After all, his Chinese face basically looked the same to the Europeans here, and it was very difficult to distinguish him from others. However, now that they recalled the way Boss Matthew called Chu Nan, they quickly connected this name to the name, which instantly caused a commotion in the entire Federation. When they seriously observed Chu Nan's face, they immediately recognized him. That's right, he was Chu Nan. He was the Chu Nan who had not died after falling into the Stargate. Everyone looked at Chu Nan with even deeper curiosity and disbelief. Previously, many media outlets had analyzed Chu Nan's true strength. All the media outlets admitted that he had definitely broken through the cosmic heaven's gate and had the strength of a void break martial artist. No one doubted this. However, there was a huge controversy and doubt about whether Chu Nan had the ability to defeat a heaven control expert, as the rumors said. Although there were rumors that Chu Nan had personally returned to planet Lepler not long ago and found the heaven control expert who had sent him into the Stargate a few months ago and successfully taken revenge, proving that he indeed had the powerful strength to fight a heaven control martial artist, many people still doubted this. The reason was very simple. Chu Nan was too young. A young man who was not even 20 years old this year could already defeat a heaven control expert. This was too ridiculous. Even in those fantasy novels on the Milky Way network, no one would dare to write this. This was because this really exceeded the common sense of ordinary people. If he wrote it, he would only be mocked by everyone. At this moment, these clubhouse thugs and guests in the hall did not believe it at all. However, Chu Nan had easily dealt with the almost invincible Boss Matthew in their impression. In fact, he did not even have the strength to fight back the entire time. It showed that the difference in strength between the two sides was ridiculous, but they had no choice but to believe it. Could it be that this kid who was not even 20 years old was really a heaven control expert? Chu Nan ignored the gazes of the surrounding people and walked to Matthew's side. He lowered his head and glanced at him. Suddenly, he raised his foot and stepped on his chest. A series of terrifying sounds of bones breaking sounded from Matthew's chest. He opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. The expression on his face instantly changed from filled with determination and disdain to confusion and exhaustion. There was even a trace of fear in his eyes. Kid, you. Matthew spat out blood as he spoke with difficulty. You actually dare to do this to me? Aren't you afraid of the revenge of our Night Demon Brotherhood? Revenge. Chu Nan sneered and shook his head. He ignored Matthew and turned around to return to his seat as if it was none of his business. Seeing Chu Nan's expression, the surrounding people could not help but gasp. This kid was too bold. Chu Nan suddenly turned to look at the surrounding people. If you want to live, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you when we fight later. The surrounding group of people immediately woke up from a dream. That's right, this was a battle between these super experts. Once they really fought, it would definitely be world-shaking. If ordinary people like them dared to be so close, they were simply courting death. Although many people did not believe Chu Nan's words and wanted to stay and watch the commotion, their lives were more important. After looking at each other, they still obediently left the clubhouse. Before long, all the guests in the clubhouse had left. Even the ordinary thugs of the clubhouse hid far away and did not dare to approach. It was naturally not a problem for them to bully ordinary people, but when they encountered a tough opponent like Chu Nan, they were helpless. Chu Nan sat in the hall that had long been destroyed. He was still holding a drink that he had taken from the bar counter. As he listened to most of the bones in his body shattering on the ground, the dying Matthew let out weak breaths. He sipped his drink and waited quietly. Not long after, all kinds of noise sounded outside. One could even clearly hear the roar of a low-altitude shuttle approaching from afar and flying over with extreme pressure. Feeling a few abnormal spatial energy fluctuations in the distant space, Chu Nan smiled. It seems that these guys from the Night Demon Brotherhood are not that slow. Chu Nan stood up and clenched his fists as his eyes shot out a dangerous cold light. It's time to make a scene. Chapter 790. Shumir's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He was originally hugging two young girls who had just gotten into his other small villa. Just as he was about to eat heartily and straddle the carriage, he was forcefully interrupted by an emergency communication at the most important moment. Of course, he was extremely angry to be interrupted at this moment. However, when he knew that the Golden Rose Club was actually attacked, he was more puzzled than angry. It had been more than 7 years since the establishment of the Golden Rose Club. At first, some blind fellows dared to cause trouble, but ever since these guys were all thrown into the river to feed the fish, everyone knew that the backing of the Golden Rose Club was the famous Night Demon Brotherhood, so no one dared to provoke them easily. Now, another blind guy had actually jumped out. However, after being angry, Shumir received the latest information from his subordinates and could no longer underestimate it. It was actually Chu Nan. Of course, Shumir knew Chu Nan. In fact, he had already known Chu Nan before most people in the Earth Federation knew his name. However, he definitely did not expect Chu Nan to have the guts to take the initiative to provoke him and even cause such a huge commotion. Brat, you didn't dare to provoke us last time. I thought you were very smart, but I didn't expect you to be an incurable fool. Shumir definitely did not believe the nonsense of Chu Nan being a heaven control expert. This was because he had several outstanding void break martial artists under him, so he knew better than most how difficult it was to become a heaven control martial artist. With the talent Chu Nan had already displayed, he believed that he would become a heaven control expert in the future, but now? Impossible. You haven't contacted 3 and the others. Shumir turned to ask his closest subordinate, Trans. No, Trans shook his head. From this afternoon, we lost all contact with 3 and the others. At this point, Trans looked a little worried. Boss, if I'm not wrong, their operation should have failed and been discovered by Chu Nan. That's why he came looking for us now. Humph, a group of useless trash. You can't even capture a few ordinary people. Even if you die, you deserve it. Shumir sneered with an unmoved expression. There's no need to worry. So what if Chu Nan knows that we did it? Could it be that he thinks he can resist our great brotherhood alone? What a joke. Trans frowned slightly and shook his head. Boss, Chu Nan might not be alone. According to the information, he has already interacted with Marshal Kimikov and Mu Yuton's eldest disciple, Xing Yuanlin. I guess he has the same goal as the supremacy in targeting Chu Nan this time. If Chu Nan has already reached some agreement with them, this matter will be difficult. Shumir glanced at him. Let those important figures resolve their own matters. We don't have to ask much. Just do your own thing. Trans hurriedly nodded. Yes. Shumir pondered for a moment and was about to speak when he suddenly heard an ear-piercing alarm sound in the low-altitude shuttle they were on. What's going? As soon as he spoke, the low-altitude shuttle suddenly shook violently. In the next moment, it actually turned into dust that filled the sky. The huge low-altitude shuttle actually disappeared into thin air. Shumir and Trans suddenly lost their balance and their bodies involuntarily fell from the sky. Just as the two of them were about to fall to the ground and turn into meat paste, a figure flew over and grabbed their collars in each hand, floating in the air. Shumir thought that the void break martial artist he had brought had a fast reaction and saved the two of them. Just as he was about to reprimand them for not hugging or holding them properly, how could he use a method like holding their collars? He was too incompetent, but he heard a familiar voice beside his ear and was immediately frightened out of his wits. You're Shumir, right? Shumir and Trans's bodies froze at the same time. After a long time, they barely turned around and met Chu Nan's mocking smile. Chu Nan, Shumir panicked for a moment before instantly calming down. Let us go, or you know the consequences. Oh, got it. Chu Nan replied and loosened his grip. The two of them landed. Shumir and Trans were immediately shocked. Although the two of them were both high-level cadres of the Night Demon Brotherhood, they were not people who were proficient in martial techniques. If they fell from a height of more than 30 meters from the ground, they would definitely fall into a pile of meat paste. Fortunately, the 3 void break martial artists from the Night Demon Brotherhood who had come with them had already arrived. Before they were about to fall to the ground, they saved the two of them in an extremely dangerous manner. As soon as Shumir landed, he looked at the 3 void break martial artists surrounding him and immediately became bold. He raised his head to look at Chu Nan, who was slowly landing, and sneered before shouting angrily, Kid, don't think that I don't dare to kill you just because you're a famous person in the Federation. Let me tell you, no one who offends our Night Demon Brotherhood has a good ending. Chu Nan grinned and shook his head. It's still such an unoriginal line. His gaze landed on the 3 people who surrounded Shumir and picked him up. After confirming that they should be void break martial artists who were definitely not inferior to Matthew, he did not continue to waste time with him. He raised his hand and crazy spatial energy immediately swarmed over. The expressions of the 3 void break martial artists surrounding Shumir immediately changed. Just from Chu Nan's move, it could be seen that his strength definitely far exceeded that most a third-stage void break realm mentioned by some media. Leaving a void break martial artist to continue protecting Shumir and Trans, the other 2 void break martial artists attacked Chu Nan from the left and right. Looking at the two of them, Chu Nan sneered in his mind. When he first came into contact with the Sand Eagle, Chu Nan already had the strength to defeat third-stage and third-stage void break martial artists. Now, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds compared to before and was completely incomparable. Now, from their auras, these two fellows were only at the third-stage void break realm like Matthew, so how could he take them seriously? With a thought, the huge spatial energy he had condensed divided into 2 waves and pounced at the 2 void break martial artists. The two of them immediately felt that the space around them had been locked. The spatial energy that surged over them was so terrifying that it even exceeded their imagination. Not to mention counterattacking, they could not even block. Bang! Bang! The 2 void break martial artists did not even approach Chu Nan's body before they were forcefully sent flying by the powerful spatial energy. They collided with the outer wall of a tall building behind them and smashed out 2 clear figures. This was still because Chu Nan had shown mercy to them. Otherwise, with his current strength, he only needed to use his newly comprehended cultivation method to easily kill these 2 void break martial artists. However, even so, Shumir and Trans were already so shocked that their mouths were wide open as they looked at Chu Nan in disbelief. This kid was actually so terrifying. Chapter 791. Chu Nan turned to look at the stunned Shumir and Trans and slowly walked over. Seeing him approach step by step, not only could Shumir and Trans not help but retreat, even the remaining void break martial artist could not help but take a step back. The scene of Chu Nan easily sending their 2 companions flying shocked them, especially during that strike. Chu Nan displayed his super control of spatial energy, causing him to feel that he could not resist or even despair. However, after taking a step back, Trans's self-esteem as a void break expert still made him forcefully stop and stand in front of Shumir. Chu Nan glanced and ignored him. He only looked at Shumir and asked, "Tell me, why did you attack my family?" Shumir rolled his eyes and shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about." Oh. Chu Nan shook his head and smiled before casually waving his hand. The void break martial artist blocking Shamir immediately felt an extremely terrifying spatial energy fluctuation swarming over. He did not have the time to do anything at all. In fact, just as his internal breath circulated, his body was already sent flying by the terrifying spatial energy that surged from all directions and smashed into the tall building behind him with his two companions. Chu Nan was as relaxed as if he had chased away a fly. He slowly walked to Shumir and maintained his smile. Since I've already found my way here, it's meaningless for you to hide it like this. Tell me, why did you attack my family? If you're here for me, I'm here now. Tell me the reason. Looking at Chu Nan, who was close by, Shumir's body involuntarily trembled. If it was 20 years ago, he would not be afraid of such a situation. Instead, he would stare at Chu Nan and curse loudly. However, he was already a high-level cadre of the Night Demon Brotherhood now. He controlled almost all the matters of the Night Demon Brotherhood on Earth, large and small. The power in his hands far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. After enjoying this feeling for more than 10 years, how could he still be as fearless as 20 years ago? From the cold light in Chu Nan's eyes, he could clearly see the killing intent in his heart. This guy definitely dared to kill him. However, Shumir also knew very well that if he casually said some things, the outcome would only be worse than letting Chu Nan kill him. After pondering for a moment, Shumir looked at Chu Nan with a gloomy expression. Are you really not worried about the revenge of our Night Demon Brotherhood? Revenge? Chu Nan sneered. You guys have already found trouble with my family and are even close to killing my sister. What's there to be afraid of? Cut the crap and tell me quickly, who asked you to do this? If it's just you and these trash you brought, I don't believe you have the guts. Shumir was a little surprised. He did not expect Chu Nan to think it through. However, this was even better. The more sensible he was, the less courage he had to kill him. When he thought of this, Shumir's mood immediately relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. It's good that you know. The strength of our Night Demon Brotherhood far exceeds your imagination. Don't say that you. Chu Nan suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck. His internal breath stretched out from his palm and instantly broke several of Shiomayer's meridians. Shumir only felt the blood in his chest surge. He wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood, but because his throat was grabbed by Chu Nan, he could not rush out and could only block it again. It was extremely uncomfortable. Under the anxiety of his blood and chi, his body, which had been weakened by alcohol and women all these years, could no longer endure it. His vision darkened and he fainted. Chu Nan loosened his grip and Shumir fell to the ground like a dead fish. Beside him, Trans could not help but exclaim, You actually dare to kill him. Chu Nan turned to look at Trans expressionlessly. If he's unwilling to say, are you willing to say it? Tell me, who asked you to do this? Trans bit his lip and shook his head desperately. Seeing that Chu Nan was about to walk over, he suddenly screamed and pointed to the side before roaring, Chu Nan, I'm warning you, this is the territory of the Night Demon Brotherhood. This is Los Angeles. Do you think you can escape so easily by killing people in the street? Look around. There are so many people watching. Your vile actions must have been seen by everyone in the Federation. Ha! Chu Nan looked at him in amusement. Are you planning to talk to me about the law now? He turned around and discovered that the surroundings were indeed surrounded by countless onlookers. It seemed that they were all attracted by the commotion here. Although no one dared to get too close, they widened their eyes and glared over. Some of the bolder ones even opened their personal terminals to record. From the looks of it, the situation here was probably broadcasting live on the Milky Way network. What? You actually dare to ignore the laws of the Federation? Trans shouted angrily. Chu Nan almost laughed until his stomach hurt. These guys were really shameless to a certain extent. He shook his head, walked over, and stared at Trans. Alright, don't say these useless things. Since I've already come today, I have no intention of letting it go. If you're unwilling to say, it's fine. I'll find someone who's willing to say it. Trans gritted his teeth again. He could tell that Chu Nan was really angry. If he was provoked again, he would probably kill him without any hesitation. I'll count to 3. If you don't answer, you should know the consequences. Chu Nan's expression was calm, but his voice revealed a bone-chilling cold. 3, 2. Trans's legs began to tremble slightly, and blood slowly seeped out of his tightly bitten lips. However, he still did not dare to open his mouth. He also knew very well that if he dared to reveal any information at this moment, the outcome waiting for him would be countless times more terrifying than death. Shumir did not dare to say it, and neither did he. 1. Very good. It seems that you really want to die. Goodbye. Chu Nan raised his hand and glanced at Trans. Just as he was about to slap down, the personal terminal on his wrist suddenly sounded with a communication request. Hearing the voice, Chu Nan was not surprised at all. Instead, he smiled. After so long, the guy behind finally can't help but appear. He had not really found this place to kill people, but to resolve the problem. Although he was extremely angry that the Night Demon Brotherhood had attacked his family again, it was meaningless to just kill these people in front of him. He knew very well that since even Dong Fong felt that the Night Demon Brotherhood was troublesome, the strength behind it was definitely extraordinary. Even if he killed everyone in the Night Demon Brotherhood here, he could not resolve the most fundamental problem. His family would still be threatened in the future. Therefore, this time, he originally planned to lure out the person behind these guys and resolve the problem once and for all. If he could not do it now, at the very least, he knew the goal and would definitely be able to do it in the future. Now, he had finally lured out the person behind the scenes. Chu Nan's palm landed and knocked Trans out. He lowered his head to look at his personal terminal and was instantly stunned. Chapter 792. Dong Fong, why is it you? Chu Nan looked at Dongfang, who appeared on the virtual screen in surprise and could not understand why it was him. If it's not me, who do you think it is? Dongfang's expression was serious and he did not seem to be joking. Chu Nan, stop. This matter ends here. It's better for you and Uncle Chu. Hearing the meaning of Dongfang's words, Chu Nan narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Could it be that those guys don't directly appear and instead ask you to warn me? This is not a warning, but advice. Dongfang shook his head lightly and sighed. You've caused too much trouble this time. It was not easy for me to obtain this opportunity to stop for you. Otherwise, the consequences will only be worse. You must understand and not act on impulse. Chu Nan narrowed his eyes even more and frowned. Dongfang's father was a higher-up at the Ceres security company. Not many people in the Earth Federation could compare to his family background. However, now that she said such a thing, it could be seen that the person who appeared was only much higher in status than him or his father, causing him to have no choice but to be so wary. Such a figure who could be counted on one hand in the entire Earth Federation would actually stand up for the Night Demon Brotherhood. It seemed that the influence of the Night Demon Brotherhood was much higher than Chu Nan had imagined. Who is it? Chu Nan asked in a low voice. Dongfang frowned and said sternly, Chu Nan, I'm warning you from the perspective of a friend. Stop. You can't provoke the important figures behind them. I can't even ask. Dongfang was silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. It's better not to know. It's meaningless to know. Tell me. Chu Nan's expression was firm, otherwise, I'll fight them one by one and ask myself. Dongfang smiled bitterly. After being Chu Nan's roommate for 2 years, he knew very well that he had already made up his mind. No one could easily change his mind. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly asked, Did you kill them? Chu Nan looked at Shumir and Trans, who were lying on the ground, and then at the 3 void break martial artists from the Night Demon Brotherhood who had barely crawled out of the tall building. He shook his head and said, I'm very calm. It'll be strange if you calm down. Dongfang smiled bitterly again, but he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Chu Nan did not kill anyone, everything was fine. He was afraid that Chu Nan would really lose his calm and start a massacre. It would be very difficult to salvage the situation. Now, as long as no one died, there was room for redemption. Think of a way to leave that place first. I'll tell you. Dongfang sighed. Okay. Chu Nan agreed bluntly. Without even looking at Shumir, Trans, and the others on the ground, he tapped his feet and flew into the air. In the distance, the armed low-altitude shuttle of the Los Angeles police had already flown over with an alarm. However, how could it catch up to Chu Nan? It could only watch as he turned into a meteor and disappeared into the dark night sky. The surrounding crowd looked up and watched Chu Nan disappear. Their expressions were different, but most of them were extremely excited. Today, he had actually personally witnessed a battle between several experts, at least at the Void Break realm. One of them was even Chu Nan, who had recently become famous in the Federation. He was really extremely lucky. Although the battle could not be said to be intense and was simply Chu Nan's one-sided beating, being able to personally see him attack and confirm that his strength was far from what ordinary Void Break martial artists could compare to was already enough to satisfy people. Before this, many people doubted Chu Nan's true strength, but after seeing it with their own eyes today, no one continued to doubt him. Countless onlookers opened their personal terminals and posted what they had seen tonight to the Milky Way network. For a moment, the entire Earth Federation's Milky Way network became extremely lively. Chu Nan stopped outside Los Angeles. He floated in the night sky and lowered his head to look at his personal terminal, which was still open. Tell me, who made you so wary? On the virtual screen, Dongfang, who had been silent on the way, looked at Chu Nan deeply and sighed. You'll regret it after knowing. That's not someone you can afford to provoke. I only know if I can provoke him after saying it. If I don't say it, I'll try. Dongfang could only smile bitterly. He knew that Chu Nan was right. If he did not tell him the truth, this guy might really attack the strongholds of the Night Demon Brotherhood one by one and provoke that important figure he could not afford to provoke. Alright, listen carefully. There's only one reason why the Night Demon Brotherhood makes so many people wary, and even our company is extremely afraid. That's the true leader behind them. Who is it? Chu Nan frowned. The Ceres Security Company was the #1 security company in the Federation. Their strength was outstanding, and they were even famous in several countries outside the entire Orion arm. Could it be that? You must have heard of this person's name. At this point, Dongfang took a deep breath, as if it was extremely difficult to say this name. Supremacy Alahuk. Although he was already mentally prepared, when he heard this name with his own ears, Chu Nan still could not help but frown, his eyes filled with shock. It's actually him. Now you know why I want you to stop like this, right? Chu Nan fell silent again. Everyone in the Earth Federation knew that there were a total of 19 star-grade martial artists in the Federation. Compared to a colossus like the Declan Empire, a mere 19 star-grade martial artists were probably not even enough. However, to a small country like the Earth Federation at the outer border of the Orion arm, these 19 star-grade martial artists were the cornerstone of the Federation. However, this did not mean that these 19 star-grade martial artists were all good people. There were good and bad people, and star-grade martial artists were naturally no exception. Among the 19 star-grade martial artists of the Federation, there was Marshal Kimikov, who directly threw himself into the army and finally became the Marshal of the Federation Army. There were also experts who were determined to contribute to the stability of the Federation like Supremacy Ovally. There were also hermits who rarely even appeared. At the same time, there was also an existence like Mu Yatong who dominated an area but was willing to contribute to the Federation when necessary. At the same time, of course, there were also star-grade martial artists who were the complete opposite of them. When people mentioned them, they were more afraid than respectful. Supremacy Alahak was such a star-grade martial artist. If it was anyone else, I might support you and even do my best to help you. Dongfang's expression was still serious, however, this time, you might directly face a star-grade martial artist. Therefore, Chu Nan, it's good to end it here. I'll try my best to come into contact with the Night Demon Brotherhood and resolve the misunderstanding between you. You haven't killed their main figure yet, so there's still room to resolve it. However, if you continue to cause trouble, the consequences will be very serious. Trouble. Chu Nan sneered, they took the initiative to find trouble with me, but now, it's me. Dongfang shook his head and sighed. We're not children, so don't say such things. Chu Nan continued to be silent. After a long time, he let out a long breath. Alright, I understand. Dongfang immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he revealed a gratified smile, he heard Chu Nan speak again. Tell me where Supremacy Alahak is. I'll see him. Dongfang looked at Chu Nan in a daze for a long time before opening his mouth in surprise. You're crazy. Chapter 793. Planet Bardi was the most special planet among the 19 administrative planets of the Earth Federation. This planet that had been treated as an exile for criminals because of its desolation, remoteness, and lack of resources when it was first discovered had already become the most chaotic and incurable planet in the Federation after more than 300 years of evolution. This was the paradise of the criminals and the paradise of the thugs. Even the Federation government had almost no control over this planet. However, in this paradise and heaven, there was still its own order. This order had a name, and that was Supremacy Alahak. Chu Nan walked out of the space station on planet Bardi's Supremacy continent and glanced around. He discovered that at least from the vicinity of the space station, this planet was not much different from the other planets in the Federation. It was also crowded and bustling. However, in the next moment, this planet immediately displayed to him the difference between itself and the other planets in the Federation. As soon as he took a step out, a thin figure secretly approached Chu Nan from behind and reached out for the backpack on his back. Chu Nan was a little amused. After that guy reached into his backpack, he suddenly turned around and grabbed his arm. Are thieves all so blatant here? The person Chu Nan grabbed was a thin young man who was half a head shorter than him but looked to be at least 30 years old. After being grabbed by Chu Nan, not only was he not flustered, but his expression also became sharp. He flipped his other hand which was not grabbed by Chu Nan and took out a cold dagger from nowhere before stabbing his chest. Chu Nan did not expect this thief to be so bold and reckless. In such a crowded place like the exit of the space station, he actually dared to take out a dagger in the street to injure people. Moreover, it seemed that he did not have any intention of holding back and actually planned to take his life. You're courting death. Chu Nan grunted and exerted a little strength in his hand that grabbed the thief's arm. The thief's arm immediately broke at the wrist and his body was pulled to the ground by Chu Nan. His face collided with the ground and his face was immediately covered in blood. As soon as the thief screamed, Chu Nan stepped on his back again and firmly stepped on the ground. His face was buried and the second half of his scream immediately turned into a whimper. Chu Nan exerted a little force with his feet and the thief's back emitted the sound of bones breaking. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground red. In the blink of an eye, the thief was already on the verge of death. Chu Nan watched coldly and was unmoved. It was one thing for this guy to be a thief, but he actually attacked with the intention to kill after failing to steal. Such a villain's death was not worth pitying. Looking around, they discovered that there were people coming and going at the exit of the space station. Countless people clearly saw what was happening here, but no one showed any concern. All of them either had cold expressions and ignored it, or they put on expressions of watching a good show and gloating. No wonder Dongfang said that this place is another world. If it was any other planet, the police would have to be mobilized. Chu Nan shook his head in his mind and ignored the dying thief on the ground before walking out of the space station. Before he could take 2 steps, a few more figures suddenly surrounded him. All of them held different sharp blades in their hands and stabbed at Chu Nan without a word. Ha, this planet is really interesting. Chu Nan could not be bothered to waste his breath on these guys. His figure flashed and he heard a series of muffled bangs. The few figures who rushed over flew in the direction they came from. A moment later, they fell to the ground together. Their chests sank and they spat out blood. They entered a dying state like their companions. This time, more people noticed the situation here, but they did not pay much attention to it. The crowd only looked and did not show anything, as if these things were already commonplace. Chu Nan ignored him and continued to walk out expressionlessly. This time, he still did not walk far before an extremely burly man stood in front of him. Kid, you. As soon as the burly man spoke, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to his chest and his body involuntarily flew out. While he was still in the air, the burly man could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Only a thought flashed through his mind. Why is this kid so powerful? Then, he fainted. Chu Nan did not even look and continued to walk forward. This time, no one stood in his way. As soon as he walked out of the space station, a fleet of 13 luxurious floating shuttles flew over and blocked Chu Nan's path. The most luxurious floating shuttle in the convoy happened to stop beside Chu Nan. The door opened and an extremely ordinary-looking middle-aged man who was definitely impossible to distinguish among the crowd stuck his head out and looked at Chu Nan expressionlessly. Get in the car. The Supremacy wants to see you. Chu Nan smiled. Supremacy, you're really well informed. I just arrived and you can actually find me so accurately. The middle-aged man revealed a proud expression. There's nothing on this planet that the supremacy can't control. Is that so? Chu Nan smiled and did not say anything before getting into the car. The tourists who were indifferent to Chu Nan heavily injuring an acquaintance earlier looked in the direction of the convoy and revealed surprised expressions. Heavens, who is this kid? He's actually able to make Lord Ahmad personally welcome him. He's still so young. Could he be a big shot? I remember now. That guy seems to be Chu Nan. Chu Nan, could it be that Chu Nan? It's him. What's he doing here? Could it be that he's here to see the supremacy? Impossible. No matter how famous he is, he's nothing in front of a supremacy. What qualifications does he have to see a supremacy? You don't understand, right? I heard from others that. The tourists discussed animatedly, but no one paid attention to the thief and his companions who were still bleeding on the ground and only a step away from death. On this planet, such things happened every day. Such guys were dying almost every moment. Among the convoy that had already flown out, no one cared if those guys were dead or alive. The luxurious floating shuttle started up. The feeling inside was extremely stable, as if it was sitting on a sofa on the ground. This was the first time Chu Nan had taken such a luxurious floating shuttle. After getting in, he could not help but curiously size up his surroundings. He thought to himself that Supremacy Allah Hut was indeed worthy of being called the Emperor of Planet Barty. Even his subordinate could live so luxuriously. When Ahmad saw Chu Nan's actions, he could not help but frown. Of course, he knew Chu Nan, but he did not know why the high and mighty Supremacy would pay so much attention to this kid. What was there to pay attention to about this ordinary-looking kid? Chapter 794. After the convoy drove out of the area of the space station, they did not drive towards the city complex in the distance. Instead, they headed towards the desert in the other direction at high speed. Chu Nan was not surprised. With Supremacy Allah Huk's status, he clearly would not squeeze in a noisy large city like those ordinary people. It was the most ordinary choice for important figures like him to find a quiet place to live elsewhere. However, after the convoy drove in the desert for more than an hour, Chu Nan gradually discovered that something was wrong. Looking out of the window, the surrounding environment was getting more and more desolate, but there were more and more people. From time to time, one could see groups of various shuttles walking in groups. One could even see a group of people completely walking through this desert. When they saw their convoy, regardless of whether it was the other shuttles or pedestrians, they all stopped and made way from afar. Many pedestrians even knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of the convoy. Just this point was enough to show Supremacy Allah Huk's supreme authority on this planet. Chu Nan observed the situation outside for a while and confirmed that Ahmad should not be waiting for him to head to the place where Supremacy Allah Huk was. He turned around and asked, "Where are we going? Aren't we going to see the supremacy?" Ahmad sneered, "Is the supremacy someone you can see just because you want to?" Chu Nan frowned and thought to himself that it was indeed not that easy. "Then, it can't be that you're willing to contact me and take the initiative to pick me up just because of the Ceres security company, right?" The main reason why Chu Nan could successfully come to Planet Barty and successfully contact one of the great believers of Supremacy Allah Huk was the Ceres security company. Under Dong Feng's lead, Chu Nan finally obtained feedback from Supremacy Allah Huk and expressed that he was willing to see him. However, it was obvious that with Dong Feng's relationship, it was impossible to see Supremacy Allah Huk so easily. Of course. Ahmad sneered, although the Ceres security company is a top-notch company in the Federation, the Supremacy doesn't have to give them face. The reason why the Supremacy is willing to give you a chance to meet is entirely because the Supremacy likes you. The Supremacy likes me. Chu Nan still said, "The Supremacy knows me." That's right. Only then did Ahmad turn to look at Chu Nan with dense doubt and scrutiny. "In the rumors, you defeated that initial stage heaven control martial artist called Grek on planet Lepler alone. Is that true? Is this a problem for the Supremacy?" "No, this is what I want to ask." "Then I have no comment." Chu Nan shrugged, "In any case, no matter what I say, you won't easily believe me, right?" Ahmad was silent for a moment before nodding. "That's right. I don't believe you have such strength, and neither does the Supremacy, so he needs you to show your strength. Only if your true strength is satisfactory to the Supremacy will he be willing to see you. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand what you mean, but how should I show my strength and beat you up?" Chu Nan smiled. Ahmad's expression changed, and his gaze turned cold. "Kid, what strength do you think I have? Not higher than second stage heaven control realm, am I right?" Chu Nan smiled at Ahmad. Ahmad was shocked. He had only just met Chu Nan and chatted for a while, so how could this kid see his true strength? He was indeed a second stage heaven control martial artist now. Although he had already broken through to this level for a long time and was close to the peak of this level, only a step away from the third stage heaven control realm, he had indeed not reached the third stage heaven control realm. Since Chu Nan could see through it with such confidence, it could be seen that regardless of his strength, his vision was really super strong. Speaking of Chu Nan's strength, Ahmad frowned slightly. Chu Nan could expose his strength immediately, but after observing him for a long time, he was still unable to confirm what level of strength he should have. From the aura revealed by Chu Nan, he was even inferior to the most ordinary internal breath realm martial artist. If he closed his eyes and told him that the guy sitting beside him was an ordinary person who did not know martial arts, he would not doubt it at all. However, it was precisely because of this that Ahmad was even more shocked. Everyone knew very well that Chu Nan had at least broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, so no matter what, he at least had the strength of a void break martial artist. However, now that Ahmad could not even sense his aura, it proved that Chu Nan could actually hide his entire aura, or perhaps he had a special cultivation method to do this. No matter what the reason was, his strength could not be underestimated. From his observation of Chu Nan's pure body, Ahmad discovered that he could not observe his body from the inside. However, from the trace of perfect and harmonious brilliance naturally emitted from his exposed skin, it could be seen that his body had clearly been tempered extremely powerfully and had probably far surpassed ordinary void break martial artists. At first, Ahmad did not believe the rumor that Chu Nan had defeated a heaven control expert head-on because he was a heaven control expert himself. He knew very well how difficult it was for a martial artist to break through the cosmic heaven's gate and break through to the heaven control realm. He was already reputed to be the most talented among the 13 great believers of the supremacy. Back then, it had taken him 7 years to break through from the void break realm to the heaven control realm. He had even experienced unimaginable setbacks all year round before finally breaking through. At that time, he was already more than 40 years old. Now, how could he believe that a kid like Chu Nan who was not even 20 years old actually had the strength to defeat a heaven control expert head-on? Therefore, before he saw Chu Nan, he completely disdained this young martial artist who was extremely famous in the entire Earth Federation in the past half a year and felt that he was simply a guy deliberately hyped up by the Federation army for a special purpose. In fact, if this guy could break through the cosmic heaven's gate before he was 20 years old, he could already be called a true genius martial artist. But how could it be so exaggerated? However, now that he really saw Chu Nan, his thoughts could not help but waver. This kid might not have already broken through to the heaven control realm, but his strength was definitely not as simple as an initial stage void break martial artist who had just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. Perhaps it was because of this that the supremacy paid special attention to this kid. These thoughts quickly floated through Ahmad's mind. He snorted and ignored Chu Nan's question before pointing at the front of the convoy. If you want to show your strength, the simplest and most direct way is to fight your way out. Chu Nan looked in the direction pointed out by Ahmad and saw an extremely huge circular building standing on the ground in the desert. The moment he saw this huge circular building, a famous historical building on Earth that he had seen when he was in history class when he was young immediately flashed through Chu Nan's mind. The Ancient Roman Arena. Chapter 795. 1,300 kilometers southwest of the space station where Chu Nan had left, there was a large oasis that was rare in the desert. In the middle of the oasis was a small lake that occupied an extremely large area. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Against the vast blue sky above, the lake water was also blue. Although the temperature in the desert was extremely high during the day, in the oasis, the dark side of the small lake was cool and comfortable. If outsiders came here at this moment and saw the scene on the shore, they would definitely be shocked. This was because at this moment, on the shore of the lake, more than 100 naked young women were playing in the lake. Beside them, dozens of burly men were also naked. They each hugged a woman and lay on the shore, moving intensely. Moans and panting sounded incessantly, causing the entire shore of the lake to be filled with a dense aura. On the shore of the lake, there was also a high platform about 3 meters off the ground. On the high platform, 5 women surrounded a man with a beard all over his face that was almost impossible to see his original appearance. They were also having intense sexual intercourse. After an unknown period of time, the burly men on the shore of the lake had already surrendered. The bearded man on the high platform had changed his body one after another. He still looked energetic, as if he would never be satisfied. After a while, another woman cried out. Her body could not hold on anymore and softened. She was kicked away by the bearded man and thrown into the lake. Just as he was about to pull another woman beside him and indulge heartily, a slender figure flew over from the lake opposite the platform and landed on it. Supremacy, Chu Nan has already entered the arena. This bearded man was the Emperor of Planet Barty, one of the 19 star-grade martial artists of the Federation. He was privately called the greatest villain in the history of the Earth Federation by many people, but he was also the #1 godfather worshipped by many people. Supremacy Allah-Haq. Hearing the voice, Supremacy Allah-Haq was unmoved. He continued to pull the woman beside him and place her on his body, gesturing for her to move. Then, he glanced at the woman kneeling in front of him. Very good. It seems that kid is a little smarter than I thought. The woman kneeling on the ground still lowered her head and continued to ask, Supremacy, how should we deal with him? Deal with him? No, Supremacy Allah-Haq smiled and shook his head. There's no need to deal with him. Just test him properly. Go, send him the strongest opponent as much as you can. If he can survive in the end, bring him to me. If not, change to the next one. Yes. The woman kneeling on the ground was silent for a moment. She did not hear Supremacy Allah-Haq's next order and looked up. Seeing that the Supremacy was focused on mating, she did not ask further. She bowed to him and left. The woman leaning on Supremacy Allah-Haq's left side and rubbing her voluptuous chest against his left arm glanced at the woman who was far away. She suddenly asked in an extremely charming voice, Supremacy, he's only a child. Why do you value him so much and even have to ask personally? Can't you just let your subordinates deal with him? Supremacy Allah-Haq raised his left hand and grabbed the woman's plump breasts before pinching them until they completely changed shape. The woman was in pain, but she did not dare to show any pain. Instead, she chuckled and puffed her chest closer. It's those fools who didn't handle it well that made me ask personally. If they were all as obedient and delicious as you, why would I need to spend so much effort? The woman laughed charmingly again and wanted to ask more, but Supremacy Allah-Haq added a trace of strength to his left hand. His entire left hand actually penetrated her plump chest and stabbed in. When he pulled his hand out again, there was already a heart that was still emitting heat and beating in Supremacy Allah-Haq's palm. The woman widened her eyes and lowered her head to look at her chest in disbelief. She saw the heart in Supremacy Allah-Haq's hand. Before she could even cry out in surprise, her body had already fallen to the ground. She smashed into the edge of the platform with a plop and fell from the platform, smashing a deep sand pit on the beach by the lake. This change was too sudden. Not only did the remaining 4 women on the high platform freeze, even the 100 women and dozens of burly men who were playing on the shore of the lake stopped. The commotion by the lake instantly turned silent. Supremacy Allahuk raised the still warm heart in his hand and took a deep breath. Although there was not much expression on his face covered by his beard, his eyes and tone were filled with intoxication. Ah, what a fresh and beautiful heart. After sighing, he casually threw it and his heart fell from the high platform into the hole in the chest of the woman he had killed. It completely returned to its original position. However, the woman's life force had completely disappeared. Even if her heart returned to normal, she could no longer wake up. Supremacy Allahuk looked down and shook his head with a regretful sigh. Sigh, such a good beauty died just like that. What a pity. After saying that, he turned around and glanced at the crowd by the lake below the stage, then at the remaining 4 women on the stage. His voice suddenly became sharp. Remember, you're only a group of tools. Tools are not qualified to make their own voices. Do you understand? Everyone below the stage knelt on the ground in fear. They did not dare to look up and replied in unison. Only then did Supremacy Allahuk nod in satisfaction. He gently kicked the woman kneeling closest to him on the platform with the tip of his foot. Come up. The woman immediately got up. Although her body could not help but tremble slightly in fear, she still sat on Supremacy Allahuk and shook with all her might. Supremacy Allahuk bowed. Don't just stand there. Continue. The group of men and women below the stage agreed in unison again. They found their respective partners and desperately mated. The woman by the lake was still naked. She stared at the sky with widened eyes, her face filled with disbelief. However, now, her body had already slowly turned cold, but no one looked at her. Before long, the lakeside had already returned to the extremely intimate atmosphere from before, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 796. Kill him. Kill him. Kill. 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 Crazy shouts sounded from all directions, shaking the ground of the entire arena and causing Chu Nan's ears to buzz. Chu Nan raised his head and frowned as he sized up his surroundings. At this moment, he finally understood why the ancient Romans made the arena into such a shape. This was because in this environment, everyone in the surrounding audience could see the center of the arena more clearly. They could also better focus their voices in the center, allowing the gladiators participating in the competition to hear the audience as clearly as possible. Damn, to think that I used to mock these so-called gladiators for being treated as monkeys. I didn't expect myself to become a monkey now. Chu Nan shook his head in self-mockery and slapped out with his palm, sending a burly man rushing over from the left behind him flying. Then, he raised his right calf and kicked another burly man rushing over from the right. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of muffled sounds, a total of 18 gladiators, including Chu Nan, gathered in the arena. However, in the blink of an eye, only Chu Nan was still standing properly. The remaining 17 gladiators were all sent flying by Chu Nan and suffered just the right injuries at the same time, preventing them from getting up, but their lives were not in danger. Such a clean action made the audience in the arena fall silent for a moment, but then even more intense cheers and shouts erupted. Kill them! Kill those guys! Kill! Kill your sister! Chu Nan felt vexed when he heard this. He was already furious because he felt that he had been tricked by Ahmad. Now that he heard that these audience members only knew how to shout kill like a group of beasts, he was even more furious. His figure flashed and he arrived at the wall of the arena before throwing a punch. Boom! A huge hole was smashed into the thick wall below the arena by this punch. The remaining force of the punch had not dissipated, and it even smashed a deep crack in the top of the arena. It stretched all the way up as if a hole had been torn. The audience who were hit by Chu Nan was sent flying by a huge force. They fell to the ground and rolled around. The audience in the other areas was also completely shocked by Chu Nan's terrifying punch. There was only shock on their faces and they forgot to make a sound. Damn, these idiots finally know to be quiet. Chu Nan spat and retracted his gaze from the audience above. It landed on the hole he had smashed and landed on Ahmad's face behind the wall. Hey, Ahmad, I don't have that much time to slowly play with those trash. If you want to test my strength, send some true experts up. Could it be that you think you can test my true strength with these guys? Ahmad looked at Chu Nan with uncontrollable surprise. Of course, he was not surprised that Chu Nan easily sent the other 17 gladiators flying. In fact, it was not strange for him to cause such a terrifying injury to this extremely solid arena made of special materials with a punch. What really surprised him was that Chu Nan could actually find his location so accurately. In order to observe Chu Nan up close, he deliberately restrained his aura after entering. Moreover, he was certain that it was impossible to see the wall from the arena. Then, how did Chu Nan discover him here and that this punch only destroyed the wall with extreme precision but did not cause any damage to the waitress closest to the wall? With just a punch, Ahmad discovered that he had to re-evaluate Chu Nan's strength again. After a moment of silence, he smiled at Chu Nan and said, "This is the intention of the supremacy. You have to obey." Chu Nan frowned. He did not know what this supremacy Allahuk meant. If he was really willing to see him, he could just pull him over. Why beat around the bush? If he wanted to test Chu Nan's strength, there was no need to use such a method. Although many people did not know Chu Nan's strength very well, everyone admitted that he at least had the strength of a void break martial artist. Now, Ahmad wanted him to fight a group of fellows who were not even at the internal breath realm here. That was too disdainful. However, when he recalled supremacy Hut behind Ahmad, Chu Nan could only endure it. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan said coldly, I can obey, but I don't want to waste time. If I continue to send these trash up, don't blame me for being impatient. No patience. Ahmad raised his head slightly and looked at Chu Nan with disdain. What do you want to do? Chu Nan shook his head and walked to the wall. He raised his left hand and pressed it. This looked strange to others, but the expressions of Ahmad and the other two people sitting beside him changed at the same time. You dare. The smile and disdain on Ahmad's face instantly turned into shock. He circulated his internal breath and wanted to stop Chu Nan. However, as soon as he moved, he felt the spatial energy in the surrounding space instantly become extremely violent, far exceeding the normal standard of the positive space universe. Even he felt a trace of danger and immediately hesitated. The two void break martial artists sitting beside him were even more unbearable. Feeling the violent spatial energy around them, they did not dare to move at all and could only circulate their internal breath to resist with all their might. After all, Ahmad was a second-stage heaven control martial artist. His reaction was the fastest and his response was the fastest. However, when he finally circulated his cultivation method to resist the violent abnormal movements of the spatial energy in the surrounding space, he discovered that the surrounding space suddenly lit up. Looking up in surprise, he discovered that the entire arena above his head had suddenly turned into dust that filled the sky before completely disappearing. Looking around, it was already a wilderness. There were no tall walls of the arena blocking his vision. What shocked Ahmad even more was that the audience who were originally on the arena platform was actually floating in the air at this moment as if they were being held up by an invisible force and were slowly falling. Although the audience was shocked and confused, they were clearly not injured, let alone in danger. Seeing that the audience had actually landed at the same time, Ahmad turned to look at Chu Nan and the last trace of disdain in his eyes disappeared. It was one thing for this guy to casually slap the entire arena into dust, but this was not difficult for high-level void break martial artists. However, Chu Nan could also ensure that the audience was not injured at all. That was not something ordinary martial artists could do. Just this point was enough to prove that Chu Nan's control of his strength and use of spatial energy had already reached an extremely powerful level. It was far from what ordinary void break martial artists could compare to. This kid was so unyielding. No wonder the supremacy deliberately arranged to throw him into this arena. Clearly, other than testing his strength, he also wanted to polish his spirit. However, did the supremacy really know that this kid's strength was actually so powerful? Chapter 797. 3 hours later, it was still the small lake. The naked men and women on the shore of the lake had already disappeared. The atmosphere of lust had completely faded, leaving Supremacy Huk holding two girls who were already dressed neatly and snuggling up to him from both sides. Supremacy Huk's attention was not on the two beautiful girls beside him at all. Instead, he looked interested and carefully sized up Chu Nan. If it was any other young man or young martial artist, they would definitely feel a powerful pressure and feel extremely uncomfortable being stared at by a star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Huk. However, Chu Nan's expression was calm. He stood there very casually and even had a faint smile on his face. He looked extremely relaxed. Facing a star-grade martial artist might pose extremely great pressure to others, but Chu Nan had already seen several star-grade martial artists in the past year. He had also interacted with Supremacy Ovally for an extremely long time and was no longer as respectful and superior to them as before. Supremacy Huk sized up Chu Nan for a moment and nodded with a smile. That's right. You're indeed bold. No wonder you dared to come here to find me. No wonder Ahmad can't suppress you. Ahmad, who was standing beside Chu Nan, immediately knelt down. His forehead was covered in sweat and his face was filled with guilt. I did not do my job well. Supremacy, please punish me. Supremacy Huk waved his hand and smiled, there's no need. This is not your fault, but I underestimated him a little previously. Now that I think about it, since this kid can be valued by Muyaton, Kimikov, and the others, it's indeed not that simple. After saying that, he looked at Chu Nan. Tell me, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Chu Nan bowed first and looked straight at Supremacy Huk before asking in a low voice, Supremacy, why did you send someone to attack my family? Oh. Supremacy Huk seemed a little surprised and asked Ahmad, is that so? Hearing this question, Chu Nan was also very surprised. Supremacy, you don't know. Supremacy Huk ignored Chu Nan and continued to look at Ahmad. Ahmad raised his head and more sweat seeped out of his forehead. After glancing at Chu Nan, he opened the personal terminal on his wrist and his expression turned ugly. Supremacy, it's the actions of those guys from the Brotherhood on Earth. It's just that. Ahmad looked at Chu Nan with a strange expression, they've already been wiped out by him. So you came looking for me because of this? Supremacy Huk looked at Chu Nan with even more interest. What do you want to do? Take revenge on me? Chu Nan shook his head. Of course, I don't dare. I only want to make a deal with you. Oh, a deal. Supremacy Huk immediately smiled. Ha, you want to make a deal with me? Tell me. What do you think about using an S-rank martial technique to exchange for the safety of my family? Chu Nan said seriously. S-rank martial technique. Beside him, Ahmad and the two void break martial artists behind him were shocked. Even Supremacy Huk raised his eyebrows in surprise. You can take out an S-rank martial technique to make a deal with me. Supremacy Huk glanced at Chu Nan seriously and smiled. Kid, do you know that your words are very dangerous? If you really have it, why should I make a deal with you? I can directly capture and use your family's lives to threaten you. Could it be that you dare not hand it over? I admit that you're right. Chu Nan nodded, however, I don't have an S-rank martial technique now. Ahmad's expression immediately changed. He took a step forward and grabbed Chu Nan's collar before shouting angrily, "Kid, how dare you specially come to make fun of a supremacy?" Chu Nan's expression did not change and he ignored Ahmad and only looked at Supremacy Alahuk. Supremacy Alahuk looked at Chu Nan with a playful gaze. After seriously sizing him up, he waved his hand at Ahmad. "Let go of him." Ahmad immediately let go and retreated obediently. "Tell me, what do you plan to do?" Supremacy Alahuk put down his hand that had been touching the private parts of the two girls beside him. For the first time, his expression became slightly more focused. Chu Nan's performance after he appeared finally interested him. "I indeed don't have an S-rank martial technique now, but I'm confident that I can obtain an S-rank martial technique next year," Chu Nan said. "I'll use the S-rank martial technique I obtain next year to make a deal with you in exchange for the Night Demon Brotherhood not harassing my family anymore. I feel that this deal should be worth it to you." "Next year?" Supremacy Alahuk's eyes flickered. He smiled and suddenly asked, "Did Mu Yatong look for you?" "Yes. Senior Xing Yuanlin looked for me on behalf of Supremacy Mu Yatong. In addition, Marshal Kimikov summoned me. It seems that we old fellows think the same thing." Supremacy Alahuk suddenly laughed. "These two fellows probably spent a lot of effort to convince you, but I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to make this deal with me. If they know, they might die of anger. Ha ha ha. Therefore, violence, terror, and threat are the truth in this world. Those rotten fellows preach peace and friendliness all day long, but they can't compare to me at all." Chu Nan could only remain silent. He had to admit that Supremacy Alahuk was at least right about the first half. In order to let him represent them in the Garden Hunting Assembly, Marshal Kimikov and Supremacy Mu Yatong had made various generous conditions. Marshal Kimikov had even personally met Chu Nan, but he did not agree to any of them. Now, Supremacy Alahuk had not looked for Chu Nan at all. However, his subordinates had done something that even he did not know much about, forcing him to take the initiative to deliver himself to him. He had to make this deal at the risk of danger. Moreover, it was not that Supremacy Alahuk hoped to cooperate with Chu Nan like Marshal Kimikov and Supremacy Mu Yatong, but Chu Nan who hoped that Supremacy Alahuk would agree to this deal. If Marshal Kimikov and Supremacy Mu Yatong knew, they would not be angered to death, but they would definitely be furious. However, to Chu Nan, only by doing this could he ensure that his family would no longer be threatened by the Night Demon Brotherhood and recover a safe and peaceful life. Chu Nan had already thought of this after knowing from Dongfang that the greatest backer of the Night Demon Brotherhood was Supremacy Alahuk. He did not feel regretful or aggrieved about this. For the safety of his family, there was nothing that could not be abandoned. However, Chu Nan definitely did not agree with the second half of Supremacy Alahuk's words. He would definitely not reveal his true thoughts now. After laughing for a while, Supremacy Alahuk suddenly stopped laughing and focused his gaze on Chu Nan. "I'm very interested in this deal, but what right do you have to make me believe that you can obtain an S-rank martial technique as a reward at the Garden Hunting Assembly next year?" Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself that as a star-grade martial artist, Supremacy Alahuk indeed knew what he was referring to. He turned to look at Ahmad and gestured for him to enter. "Senior Ahmad, please enlighten me." Chapter 798. Ahmad frowned slightly and looked at Chu Nan in front of him, not knowing what to feel. As a believer of Supremacy Alahuk for so many years, he had never seen a supremacy treat another martial artist so specially, especially a martial artist as young as Chu Nan. Yes, it was special. If any other young martial artist dared to talk about a deal in front of a supremacy, according to his personality, his first reaction would probably be to cut this guy into pieces and feed him to the crocodiles in the lake. However, now, the supremacy gave Chu Nan a chance to prove himself and even agreed to his request to challenge him. Ahmad was very puzzled by this. He did not dare to doubt Supremacy Alahuk's judgment. Since the supremacy had agreed to this extremely ridiculous request, it meant that Chu Nan's strength had indeed been valued by the supremacy. However, Ahmad still did not believe that Chu Nan was really qualified to challenge him. It had nothing to do with confidence. This was the dignity of a heaven control expert. "Kid, the supremacy has said that I can attack at will. Even if I really kill you, you're only courting death, proving that you don't have the qualifications to make a deal with him. If you're willing to kneel down and surrender now and obediently participate in the Garden Hunting Assembly according to the supremacy's arrangements, there's still a trace of hope. If you're unwilling, don't blame me for not reminding you if you die under my hands later," Ahmad said in a low voice. Chu Nan shook his head and smiled. However, the supremacy also said that as long as I can last half an hour in your hands and not die, he will agree to this deal. "Half an hour? Humph." Ahmad sneered with a proud expression. "It's impossible for you to last more than 10 minutes under me." "Is that so?" Chu Nan still maintained his light smile and turned to look at the distant oasis. As a star-grade martial artist, Supremacy Alahuk naturally did not need to approach to watch the battle. He was still staying beside the lake in the oasis and waiting for the result of the battle between Chu Nan and Ahmad. Although it was more than 10 kilometers away, Chu Nan knew that Supremacy Alahuk could clearly grasp his every move. After taking a look, Chu Nan turned to look at Ahmad again. When he saw that he did not have the intention to attack first, he did not stand on ceremony. With a thought, his internal breath had already completed the connection from the first to the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique in the blink of an eye. He instantly mobilized all the spatial energy in the space around him and directly transformed it into a violent state. Then, he opened and closed his palm as if he had grabbed all the violent spatial energy and slapped him. Ahmad's eyelids twitched. Although he had long confirmed from their previous contact that Chu Nan's strength was much stronger than he had imagined, after the true battle, he discovered that he had still underestimated him. Just this beginning had already sufficiently displayed that Chu Nan's control of spatial energy had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even a second-stage heaven control martial artist like him felt that it was slightly inferior. This guy can't be treated as an ordinary void break martial artist. This thought flashed through Ahmad's mind. He circulated his internal breath, and without any action, the surrounding space suddenly dimmed. However, he suddenly shone brightly, as if he had absorbed all the light into himself. The Great Light True Body was the top A-rank cultivation method he had been able to impart to Supremacy Al-Haq after following him. It was also one of the cultivation methods he was most proud of. If not for the fact that Ahmad was extremely talented among the 13 great believers, it was impossible for him to receive this cultivation method. The fact that he used this cultivation method from the beginning was enough to show that his internal breath actually valued Chu Nan greatly. Once he used the Great Light True Body, the huge spatial energy in the space around him would instantly be captured by Ahmad, and there was no possibility of his opponent controlling it. Unless the strength of his internal breath surpassed Ahmad, he would definitely be tied up in this space and be completely unable to resist. The reason why Ahmad used this cultivation method from the beginning was that Supremacy Al-Haq had specially instructed him not to hold back and to test Chu Nan's true strength in the shortest period of time. Seeing that Chu Nan did not stop at all and entered the extremely dark sky because the spatial energy had been completely absorbed, Ahmad sneered in his mind. No matter how outstanding this kid was, he was still too young and inexperienced. If it was any other experienced martial artist, even if they were not familiar with the Great Light True Body, as long as they saw such an abnormality, how could they rush in so easily? Kid, to think that I overestimated you and thought that you could last 10 minutes. Now, it seems that you probably can't last a minute. Ahmad sneered in his mind. With a thought, his internal breath moved in the blackness and the sky became denser, pressing down on Chu Nan. At the same time, two wings that were completely formed by white light suddenly appeared on Ahmad's back. For a moment, he looked extremely holy, like an angel from the ancient legends of the Earth Federation. The wings seeped out of his body and instantly expanded to hundreds of meters long before slapping Chu Nan from both sides. Boom! Chu Nan had nowhere to dodge and was forcefully slapped down by the two wings from the sky. They smashed into a huge pit in the desert below and disappeared. Ahmad looked down at the deep pit in the ground and shook his head, looking disappointed. He originally thought that this kid could bring some surprise to the Supremacy, but he did not expect that no matter how good his performance was previously, he would still be unable to withstand a single blow. However, Ahmad was not especially surprised. In the end, there was a huge difference between a heaven control martial artist and a void break martial artist. No matter how outstanding this kid was, he could not be called a true heaven control martial artist in the end. How could he really cause any accidents to him? From the looks of it, the rumors that he had personally defeated that heaven control martial artist called Grek in the Lepler star system were only rumors. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly felt a strange feeling. With him as the center, the huge area of more than a few kilometers around him was completely absorbed by him, turning into a dense dark sky, as if a huge black egg was floating in the air. However, now, a crack suddenly appeared on this black egg, and a trace of light seeped in. The special spatial domain created by the Great Light True Body was closely related to Ahmad. When a trace of crack appeared and reflected on his body shook slightly. Even the two huge light wings on his back had a black crack. This was not the end. The first crack appeared and seemed to have shaken the entire space. In an instant, there was already a second, a third. Countless cracks that emitted light filled the entire space in the blink of an eye. Correspondingly, the two light wings on Ahmad's back were densely covered in black patterns. A moment later, the light that seeped in from the crack had already completely torn open the space. Countless violent spatial energy surged in wildly, as if the light had descended again and completely expelled this black space. The two huge wings of light on Ahmad's back turned into light spots that filled the sky and dissipated. He suddenly bowed and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking shocked. His peerless cultivation method, which had been used to defeat countless experts, was actually broken by Chu Nan in the first move. Chapter 799. At the sight of the small lake more than 10 kilometers away, Supremacy Al-Haq stopped moving his hand around the girl beside him and revealed a surprised expression. This kid is really interesting. Boom! Another thunderous bang sounded from afar, scaring the two girls beside him into exclaiming and collapsing on Supremacy Al-Haq. Supremacy Al-Haq laughed. With a move of his hands, he tore the clothes of the two girls into pieces. He flipped around and rode one of the girls. As his waist moved, he turned to look at the place where Chu Nan and Ahmad were fighting and chuckled. Kid, let me see who can't last longer between you and the woman under me. Boom! There was another clap of thunder. Ahmad's body, which was floating in the air, trembled slightly before calming down. A flush flashed across his face and was instantly suppressed. Ahmad focused his gaze on Chu Nan, who had just been sent flying to the ground by his palm, but he did not dare to relax at all. Instead, he became even more serious and the surprise in his eyes became stronger. Although he had only fought Chu Nan for a short period of time, he had already discovered that ordinary moves were useless against this kid. The Great Light True Body he used immediately was already one of his proudest cultivation methods, but it was easily broken by Chu Nan. Although the other cultivation methods he used next were useful at first, they would quickly be resolved by him and could no longer pose any threat to him. It was as if this kid had an understanding of cultivation methods that far exceeded ordinary people. He could always see the key to the cultivation method in an extremely short period of time and quickly deal with it. Most importantly, the degree of tempering of this kid's body was surprisingly powerful. In fact, Ahmad did not hold back because of the supremacy's instructions. It could be said that he had used at least 80% of his strength when fighting Chu Nan. With his strength as a second-stage heaven control realm martial artist, there was an 80% chance that it was already a terrifying number. Logically speaking, using it to deal with a mere void break martial artist like Chu Nan had already exceeded the standard. However, Chu Nan exchanged blows with him again and again and even fought head-on for a few rounds. Every time, although he was sent flying without any suspense, he was not truly injured by Ahmad. This time was no exception. Chu Nan's body that was sent flying smashed down like a meteor and blasted open a sand dune in the desert. His body forcefully smashed into the thick soil under the sand and broke open a huge pit in the ground. He looked extremely miserable. However, in a breath, Chu Nan had already flown out of the pit and rushed towards Ahmad with a sandstorm. Ahmad frowned and raised his right hand. Spatial energy was activated and several dazzling white chains appeared out of thin air, instantly binding Chu Nan tightly. The Heavenly God's chain was also an A-rank martial technique. However, a moment later, a spatial energy fluctuation flickered on Chu Nan's body. The chain immediately turned into specks of light and disappeared. Ahmad frowned and could not help but shake his head. This kid indeed can't be dealt with using ordinary methods. At this moment, he had completely put away his contempt for Chu Nan. After a moment of hesitation, he activated his internal breath with all his might. The spatial energy around him fluctuated extremely abnormally, and the sky above his head suddenly lit up. Although he did not directly absorb all the light in the surrounding space like when he first fought Chu Nan, under the illumination of such an extremely bright and dazzling light, the surrounding space still paled in comparison as if it had suddenly fallen into the night. Feeling an extremely abnormal fluctuation in the spatial energy in the sky ahead, Chu Nan raised his head in surprise and saw a guy flickering with a holy light in the clouds. He held a scepter and two huge wings grew out of his back. He was identical to the legendary angel. No way. Chu Nan turned around and looked at the oasis more than 10 kilometers away. He then looked at the holy Ahmad floating in the sky below the figure of light with an extremely strange expression. Although Supremacy Al-Haq was a star-grade martial artist, he was really not a good person. It could even be said that he was the greatest villain in the Earth Federation. As one of his great believers, Ahmad must have done countless evil things. In the end, the various moves this guy used looked extremely bright and holy. Now, he had even created an angel, causing Chu Nan to feel extremely abnormal. Did Supremacy Al-Haq deliberately make his moves public because he knew that he had done countless evil things to change his image? Chu Nan's gaze landed on a group of travelers kneeling and kowtowing desperately in the distant desert. He shook his head and felt a little amused. Cultivation methods are only methods. How can they wash away the sins in your hands? Chu Nan sneered and continued to rush toward Ahmad. The angel made of light slowly landed and stretched out his arms to gently hug Ahmad. Then he embedded himself in the angel's chest and looked as if he had become one with it. At this moment, Ahmad opened his eyes and revealed a pitiful smile when he saw Chu Nan flying over. The angel had already descended. Kid, what were you still resisting for? Without any action, the huge light wings on the angel's back slapped out at the same time and instantly stretched out. They covered the sky and earth and enveloped the entire sky towards Chu Nan. The speed at which the wings slapped out looked very slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Moreover, it enveloped the entire space. Chu Nan could not dodge at all and was instantly slapped by the wings. Boom! Chu Nan originally thought that these two wings were the same as the wings on Ahmad's back. They were only special condensation of spatial energy and did not have any fear. However, after being struck, he discovered that they were completely different. Although this angel was clearly condensed from spatial energy, the way it was formed was completely different from the two wings that Ahmad had used previously. The combination of spatial energy was abnormally tight, and the way it was formed even exceeded Chu Nan's understanding. It was unprecedented and even unheard of. Moreover, when this spatial energy condensed, it was as if it had substance. It slapped Chu Nan's body, causing him to feel as if he had been struck by a terrifying hammer. His body involuntarily fell and he instantly smashed through the desert sand below and sank deeply into the ground. Ahmad lowered his head to look at the extremely deep hole that Chu Nan had smashed into the ground and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Kid, no matter how unexpected your strength is, what qualifications do you have to resist in front of the S-rank cultivation method, Holy Sun's Descent? Chapter 800. Chu Nan's body passed through the sand, soil, and rocks until he fell into an underground river. Only then did he finally slow down and slowly stop. This time, Chu Nan did not rush out immediately like before. Instead, he allowed his body to be washed by the river and tried his best to reduce the spatial energy in his body. Earlier, when he was struck by the terrifying wings, it was not only because the terrifying force contained in them was useful and made him unable to resist. Apart from that, the moment Chu Nan was struck by the wings, he felt layers of extremely strange spatial energy fluctuations coming from them. The spatial energy he protected himself with was actually unable to block the infiltration of these strange spatial energies and directly invaded his body. As soon as this strange spatial energy entered his body, it began to wreak havoc in his body as if it wanted to destroy every cell in his body. Chu Nan was certain that if not for the fact that his body had been tempered countless times and the strength far exceeded ordinary void break martial artists, his body would have been completely destroyed in that short period of time. Now, not even his bones would be left. He was not surprised that Ahmad wanted to kill him. After all, he had come to planet Bardi to take a strange risk and take a gamble. Of course, he was also fully confident that he could survive in front of Ahmad. That was why he directly chose him as his opponent to fully prove his strength in front of Supremacy Al-Haq. However, he still did not expect that Ahmad's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that Ahmad was only a second-stage heaven control martial artist and was only one level higher than an initial-stage heaven control martial artist like Greg. Although his strength had surpassed him, it should not be much. However, he did not expect this difference to be so great. Needless to say, the strength of Ahmad's internal breath and his control of spatial energy were clearly stronger than Greg, but what really surprised Chu Nan was his seemingly endless strange cultivation methods. If the cultivation methods used by Ahmad only caused a certain amount of pressure on Chu Nan and did not really pose a threat, then the angel who fell from the sky really made him feel like a real threat. Feeling the strands of strange spatial energy that were still running around in his body, Chu Nan was not in a hurry to think of a way to resolve them. Instead, he allowed them to run around in his body. As he experienced the destructive effect of his body being continuously wreaked havoc by them, he analyzed the composition of these strange spatial energies with all his might. He knew very well that if he could not resolve this problem, he had no chance of winning against Ahmad. Now that he was slapped underground by Ahmad's wing, it bought him some time. This could not be too long because Ahmad would not let Chu Nan lie underground. However, Chu Nan was already extremely skilled in analyzing the situation in his body. With his powerful data ability and understanding of spatial energy that was much stronger than ordinary martial artists, he did not take long to master the composition and fluctuation patterns of these strange spatial energies. Then, he was shocked. The complexity of the composition of these strange spatial energies and the strange pattern of the fluctuations far exceeded his imagination. Among the various cultivation methods related to controlling spatial energy that he had come into contact with in the past, no cultivation method could be compared to it. Under such a strange composition and fluctuation pattern, Chu Nan was certain that it was almost impossible for any martial artist to rely on the spatial energy contained in their bodies to resist their invasion. In other words, if there were no special methods or a certain understanding of this cultivation method, as long as any martial artist was slapped by that wing, that would be invaded by these strange spatial energies and cause terrifying damage to their body. If it was an ordinary void break martial artist, they would be unable to dodge or resist such an attack and would only be instantly killed. Even for heaven control experts who were much stronger, Chu Nan was certain that when they encountered the attack of this cultivation method, if they were not careful, they would definitely suffer greatly. Even if he deliberately took precautions, it was very difficult to completely resist the invasion of these strange spatial energies. He would still suffer. It could be said that as long as Ahmad used this cultivation method, he could easily defeat a second-stage heaven control martial artist of the same level as him. He even had a huge possibility of defeating a third-stage heaven control martial artist. Chu Nan was certain that this strange cultivation method that could even show the scene of an angel descending was definitely not those ordinary cultivation methods. It was very likely an S-rank cultivation method. When he thought of this, Chu Nan could not help but grin. "Heh, you really think highly of me." At this moment, his analysis of the strange spatial energy in his body had basically been completed. At the same time, he felt a huge spatial energy fluctuation penetrating the ground from above. It seemed that Ahmad was impatient to wait for Chu Nan to leave and took the initiative to attack. "Then let's try again." Chu Nan grunted and his internal breath circulated. The black aura of the mutated goddess song and the strange cultivation method he had learned from the mysterious girl seeped out of his body and instantly swallowed the strange spatial energy that was wreaking havoc in his body. This also surprised Chu Nan. It seemed that even if these strange spatial energies came from an extremely powerful S-rank cultivation method, it was still a little inferior to the two cultivation methods he had grasped. The origin of the goddess song was clear. It was the top-notch cultivation method passed down by the Rand clansmen. With its extremely special characteristics of being able to transform spatial energy into life force, it was not strange for it to be evaluated as an S-rank cultivation method. However, the other cultivation method was secretly learned from that mysterious girl. Clearly, it was not complete, but it still had such power. It was really beyond Chu Nan's expectations. When he recalled that the girl's companion had given him a spaceship as soon as he attacked, Chu Nan could not help but sigh. That girl is indeed not a simple person. I wonder if I'll have the chance to see her again in the future. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chu Nan had already flown up from the underground river. As soon as he passed through a layer of rock, light erupted in front of him. Countless feathers formed by pure white light pierced through the soil and instantly penetrated countless holes in the entire rock layer before shooting towards Chu Nan densely. "Good timing!" Chu Nan shouted and threw a punch. Under the precise control of his powerful data ability, the huge spatial energy condensed by his internal breath quickly adjusted to an equally special composition and fused with the characteristics of a high-frequency vibration internal breath to vibrate at an extremely high frequency. The scattered white feathers were shattered by Chu Nan's punch and scattered into countless light spots that fused into the surrounding rock and soil. Not only did this punch shatter those feathers, it also blasted out a path deep in the ground. It flew into the sky with Chu Nan and threw him into the arms of the angel who was still in the sky. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.